Perfect. There I am.
There you are. Welcome. We're so glad to have you here today.
Well, thank you, Tamara. I'm thrilled to be here. And also, I believe Missy Ponarelli with Lightspeed is going to be joining me too. So if you can let her in, I think she's in the waiting room right now. But in the meantime, I will go ahead and share my screen. There she is.
All right. Welcome and thank you.
All right. Hi, Missy. How are you?
Good morning. How are you?
Doing well. I am going to bring up my share screen so that I can bring in my PowerPoint, and we are thrilled to be with you this morning. Just to introduce myself, my name is Tony Zeikle with Lightspeed Technologies. I'm the Vice President of Sales, and joining me today is Missy Ponarelli. She is one of our territory managers, and she's also a former classroom teacher, and I brought her in to be able to provide some specific examples and ways that our Lightspeed audio system can be used within the classroom. We really want you to be able to get the most out of your Lightspeed audio system that you have. And especially this year with everything that's been going on, it's been one of the most unique summers, as we all know, just in terms of everything that's going on in the world. And as you prepare and think through how you're going to be returning to the classroom and how you can take advantage of the technology you have, want to give you a few ideas on how to do that, as well as just kind of reiterate some of the things that you may already know, may have forgotten, and refresh you with that. So I'm going to start out by just providing a little bit of an overview of kind of where we're at right now in the world and how the technology can be used, and then refresh you on just some of the basics of why classroom audio is important, how it can impact you as a teacher, how it can impact your students, and then also go into some details on the use of the pods and how those small group pods can be used for your blended learning model, how they can be used during this time of social distancing to take advantage of ways to communicate with your students. Start out with just some of the scenarios for return to school. As we're working with school districts around the country, we really see three primary scenarios that are coming into play. Scenario one is where teachers and students are all going to be back in the classroom physically. There's a number of districts around the country, sometimes in more rural areas right now, and it's constantly changing, where everybody's going to be going back and they'll be practicing social distancing. Teachers will be wearing masks. Students will probably be wearing masks as well in most cases. So that's all face-to-face. Scenario two is more of that hybrid idea. And hybrid can mean a lot of different things to a lot of different people. But when we talk about hybrid, I think two of the most primary ways is that they are splitting up groups into A days and B days, and then having those students that are A students on B days be from home. And in some cases, that's asynchronous learning where they're just doing work on their own. In other cases, they're actually physically, or not physically, but virtually joining into the classroom. So the teacher is in the classroom with students physically, as well as those that are virtual in that hybrid model. And then scenario three is what we experienced as we closed out the school year last year, where we were all virtual. And who knows what this year is going to entail. There's just a lot of movement going on around a lot of school districts across the country. And in Texas, I'm sure it's very true as well. We might see various scenarios of all of these. And I think the word that we're going to have to use this year is just being very flexible with how everything is progressing. Did want to just mention that we are doing a July webinar series for Lightspeed, and tomorrow I'll be part of this reimagining the new classroom environment during COVID. I believe this is probably during some of your additional training sessions, but if you're interested in this, you can sign up, and the link will be sent to you after the fact for the recording. If you're interested on how other districts are approaching it, we have a number of superintendents that are joining us for this webinar, and we're just going to continue to have a conversation on where they're at in terms of the return to school, how they're handling it, some of the challenges that they're facing. It can give you a little bit of perspective of some other districts and how they're handling it. So if you're interested in that, I would encourage you to just sign up on our website. If you click on it down below or look up lightspeed-tek.com, there will be a pop-up that'll show you how to register. I want to talk just a little bit about the use of masks and teachers wearing masks. I think, for us at Lightspeed, we have always talked about the importance of sound in the classroom, but I would say now more than ever, it's incredibly important, and that's simply because of the use of wearing a mask. For one, the mask results in a loss of visual cues for comprehension. It's amazing how often we use our lips, and you seeing my lips right here move, you're using that visual cue in order to better hear me and better understand what I'm saying. I was watching over the weekend with my kids. I have 4 kids, 17 down to 8 years old. And I was watching I don't know, I think it was called Brain Games. And they showed an example of one of the people on it, and they had recorded their voice saying the word, or just the sound ba, ba, like B-A, ba. But they showed on the screen someone doing the sound ga, ga, G-A. And it was amazing just watching it. The voiceover was of the B-A, ba, but the visual was of the person saying ga. And you immediately thought they were saying ga, ga, not ba. And it was all because the visual cue of the lips not coming together made you believe it was a different consonant as a result of that. So it was just a reminder to me that when we have that loss of visual cue of not seeing the mouth move, how impactful that is for speech comprehension. There's research that shows that as much as 50% of speech comprehension can be tied to some of the visual cues of just seeing those lips move. Additionally, the mask is going to reduce in the amount of audibility or loudness of the teacher's voice. From the studies that have been done so far, there's about a 12 decibel drop in sound by wearing a mask versus someone not wearing a mask. And we're going to talk a little bit about just the way sound travels here in a moment within a classroom. But just thinking about that, it's going to be an increased challenge to be able to hear. And, you know, I was just at Costco last night, and as I was going through the register, the person that was checking me out was talking to me, and I was having the hardest time understanding. I think we've all experienced that over the last few months as you know, they have a mask on. It's just harder to be able to understand people and to hear them effectively because of that reduced audibility and loudness and the loss of visual cues. Additionally, you might have noticed, even as you've seen that, is there's a little bit of a decrease in intelligibility or clarity too. We're going to talk about intelligibility, audibility versus intelligibility here in a second. But the intelligibility of the words is not as clear with a mask. And inevitably what happens is the teacher is going to try to compensate and be able to raise their voice in order for that to be heard. The benefit for many of you is that you do have a classroom audio system, and we're going to talk a little bit about that. I have a lot of school districts around the country that are frantically trying to figure out how to meet this particular need, but you guys are already equipped with this technology so that you can take advantage of it during this time, and we'll talk about the details around that. But being able to make sure your voice is clearly heard, regardless of where you are in the classroom, is going to be really impactful.
And Tony, if I may interject really quickly, one of the biggest things for me is that you're losing this, right? That smile, the facial cues of your emotions, and the empathy and the warmth as well that you're providing, especially for our younger learners. And so if we can be a part of that, where the students are able to clearly hear not the muffled voice of us, but something that truly is our natural voice, right? That can help them overcome that loss as well. I think that's extremely important in this time.
Yeah, that's really valuable. I think a lot about that just in terms of when you can't see people's facial expressions, it impacts the way you're interpreting their speech a lot of times. So in many ways, we have to do even more with our speech in order to accentuate the message we're trying to get across. This is a very simple premise that I want to be able to share, but I believe it's really at the heart of what we're trying to do. Every child should clearly hear every word from anywhere in the room, and even in remote locations. And we'll talk about the virtual learning scenario as well. But that's really the foundation of what we're trying to do, is make sure that students, no matter where they are in proximity to other students or in proximity to the teacher, are able to clearly hear every single word. And that's really important because of this. Young children spend 75% of their school day involved in listening activities. Hearing is the primary channel by which students learn. So it just makes sense that we would put technology into the classroom that would clearly support that primary channel for learning. And unfortunately, especially for students kindergarten through third grade, and you know, this stays pretty true even all the way through high school, but younger listeners just cannot fill in the blanks. children kindergarten through third grade need to receive 90 to 100% of the information carried by the spoken word. You compare that to us as adults, as educated listeners, so to speak. If you were only hearing about 50% of what I was telling you, as an educated adult with a firm grasp of the language, you would be able to piece together the words you're not hearing from the words you are hearing in order to understand the overall idea of what's being said. But young children just cannot fill in those blanks correctly. I think of it like the children's game Telephone, you know, when they whispered one to another on down the line, and what comes out the other end is very different than what was at the beginning. And that's because they're only hearing part of the words and they're filling in those blanks incorrectly, so that at the end of the line, it's extremely different, the message is, than what it was at the beginning. If you play that game pre-COVID with your friends, you would realize that it's not a very fun game for adults to play, because we piece together the words correctly, and what comes out the other end is very similar to what was at the beginning. So it just kind of highlights the fact that young listeners don't hear quite the same way or as effectively as adults do when our prefrontal cortex is fully established. And, you know, it gets a little bit better as you head into middle school and high school, but it's not really formed fully until about 25. So it's really important that we provide a clear signal to those students to be able to hear. Additionally, mild hearing loss is common and impacts learning. Students, this is a research study for students grades kindergarten through third grade, but 30% of children didn't pass a 15 decibel hearing test. And a 15 decibel hearing test is not going to, you know, qualify you for an IEP or any kind of intervention, so to speak. It has to be a much greater loss than that. But the interesting thing tied to this study is, of those 30% of children that didn't pass a 15 decibel hearing test, 70% of those with that mild hearing loss will suffer academic deficiency by 6th grade. There's such a strong correlation with being able to effectively hear in the classroom and the ability to learn as a result of that. And those are some of the factors for students. I didn't mention, you know, with students as well, there's a lot of research around ELL populations, English language learners, and the impact that it can make. There's a lot of research around students that are ADD and ADHD, easily prone to distraction. There's a lot of research even around, you know, the use of earbuds and also even phones when we talk about just easily being distracted. You know, I think the study shows that compared to 20 years ago, we have about a 50% reduction in our attention span as humanity. And it's largely tied to the use of cell phones. And the ability to maintain attention span is incredibly important in the classroom, so that students are able to stay focused and engaged, and having that clear signal is really critical to that. When we then tie it back to the teacher as well, teachers' voice problems are on the rise. You know, teachers spend 80% of their day talking. I believe the research shows that teachers say about 15 to 20,000 words a day, compared to the average person that says about 5,000 words a day. So teachers say about 3 to 4 times more words per day than the average person. And if you're a teacher, I think you readily recognize that as being true. You're so tied to your voice and using it all day, every day, in order to have classroom management, in order to learn, in order to communicate in a positive way with your kids. 18% of teachers miss work each year due to a vocal issue. We get a lot of requests, especially at the beginning of the year, because you haven't been using your voice maybe all summer long, maybe even longer than that this year, given everything that's been going on. And so it's a big adjustment to be able to rebuild your voice to be able to handle those long days. And, you know, the research shows that teachers are 4.2% of the US workforce, but they're about 20% of the clients in voice clinics, which makes sense as well, given the fact that your voice is being used so much. So that's the value in many ways that classroom audio brings to it. I want to talk a little bit about the necessity of clear communication, and I really want to focus it around 3 different things and why it's important. Audibility is the first one, and that's just the idea that teachers and students need to be able to be heard in the classroom, as I mentioned. And the next one is intelligibility. It's not only about being able to be heard, but it's about being able to be understood. The teacher and students need to be understood. And then the third one is the environment. the way you communicate often sets the tone. One question just came up, so I want to answer it real quick. Someone asked, she would like to know where you put your microphone when you're wearing your mask. Our teachers have the ones that hang on the neck. So yes, you have the ones that are hanging around your neck just like this. And you're going to wear it in the exact same way as you did before. You can see here I have the microphone on right now. And you're just going to put it up like this and have it there, even with the mask on. It's still going to pick you up. So I'll talk a little bit more about that at the end, just in terms of the use of it. And I am going to get to how Lightspeed can work with Zoom and how we can integrate your system. So someone else asked that. So I'll be getting to that a little bit later in the presentation. I want to talk just about audibility and the way sound travels. Just from a physics standpoint, sound intensity drops by the inverse square law. There's a 50% reduction in sound intensity each time the distance doubles. So if you as the teacher are right here, if you take a look from 3 feet to 6 feet, which from a social distancing standpoint, we want to be 6 feet away, there's about a 50% reduction in sound intensity. And that's moving it really from about 70 decibels down to 64 decibels. You double that again, and you're getting all the way down to about 58 decibels at 12 feet away. And the goal is for every student in the classroom to have an equitable listening experience so that they can hear. Intelligible speech ideally needs to be at about 15 decibels above the ambient noise in the room. When we go into classrooms and measure sound intensity and the decibel reading, oftentimes even in an empty classroom, we're looking at around anywhere from 40 to 50 to 55 decibels. Sometimes it depends upon some of the other ambient noise that's in the room, whether you have HVAC going, whether you have other technology going that's making noise. And then obviously when you bring students into the room, the noise floor inevitably is going to be going up and naturally be going up. So our goal is to simply make sure that with the use of your microphone, your voice is raised in a way so that you can evenly have your voice distributed in that space. And the goal is to be about 15 decibels above the ambient noise. We don't want it to be a PA system blasting at the students. We want it to be your natural voice, but clearly delivered no matter where the students are. And I want to talk a little bit not only about audibility of sound, but also the intelligibility of the sound. Softer consonants drive the intelligibility. I was talking about this a little bit before. It's pretty easy to transmit A, E, I, O, U, the loud vowels, and to use your voice, to be able to raise your voice, to be able to be heard from that standpoint. But a lot of the softer consonants are much more difficult to project. You think about like the difference between the F and the TH, the difference between fin and thin. Speech language pathologists will tell you that it's really those soft consonants and the consonants that drive the intelligibility of speech. So even if you're able to project A, E, I, O, and U, you're not necessarily able to project a lot of those consonants as well. So that's what makes it really important for intelligibility, for those soft consonants to be heard from an intelligibility perspective. And finally, I want to talk just a little bit about environment and kind of the tone that you're going to set in the classroom when you return. We know that this has been a difficult time for many students and for many families. Probably for many of you that have been on, it's been a very difficult time. It's been a challenging time as we try to navigate how to make sure that our own kids are educated, as well as you know, all the kids that we're responsible for from an education perspective. And this return to school is needed for so many students. We don't know what kind of environments many of them have been in, and the opportunity to get back into the safe space of the classroom. Teachers are really able to set the tone. And I know that there's been a lot of noise in the media, politics, you know, related to the coronavirus and COVID-19. And I would just encourage you, as you're setting the tone for your classroom in the return, to really seek to build a safe environment for your students, a place where they can learn, a place where they feel safe, where they feel comfortable, where they feel welcomed and valued. and also a place where you can create a positive environment. There's so much negativity in the world. How can we create a positive environment for our students? And then a learning environment ultimately, which is what we're trying to accomplish too. So I would just encourage you as you approach your classroom this year, as you approach this upcoming school year, to really seek to connect with each of your students in that way, and realize that they may have had a lot of challenges the last few months, but moving forward, we're able to create a great place for them to be able to be and to learn. And let's make this year a really positive year, despite all that's going on. I often will tell the people around me, you know what, we can only control what we control. And we have the ability to control the areas where we influence. And so I would encourage you to think through the areas you influence and seek to be a positive light for those kids and for those around you. And where the classroom audio piece comes into play for that is when you have the microphone on, you can use your regular voice. And Mitzi was talking about this a little bit earlier, but you can use intonation so much better when you're using your regular conversational voice. And you can make sure that through the use of that microphone that everybody can hear you, but no one thinks that you're yelling. So often if you don't have it, you may naturally raise your voice to reach those in the back of the room, but how does that person that's 6 feet away feel when you're doing that? And so being able to talk in that regular conversational voice allows them to hear a lot more of the intonation of your voice, especially with the mask on and not having those visual cues available. And it'll allow you to really set a positive tone and still be heard in the classroom. And we do that all with this simple wireless microphone. You can see it around the teacher's neck right here. Just in terms of placement, I'll talk just a little bit about just the use of the microphone. The microphone right here has a power button right here on the top to be able to mute and unmute. The wireless technology that it operates on is a DECT technology, a 1.9 gigahertz. Those of you that have used it know that if you walk a little ways away from your classroom, it will often still pick up. So I would encourage you that if you don't want to be amplified in the classroom, just simply press the button right there on top lightly, and you can just tap it real quickly. If you press and hold it, it's actually going to turn off. But if you just tap it lightly and you see the light on red, then red indicates that it's on mute. And so, oftentimes that's the quick visual indicator to tell whether you're on or not. If it's on blue, then you're on. If it's on red, then you're on mute. You also have the ability to have some volume control abilities, about 10 decibels up or down. Just right here on the side of the microphone, there's volume controls. So you can press that up or down if you need to be a little bit louder or a little bit quieter. I know sometimes teachers will just turn it up just a couple notches, especially if it's a noisy classroom, just to get above that noise floor as we talked about so that they can be heard. And then turn it back down a couple notches once everybody's listening to the teacher. If you want to know how loud you should be, oftentimes if you're within the classroom and you just barely are hearing yourself back through the speaker, that's about the right volume. If you can be heard significantly outside of that classroom space, then chances are you're a little bit too loud. But your system is paired to the TopCat, and I'll show you the TopCat here. The TopCat is in the ceiling. It's just a 1x2, and it's through that flat panel speaker. You can kind of see those long grill lines there that go across in kind of a rectangular fashion. Your voice is coming through that flat panel speaker right there and being distributed to all the students in the classroom. It operates a little bit differently than a cone speaker. A cone speaker provides very directional sound, so oftentimes in a classroom you need multiple cone speakers in order to fill that space, but with the flat panel speaker you're able to have an even distribution of sound up to about around a 1,500 square foot area. That TopCat is really useful for that, and it's up in the ceiling, so it's out of the way from that perspective.
And Tony, if I could ask, how low do you typically suggest wearing that microphone on your neck, especially while we're wearing the masks?
Yes, ideally collarbone level, right about here. You can adjust the length of it just right here. There's like an adjustable length. So depending upon, you know, your neck size and everything, you can adjust it to the right length, but recommend ideally for it to be right around that collarbone level. Even with the mask on, your voice is still going to project enough that it's going to be picked up pretty easily by that microphone. Just checking the chat room here, see if there's any other questions.
We have a question on the FM unit connection. So,
yes. Yes, you can connect Lightspeed to FM units. Someone mentioned that some of their kids have hearing aids and are using FM systems. Usually in those cases, you don't want to be wearing two microphones. The ideal thing is to take their FM unit, and there is a transmitter that is tied to that FM unit that usually has a transmitter, and it comes up to either like a lapel or a headset microphone. That transmitter has a input in it, and you can go from your media connector or the audio output of your Activate station. I believe within Nspire at the elementary level and some of the middle school, you have our FlexCat systems, and I'll talk about that in a second. And you have a media connector with that has an audio output. From that audio output, you would plug in from that audio output into the audio input of their transmitter, and that's going to allow your microphone from your Flex mic, which is your Lightspeed microphone, to be able to reach those students as well. Now, depending upon the kind of FM transmitter they have, there may be an adapter that's needed in order to do that. So you might coordinate with your special education folks and make sure that that's set to go to begin the school year. Someone asked, can this mic work with any speaker system via computer? No. From a speaker system in and of itself, you do have to have the amplifier that the microphone is paired with in order to be amplified in the classroom. And I will also be walking through here in a second how we're going to be able to integrate virtually through your computers so that you can get a clear signal of your voice, not only in the classroom, but also to all students that may be virtual as well. So I'll walk through that here in a moment. In terms of placement in the classroom, and Missy, if more questions come up, feel free to just pop them up to me, and we'll talk through those.
Okay, fantastic.
In terms of the TopCat, this is probably the configuration that many of you have in your classroom, where you have a media connector that is either connected directly to your computer or connected to a some kind of board in the room, that media connector is either going to be your Activate station in some of the middle schools as well as high schools, or it's going to be just a standard box media connector for the elementary schools. And then you have your Flex mic, which is obviously what the teacher's wearing. And the thing that's not included on here are your Activate pods or your FlexCat pods, and I'll talk about that now. But this kind of just shows you those configurations with the TopCat. From a small group learning perspective, and obviously this is not a socially distanced classroom as I'm highlighting this here, but the challenge for learning is everywhere, and that's really the idea behind those small group pods that you have as well, and the ability for the teacher to be able to listen in to the authentic interaction of students as they're working together. So often in those settings, you have students that maybe need more instruction, that need help with redirection. And if you walk over to that group, the dynamic often changes. And what the pods allow you to do is, whether it be the FlexCat, which are these domes, which is what are at the elementary and some of the middle schools, or the Activate station and the Activate pods, which are at some of the middle schools and high schools. These small group pods allow you to be able to be placing them to a specific student or a group of students, and either with your remote or with the app, you're actually able to select and listen in there's an earbud that comes off of the microphone, and it allows you to listen in to the authentic interaction of the students as they're working together. You're able to very quickly assess, are they on task? Are they understanding the content? How are they responding to that content? And is everybody in that group engaged and participating? And you're able to assess that very quickly. And in some cases, you want to intervene. And if so, you can actually unmute and actually speak to that group. There's a speaker in each of those pods that allows you to have that conversation. And I'll talk about that, especially with social distancing and the value of that and how that can be used in light of that here in a second. So you can actually speak to those groups individually, or if they're on task doing what they need to do, you can just go on to the next group. And I believe each classroom has 4 pods to be able to utilize that with. I want to give you some of the guidelines on using the pods for blended learning, especially in light of our social distancing as we return to the classroom. First, from a guideline perspective and from a district perspective, may be different than what you've done in the past, but we would encourage you and ask you to place the pods yourself and don't have the students touch them and or move them. So you may want to be strategic on where you put the pods in the classroom, but you want to keep them there. Or if they're going to be moved, go ahead and move them yourself. So, the first thing that I kind of lay out there is, use the pods to connect with students while maintaining social distancing. With mute on with your remote, you can press the mute button, and if it's lit up, then they can't hear you as you talk, but you can still hear them when you press a specific number. So as you listen to that group, you can listen to the authentic discussion of maybe a couple students together. Hopefully there'll be social distancing, but they might be able to have the pod pretty evenly between them and be able to listen in. And then you can speak to them with two-way communication if you unmute.
Tony, we've got a quick question as well, if I can pause you for a moment. Can the student pods actually be connected to the Zoom as well? Kristen was asking.
Yes, they can, and I will talk through how to be able to do that. And actually, I'll talk about that with number 3, because that's where there can be a lot of value in it. Actually, I'll just go to number 3. You have the ability with the pods to be able to use them for share out so that they can be amplified within the classroom. So let's say that group 2 or the student that has the group 2 pod has a great idea that you want to share out. You can actually, with the remote, hit the number 2 and hit the middle button on the remote, or if you have the app, you can actually slide the group 2 pod to the all speaker. And that's going to then activate that pod to be amplified in the classroom. And additionally, with your computer being connected via Zoom, we're going to have a way that will also allow them to be able to hear clearly that student for those students that are virtual. And I'll go ahead and talk about just the Zoom integration a little bit as well. We're working with the district right now to provide adapters that are going to be connected to your media connector or your Activate station with your computer. And what that allows is for two-way communication of audio within the classroom. I'll highlight this just at the end, but what that's going to allow you to do is have your teacher microphone. It allows you to not have to be tethered right there necessarily to your computer. But when your microphone's on, it then allows for a very clear signal of your voice to not only be amplified within your classroom space, but then also a clear signal via Zoom. The one thing that you're going to want to make sure that you set up via Zoom is when you check your audio at the bottom, and I wish I could show it now. We're obviously on Zoom now, but you can't see my integration with it. But what you're able to do is hit the up arrow or down arrow that's tied to your audio, and you'll actually connect to that adapter connection. And that'll make sure that your Zoom connection is hooked up to your microphone. And what it will then do is override your computer microphone and use your microphone, your Lightspeed microphone, your Flex mic, to be able to be heard not only in the classroom, but also remotely. And that also will be the piece that ties in any of the FlexCat or the Activate pods. You will have to actually slide that pod to the all speaker. As I mentioned before, in order for it to be heard, but it does then enable you to have students that are in the classroom be heard by students that are virtual. Additionally, what this allows for then is students that are virtual, it gives them a voice in the classroom because they are then able to be amplified through the TopCat speaker and be able to share out as a result of that. I see a lot more comments coming through, Missy. Is there anything else that I need to cover tied to that?
Yes. Do mics interfere with pacemakers? And also, if you could address what the app is named and how they can get to that.
Oh, sure. I'll take that one first, and then I'll talk about the pacemaker issue. If you want, instead of using the remote in the room, if you want to use a device, whether it be an iPod Touch or an iPhone or an Android device, within Android or iOS, you can select that. Now, if you have a FlexCat system, which are those dome shapes that are at the top, you can look up Lightspeed FlexCat remote in the search of your iOS or Android, and you should be able to find it there. If it's an Activate system, if your system looks like what's down below, if you look up Lightspeed Activate, you'll be able to find it there. And it's a free download. There's no cost tied to our app at all. When you get into it then, there's going to be some prompts for you to walk through in order to tie in your physical hardware in your classroom with that app. So that's the way to be able to connect those.
And within that app, can you also repeat what we should be selecting on the app for students to use it as a share out microphone?
Yes. In fact, I will get in demo mode here. Let me see if I can, I'll stop share so you can see me in big screen. So this is what the app looks like. And it allows you actually, you can see there's a total of 6 here for you, since there will be 4 pods active, you should see 4 numbers, 1, 2, 3, and 4. And what you're able to do is actually select a specific number. Let's say it's number 3. You actually select number 3 and you slide number 3 just to this middle button right here. And what that's going to do is then allow for the pod 3 to be amplified both through the TopCat speaker and then also be heard virtually for those students that are remote as well. Hopefully that made sense. Yeah, I was just looking at the chat, so I covered that. I wanted to talk just a little bit about pacemaker. It should not interfere with a pacemaker. We're operating on a 1.9 gigahertz spread spectrum, but I would recommend that if there are concerns tied to pacemakers, refer to what your doctor recommends on that. We also do have an attachment that can, right here on the side, there's a place right here to be able to plug into. So you can actually take your microphone off and maybe put it in a pocket and have it come up to a wire, so it can be a headset microphone or a lapel microphone if you would prefer, in order to keep this piece away from, right around your heart. So I have known a few people across the country that have had a pacemaker, and they've gone that route at the recommendation of their doctor, just to be safe and make sure that that is okay. So again, that's what I would recommend tied to that.
And Tony, can you also talk through a little bit how far those pods can work from the FlexCat base or the Activate base? I think especially in these times, I know I used it pre-COVID, this particular Activate system, but the flexibility of it and being able to have my student groups go out in the hallway or outside, and I can see an application for it with the social distancing aspect. So can you talk through that a little bit as well?
I'll let you talk through it.
Well, for the Activate system, I know that I could send my student groups in the hallway. I could send them outside. I taught in Temecula Unified, so that's in Southern California, and the weather was typically pretty nice. So I would send sometimes my student groups even out to the field just behind my classroom. And then I could be able to hear them and speak with them. And it was a, there was an aspect of student accountability to that. I didn't have a visual of them, but I was actually able to hear their conversations and gain a little bit of insight into what they were talking about, if they were on task, that sort of thing, if they had questions, redirection. But I believe it's 150 to 200 feet. Sometimes it does depend on the structures, the walls and whatnot that you are transmitting through. But I would encourage you guys, I don't know if you're considering as teachers going out with your students and throwing down yoga mats, or they're bringing towels and everyone's kind of spreading out, but there may be a chance for you there to utilize these pods as well in a different setting than just inside of your classroom as well. And of course, I know hands-free, so not necessarily having those students bring them out, but pre-setting it up beforehand and making sure that everything is working distance-wise from your FlexCat and Activate bases.
Yeah, from a social distancing standpoint, you might be looking to spread the size of your classroom out as much as possible. And usually those pods can go, as she mentioned, 100 to 150 feet away. Feel free to test it out when you return to school in those couple days and just see how far it can reach. But what that'll allow you to do is keep tabs with those students. You don't have to be necessarily physically next to them then. You can place that pod there and you can use the two-way communication in order to communicate with them while maintaining social distancing. Someone asked if we will be working with Nspire to just make sure that everything is set up correctly, and we'll be pushing information to them on how to integrate with Zoom, how to make sure the adapter is working, and some of the details tied to both physical and virtual. As we prepare for school and heading into the school year, we'll be supporting in that way. And my contact information and Missy's contact information I have at the end of this, so you'll be able to reference that as well. Let me get back to share mode and keep the questions coming. Really good questions that everybody's asking. Thank you for the engagement tied to that. Number two, you can connect with a specific student while maintaining social distancing. Maybe there's a student that you just need a little bit more tabs with. You need to be, in the past, you might have gone to them individually and just kind of whispered something to them to just reinforce maybe behavior, to reinforce something. But because of social distancing, you may not be able to do that as well. And it may be a little bit more difficult to have that one-on-one rapport with them. So you might actually place a pod with a specific student in some cases, or at a particular time, and use that as a tool to just, maybe select pod number 2 real quickly and say, hey, Johnny, just remember what we talked about at the beginning of the day. Or, hey, Johnny, I'm okay if you want to go and just read on your own for a moment right now. Something like that, just to be able to reinforce some of the things that you're working with an individual student, and you can, do that while maintaining social distancing. Number 3 is obviously use it as a share microphone to be able to amplify your students, to give your students a voice in the classroom. Also, that'll be even particularly important to be able to use it as that when you have students that are virtual as well. Because I can tell you from personal experience, I had a presentation last week for a school district in Arkansas, and without them having, they were in a large conference room, and I was not able to hear. I was able to hear the presenter because they were using our microphone to be able to amplify out, but I was not able to hear those individuals that were remote if they didn't have a microphone with them. So using those pods as a share out and to be able to have a student that's in the classroom be heard by those that are remote is going to be really valuable. All right, I wanted to, here is your link for credit in getting the most of your Lightspeed system. So the bit.ly is down below. You can see it's 3JWNZBV. So write that down, or plug that into your computer so that you can get credit for this training session. I'll leave it up here for just a second so that everybody can get that down.
And we also got another question in the chat box.
Sure.
Will Lightspeed Activate also work with Cisco WebEx for dual credit students?
Yes, what we are doing by connecting our Lightspeed hardware with your computer is it will actually be able to work with any web conferencing tools. We're basically overriding the microphone from your computer or device and also overriding the speaker that comes out of it so that all of the communication from the microphone is coming from the teacher mic or from the student's mic, and all of the sound from the computer is then being amplified to the Top Cat speaker in the classroom. So that's true whether it's from Zoom or another tool. Like I mentioned with Zoom, sometimes you do have to take a look at your audio settings, both on your computer as well as on the particular tool that you're using, and make sure that it's set to the Lightspeed system. Sometimes that's through like a USB connection that the adapter is going through. So you have to make sure that that is selected. But if it is, it doesn't matter whether it's WebEx or whether it's Zoom or another. I know we're working with a lot of districts around the country right now that are using different screen capture and recording capture software. And it plays nicely with all of those to be able to utilize them.
Hey, Tony, can I interject just for a moment?
Yes.
So for those of you that are wondering about this attendance that Tony has placed up on the screen, this is for you to capture right now. Please don't go jumping off and then try to come back in. You can if that's what you choose, but I don't think the forums are open just yet. They usually come online about 10 minutes when the session will end. So this information is for you to just record, and then in about 10 minutes when we're all done, you can go pop over to this bit.ly and get credit for this class. We're embedding it as part of the presentation for accountability to ensure that our audience are participating. So that's why this is not presented at the beginning or the end. So go ahead and just record this, take a screenshot, take a picture with your phone, and then just come back with us. And then also there is a link in the chat as well. So you can scroll back up to that link and click on it like if you missed taking a picture. So that's fine as well. So thank you, Tony. I'm going to let you get back at it.
Great, thank you. Just a few basic things at the end, some basic troubleshooting and maintenance. If you have a system that looks like the one on the top there, that's the FlexCat system, and below that is the Activate system. Just a few things just in terms of microphone maintenance. You want to make sure that every night your microphone is getting charged, so place it in that cradle charger. You want to make sure that when you do that, that it has a good connection and you see the light come on to make sure that it's connected, and that'll show that it's charging. And if it is, you're good to go, and you can just leave it there all night and it should be fully charged by the next day. You should get about 8 to 10 hours of battery life on it. And one thing to keep in mind is if you fully charged it the night before and it dies on you at some point during the next day, it's a good thing to just realize that chances are you need a new battery in it. It's a rechargeable battery. Those batteries usually are lasting on average 2 to 3 years. But if you've had your system for that long, chances are it may need a new battery if you're not getting it for the full life. So coordinate with your tech team and make sure that you're getting a new battery in there. Pod maintenance.
Oh, pardon. Yeah. There is a question that just popped up as well. How is the reverb when the students are connected remotely?
Good question. You shouldn't be receiving any reverb because everything is going in and out through our system. So the challenge that you could have with reverb or feedback is if someone within the classroom is actually connected to you virtually. If they have their sound on and from their device and they're being amplified within that same space, then I would encourage you not to do it that way, simply because audio is a challenge. I've been in a number of conferences the last 2 or 3 months, and actually Missy and I were at a conference together, I guess it was last month, and that was a major issue because we were social distancing. We were physically there, but we were social distancing, and everybody was trying to get onto the same Zoom, and it created major issues because everybody's audio was looping through and causing major feedbacks. So I would encourage you as much as possible to limit the Zoom within that classroom space to that teachers Zoom and have those students that are physical just be present as opposed to connected via the Zoom, because if you have a lot of Zooms in the same space, that's going to create some of those audio challenges. Pod maintenance, just one thing to keep in mind, each of the pods are paired specifically to that classroom. There is a little code. For me, the back of my microphone says 14-SD, and that is the code that ties it in with that particular one. And you want to make sure that your microphone number as well as your pod numbers match. If you are in a school and all of these are in the same space, that means that a pod from one classroom is not going to work with another classroom's. It's paired within that single classroom. So if you are not getting connection with your FlexCat pods, that's probably the first thing to check, is to make sure that your pod numbers match each other, and they also match the microphone and they match the system. So that's the way to check that. And additionally, pod maintenance as well, very similar to the microphone. You just put it in the cradle charger and it charges overnight. You know, make sure that those are put in at the end of the day in order to get a full charge for the next day. A number of people across the country have asked us just in terms of cleaning guidelines, and we would just refer to you for the cleaning guidelines that the district's providing you for your within your classroom, and just seek to follow that in terms of keeping things as clean as possible, especially during this time. A general rule for us that we're telling people is you can use wipes. You know, we encourage a 70% or higher alcohol content tied to those wipes, and just seek to make sure that they're not overly saturated with liquid. Keep them as just damp as possible when you're wiping down any of the equipment. And if you do that, everything should be fine. All right, just to have a couple minutes left here, and we'll see if there's any questions. If you do have any questions remaining, don't hesitate to put them in the chat. But I want to just talk through the return to school scenarios and kind of a visual of how you'll be able to integrate both physically and virtually. So this is just using the microphone by itself for amplification with wearing a mask. You know, you can see the example here of the teacher right here in the classroom. They have a mask on, and you can see the microphone right there at about collarbone level so that they can be heard. This scenario right here really just kind of highlights that hybrid classroom where you have live video conferencing happening, two-way audio with remote learners as well as the teacher physically in the classroom. So in this setting, actually have a media connector that's hooked up to the interactive display, but that media connector can be connected to the interactive display, or it can be connected directly to the computer as well. So regardless of which one it is, what we're doing is we have an adapter that provides audio in and audio out from that computer, and it's then allowing the teacher to be wearing the microphone, and the teacher can be anywhere in the classroom, and their audio is not only going to be amplified through the TopCat speaker, it's also going to be going into the computer and virtually to all students. So no matter how far away you are from your computer, you can know that the students that are virtual are hearing you clearly. Additionally, what it's doing is taking all of those students that are virtual, and it's then amplifying their voice into the TopCat speaker in the classroom. So from a classroom management perspective, you're definitely going to want to make sure that you let those students know that are virtual that they need to stay on mute unless they need to speak or share, because you're going to be getting in all of that background noise too. So whatever's coming through their audio would be going through that speaker. And you know, you can control that a little bit by Zoom as well, obviously by muting and unmuting specific people if you want to do that yourself. And additionally, then this is where those pods can come into play. So, you know, if you have the pod somewhere with a couple students or with a specific student, that pod can be used so that that student's voice is not only being amplified through the TopCat, but also to those students that are virtual as well. So this kind of gives you the visual of how all of that is connecting together.
And we do have another question that just popped up as well from Justin. Do you have any recommendations for PE teachers in large gymnasiums, but they want to use their Lightspeed system? We don't have a FlexCat in the ceiling, but rather a separate speaker. Oh, that's
Okay.
the conclusion of it, sorry.
Yep. We do, Justin, I would encourage you, if you have a specific scenario, we do have a couple solutions that can tie in to an existing speaker system. Sometimes it depends upon whether that speaker has an amplifier built into it. It can allow you to get a FlexCat microphone and to amp with what we call our access link that hooks into an existing amplifier. It can be amplified within a gymnasium. So we do have some options that way and ways to be able to tie that in. We would probably want to be able to connect with you and just look at the space and see how we might be able to help in those scenarios. So don't hesitate. In fact, I'll go ahead and go to the next slide. Want to thank everybody for their time. That's my email address. Don't hesitate to reach out to me. Missy's email address is there as well. If you want to take a quick picture of that, feel free to email me if there's any questions that come up in the future. I'm sure as you're returning to school, there's going to be a lot of questions that you're thinking through, and maybe some questions you don't have right now, but you will once you get back into your classroom and are thinking about how to use your Lightspeed system. So feel free to reach out to me, and I will seek to help you in any way possible. And with that, hopefully we were able to answer most of the questions that came through. Really enjoyed the time that we had with everybody. Look forward to seeing how the start of the school year starts and supporting you in your classrooms.
And thank you, both of you, for being here with us today. For those of you, hold on, let me stop the screen share.
Yes.
All right. Well, thank you both of you for coming here today. It was a pleasure having you, and I hope to see you guys again. I noticed we have more questions in the chat. So for the ones that our district can answer and the ones that we can, we'll put in the chat and answer for you right in just a moment. But for the ones that we can't, we'll pass on to you, Tony, and then we'll go ahead and see what we can do about getting the information out to our staff. But thank you everybody for being here today. If you have not submitted your attendance verification, please go ahead and do that right now. If you didn't get the bit.ly, it is in the chat. If you scroll up, it'll be up in there for those of you that attended the session. If you took a screenshot, now would be a great time to go in there. We have a few minutes before the next session, so don't worry about having to pop right back in here right away. If you're putting your form in, go ahead and make sure your form is submitted. You will get an email that says this is what you submitted. That is your confirmation. Keep in mind that we have approximately 5,000 to 6,000 people entering in those forms. So your verification may not come in right away. So keep that screenshot that you took as evidence just in case that email doesn't come in because of the backlog. So that will be your evidence that you have attended. When we submit, or when you submit the form, we'll get that in, and then we will be able to give you the credit within the next few days. Keep in mind that this is a huge conference today and that it will take a little bit of time to get that information into you for your credit when you look online. And for those of you joining out of district, you can look for the email that gives you that credit, because that will come separately because you're outside of the district. So again, we're going to take a break. I'm going to run a commercial, and that will allow us a few minutes for you to be putting in your information for the next session, which is coming up in approximately 5 minutes. And thank you again. All right. Okay, we're coming through. We're on.
All right. Thank you, Cameron.
Thank you.
professional development credit for attending these live sessions, you must complete an attendance verification form during each session. The presenter will show a slide with a unique link to that particular session. When that link is shown, make sure you take a picture or write down that link. And shortly after the session completes, make sure that you fill out that attendance verification form. These forms will be time-stamped, and the form will only be open for a certain amount of time. So make sure that you don't delay in completing that form. We will only be able to issue professional development credit for those that fill out the form during the allotted time. We are so glad that you have decided to spend your day with us today. And on behalf of the entire Cypress Fairbanks ISD EdTech team, thank you, and we hope you enjoy your day.
Welcome back for our next session. I'm so glad to have you back. Our next session is going to take a tool that many of you are familiar with and allowing you to use it in a way that some of you aren't aware of. There's some hidden treasures. So if you haven't explored PowerPoint recently, this is going to be the session for you. It could very well be a game changer in your classroom. So I'd like to welcome Shavonne Smith, who is going to be presenting with us in just a moment on using PowerPoint to do screen recordings, among other things. Now, please note that each session will have attendance verification. That is not done in the end, nor is it done in the beginning. That information is shared in the middle. But we're asking you to take a picture of this information or jot down the link. And the reason for that is we want you to stay for the whole session, but we also want to share that information in the middle of the session to help with accountability with people attending our sessions. So please keep that in mind. Just take a quick screenshot, save it to the end, and submit your forms in between our sessions. So this session will end at 10:50. So at 10:50, feel free to head back out and click on those links that we put in the chat for you so that you can get your attendance for your second session. So welcome. And Shavonne, thank you for coming here today.
Thank you all for having me. I am super excited to be here and really excited to start showing you all what you can do with PowerPoint. So hello, everyone.
Hello, and thank you for coming.
Definitely.
All right, I'm going to let you have at it. It's all yours.
Well, welcome, welcome, and welcome again. I have been kind of jumping in little by little and looking at presentations and seeing other individuals, and I am learning so much today. I can just say that, like, I am actually walking away from this with a lot of information and things I didn't even think about doing. So hopefully by the time you leave this session today, you'll kind of have the same feeling. And the great thing is PowerPoint is something we're familiar with. In the time we're in now, a lot of what we're asking are big lifts. A lot of what we're saying is we're changing the way things have been done, and here's something brand new. The great thing about PowerPoint is it's something we're comfortable with. So it's just taking a base level and then just pushing it up a little bit. Just to give you a little bit of background about me, I am a Microsoft and Education Learning Consultant. Name is Shavonne Smith. And if you are one of those social media individuals that understands the power of Twitter as far as PLCs and learning and engagements and just connecting with other educators from around the world with great information, please feel free to follow me on Twitter at Smith Educates. And you can also find my email, shavonne.smith@usmie.com. And I'm on LinkedIn as well. Just to give a little bit more information about who I am, introduce myself to you, and please feel free to use the chat and introduce yourself to me. Let me know what you teach, what area you're in, what your passions are. A little bit about me, I am a 4th generation educator. So everything that I'm coming to you with today are things that I have seen in practice, things that I have tried myself. By 4th generation, my great-grandmother was a teacher. My grandmother was a teacher. My mom was a teacher and a principal. And I, of course, went to college to be anything but a teacher. but still ended up as a teacher and then worked my way up, ended up a principal, and then continued to work my way up through the district. So that's just a little bit of my background. Everything I'm telling you today are things that I've done. And to put you all a little bit at ease, everything I'm telling you today are things that I still work with my mother, who's a retired principal, but is kind of coming back into the classroom. She is 76 years old, and we still have her doing these things. So if you're ever like, I don't feel comfortable, I don't know if I'm ready for it, sit back, relax. By the time you leave this session today, you'll feel good about it and you'll feel comfortable. So I'm going to kind of switch the screen that I'm sharing right now because I am sharing a PowerPoint, but because the work that we're going to be doing is going to be in PowerPoint, I'm going to jump out a little bit and then we're going to go in and actually do the work. So it'll be just 1 second. We're going to switch to here. And now you all should be able to see my entire screen. I'm going to exit out of this presentation and just bring up a random PowerPoint. And let's take the circulatory system. This is kind of a basic lesson that a teacher puts together, thinking about how they want to present it to their class. This is the desktop version of PowerPoint, so it's the one we always have on our device. If you did not know that PowerPoint recording was an option in PowerPoint, let's just help you locate it, number one, because the first time you come in, you may not be seeing this. Step number one, we're going to navigate to the top of our PowerPoint screen. When you're in the top of your PowerPoint screen, you'll see what looks like a little drop-down caret, and it says customize your quick access toolbar. When we open this, we're going to go all the way down to the bottom, and we want to go to more commands. Just PowerPoint in general, Word, Excel, any of your Microsoft Office tools. This is a great thing to do when you're first getting into them and you see that somebody else that you work with may have features you don't have. Kind of just dig into here and explore. Once I've got that drop down open, I can see I have some options for add-ins, quick access toolbar. I want to customize my ribbon. And when I look to customize my ribbon, I'll see that there's some tabs that are available to me. Did you know that there actually is a whole recording tab in PowerPoint? This is something I did not know for quite some time, but since I've added it, it's been a game changer for the way that I think about doing my lessons, for the features that are available to me, and just being able to easily find things within this PowerPoint space. So I'm going to go ahead and make sure that that recording tab has a little check mark next to it because I want to really show those features to you today. That's where we're going to spend a lot of our time. So just making sure that recording is checked, click OK. And if you didn't have it before, now you see that you have a recording tab going across the top in PowerPoint. When you click into that recording tab, you now have the ability to record your slideshow, forms, screenshots, screen recording, video, audio, saving it as a show, exporting it to video. And if you're an Office 365 user, that ability to publish to stream. So I just wanted to get kind of the fundamental navigation down before we start digging in and really thinking about how we would want to use PowerPoint Recorder. What can it do for us? What's the purpose? Why is it there? And why does this person that's on the other end of this call sound super excited about it? We got this here. I'm thinking about a lot of the instruction that I do. So I told you I was a teacher. A little bit more background on me is I primarily worked with alternative education. So I had 16 to 20-year-olds in inner city settings, and attendance was an issue. That's how I started. I ended up in some rural areas. Attendance was still an issue. So not only is this something I'm thinking about during this remote learning time, but just day to day, how can I make sure that students have access to lessons that I'm preparing just in case they don't make it to class, just in case somebody's hospitalized and homebound, just in case somebody's on a long-term absence? What can I do as an instructor to ensure that they are still getting what they need? That's when PowerPoint Recorder comes into play. And just as an FYI, I do have my phone open, so I'm kind of looking at the chat questions if you ever see me look down. But moderator, please feel free to jump in at any time and just ask any questions that may be popping up. So now that I've got this here, I'm thinking about what I want to do with it. I'm going to say, I just need to record a basic lesson. What's my first step? For me, I can take a PowerPoint that I already have prepared. So this is something that's done, my circulatory system. It's just a couple of slides, and I kept it short because I don't want to use all of our time just demoing this one. But now I have to think about, how do I want this recording to go out to my students? I can choose to have it go out as a slideshow, but what you also get in PowerPoint is the screen recording feature. So how many of us are thinking about putting our lessons online or sharing them out, but we need to record our entire screen and not just one presentation? So those are my first two choices: slideshow, screen recording. So let's look at some of the benefits of both. And we'll start with slideshow, which is the one most of us think about. When I go to record a slideshow, I can choose to start from the current slide or record from the beginning. Best practice, I'm going to start at the beginning. Once I choose to record my slideshow from the beginning, it's going to take me into this recording space. Now, if you could see, it's telling me that I won't be able to use my camera during this recording because I'm using it on the call that I'm on with you now. But just know that when you're using PowerPoint Recorder, you do have an option to have your camera turned on, and it will insert your face kind of down in that bottom right-hand corner. So there's still that physical connection of the student seeing your mouth move, being able to see your expressions. As you can tell, you can probably see my hands just kind of moving. I am that person that talks with their hands all the time. So even when I'm not face-to-face with my students in person, I still want to be able to engage with them. I still want them to have the Miss Smith that they're used to when we are face-to-face. So having that camera turned on allows them to still see me. I don't have a big setup behind me, but when I was still doing my classes and I needed to do this, I would have a whiteboard behind me. I would be getting up, moving around. All of that would still be recorded as part of my presentation. So backdrop can matter. It's totally up to you if you want to use just your basic, whatever your home is set up with, or if you want to set something up behind you that's specific to your classroom. As an FYI, as of right now, custom backdrops, generated backdrops are not available within PowerPoint screen recording. So it's pretty much you choosing what it is going on behind you and what they see. You could have your camera turned off, or you could face it to your rear camera. So I'm using a Surface device. I could have my rear camera. So if I had something set up on the other side, I could record that as well. So now that I'm in this space and I'm ready to start recording, you'll see down towards the bottom, I have inking options. So I have my handy dandy, because I am on a touch screen device, my handy dandy stylus here. So as I'm going through, I can be inking, I can write, I can take notes, I can jot. If I have any math teachers out there, you could do this with basic blank slides and work through problems and show the work so the students can follow along. So now that we've got that basic, when you're ready to start, record is always up here in your upper left corner. If you have notes for your presentation, you do have access to any notes that you have on your PowerPoint. You can make the font larger or smaller. So we're just going to go through some basics. I'm going to start recording now. It gives me a little countdown to prepare myself. And now I can see how long my PowerPoint is based off of this timer that's going on at the bottom. So right now on slide 1 of 7, I've taken 11 seconds. One of the things I had to learn was I'm used to kind of clicking through as I'm talking. There is a pause when you change from slide to slide whenever you're recording. So think about this. If I'm doing circulatory system, I may take a 2-second pause while I click to the next slide, and then I'll pick up from there because it is breaking this recording up slide by slide. So what I don't want to do is be talking while I'm going slide to slide because it's going to be cutting me off. So I just kind of want to make sure I'm taking my time. Those inking features, I can ink directly on my screen while my recording is going on. It is picking up all of this, so the student will be able to see my face, they'll be able to see my inking, and they're able to see my lesson. I could have videos embedded into this lesson. And right now you can see that I do have notes for this slide. So when I'm on this slide, I'm considering talking about the cardiovascular system and the lymphatic system, helping me not have to remember a full 45-minute lesson while I'm sitting there recording and trying to make sure I'm inking and making sure what the students are seeing on camera is the best image for them. So I can keep going on through. Like I said, this one is an embedded video. If I had this one fully embedded, it could play directly here. I would let it play out for however long that was. That would be included in the recording. If there was an assessment, I could use different assessment tools. We have a session on forms coming up later today. And once I'm happy with it, I'm just going through my entire presentation. Now that I'm done and I look at it, I can see that there are audio recordings. If my face was showing, it would show a little image of my face. But since my camera, again, is being used for you, you can see what looks like a megaphone and it's just kind of hollering. And that's how I know what can be heard on each slide. So before I even send it out, I can hover over. Happy with it, I'm just going and check what's being heard on each slide. I showed this for the cardiovascular system. Thinking about this, one of my favorite things getting on social media lately has been seeing principals and teachers and parents reading out to students. It's sharing story time with students, from our youngest ones until some of our older ones. This is a great way to engage by reading a story with your voice, but being able to share it out so it's accessible whenever they need it. All these ideas. So I do have a question. I want to get you all active and engaged. Again, I'm looking at my phone right here. If you all can drop down into this chat and just brainstorm for 30 seconds on some ways that you would want to use this, or some ways that are coming to mind that you could use, either having your video recorded or have audio recordings. And I'm going to play the Jeopardy theme song in my head, and you've got 20 seconds left. And 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, time is up. So you've shared these, you're looking at this chat. They're not just for me, but one of the things I love about being an educator is how much I learn from other educators. So just pulling ideas that you're seeing showing up there, read through at your own leisure, go back and look, and take some of these ideas for yourself, because we can always grow. So now that I've got some ideas of how I can use it, let's now, with these recordings done, look into this options bar, because there's more than just record slideshow here. You see forms. Again, we have a full session on forms coming up, but just to give you an idea of what this does when I'm recording a lesson, at about this point, I need to do an assessment. I can click on Microsoft Forms, and it will open up forms on this right-hand side, and it will let me choose from forms that I've created previously. So I could have my exam already. Insert. And you see it takes a couple of seconds to load. Now this assessment is embedded directly into this PowerPoint presentation that I've recorded. So we're still using screen recording. We've been able to deliver information. Now we need to do a little formative assessment check, see where our students stand. And again, another plug, next session is forms and formative assessment. So I'm just plugging myself. I can put in screenshots from here. We're gonna come back and show screen recording, but now that we've got all of this recorded, let's think about how I want to share this out. How is this going to go to my student? I have 3 options here for sharing this information. I can choose to save it as a show. I can choose to export it to video, Or again, if I'm an Office 365 user, I can publish it to Microsoft Stream. If you've never heard of Microsoft Stream, it's kind of like an internal YouTube channel within your district. So that's when you need your information to stay locked down, and it's only for certain identified individuals. Let's start with exporting. Let's start with saving it to a show. Saving it to a show is probably going to be the one that we use the most. When I say I want to save it as a show, I want it to be that when a student clicks on a link, they don't have to worry about seeing content. They don't have to see notes. It literally just takes them right into my lesson. I'll notice it's titled PowerPoint Show, and I'll call this one Circulatory Lesson System 2. And we're going to go ahead and save this. And because I want to be able to find it quickly, I'm actually going to put it in a folder just for today and save. So now I've got this saved. We're good to go. Let's go back and see what a PowerPoint show looks like and what's the difference between a PowerPoint show versus a recording. So I'm going to minimize this, and I'm going to hope that my desktop is relatively clean and clear. Well, that's a good day for me. So we got CFISD, and then we're going to find one of the PowerPoint shows. And you can tell a PowerPoint show versus a regular PowerPoint just because the icon is different. So we can see we have our circulatory lesson 2, and we have something called Penny Demo, and we're going to come back and look at that one. So let's just look at that lesson 2 that we recorded. And now I can see how long my PowerPoint is based off of this timer that's going on at the bottom. So right now on slide 1 of 7, I've taken 11 seconds. One of the things I had to learn was I'm used to kind of, and the student, while I click to the next slide, and then I'll pick up from there, because it is breaking this recording up slide by slide. So what I don't want to do is be talking while I'm going the slide, because it's going to be cutting me off. So I just kind of want to make sure I'm taking my time. Okay. So what I hope you heard there was when I was talking about going slide to slide and talking, you noticed that break that it gave, and it kind of cut out a couple seconds of what I was saying because I was transitioning slide to slide while talking, instead of waiting until I was done talking to go on to the next slide. But again, that's a PowerPoint show. It didn't open up in PowerPoint. It didn't give them options to change anything. It's literally like a video delivery lesson for my students. And I do want to show just that assessment piece really quickly. And now I can the slide, so I can put it in the recording. If there was an assessment, I could use different assessment tools. We have a session on forms coming up later today. And once I'm happy with it, I'm just going. Okay, and let me actually go back and enable my assessment to show. So there is a step that students will have to do, and that's enabling external in order to show during their PowerPoint show. And that would be what I needed to do in order to have the assessment show. But you can embed assessments directly into a PowerPoint show. That's the benefit of show. When we do it as a video, it's not an assessment that the students can complete. They can see it. You as the instructor can go over it and go through it, but they won't be able to complete it. As a PowerPoint show, if they're signed into their Office 365 and you have a Microsoft form, they're actually able to complete that assessment as part of their PowerPoint show. One other show that I want to show you, overuse the word show, is something that we did with another district, and it's just showing animations in PowerPoint. So you'll notice if I'm the instructor, and this is a recording I did right before this session, just to kind of give it as a demo because I didn't want to take up too much time. This is the do now. So it gives the instructions. Me as the teacher would be reading these out. And you'll notice, here's the question.
So we have got a quick lesson here that we are going to work our way through. So you'll notice there's some cool animations that are put into this recording.
And it's definitely because we just want to keep things as engaging for the student. And just as an FYI, you'll notice that's what it looks like when you do have your camera turned on. So I'm up here talking, but from my recording earlier, I was able to have my face shown in the video while I was talking with my students. So you do have that camera option. These animations that are showing, super duper easy to put into PowerPoint. They don't even have to be used just for a PowerPoint show. These are just things you can put in every PowerPoint. If I'm going to be working with my students one-to-one, I can still put in animations. And that is another one of those tabs that you have in PowerPoint. Animations allows me to choose content. So let's say I wanted to make this look cool because they need Ms. Smith to make their things cool. And I want all of these words from contents to kind of fly in or bounce in or swivel in. I would simply choose the content and I'll say I want this one to fly. I can say check-in question. I want that one to come in like a wheel. I would say cardiovascular system. I want this to come in on a bounce. And now when I record this lesson, this is what the students see. Again, just trying to make things as engaging, as interactive, as upbeat, and as fun as possible, because I realize we're not always going to be face-to-face while we're using these lessons, and it can get semi-boring, and I don't want it to do that. So making sure that when you are doing your recorded lessons in PowerPoint, that you are using your animations, that you're making sure that your content is interesting and engaging, that you have your camera turned on, making this the best recording that you can have. The other option when you have a recording outside of show is export to video. Sometimes I wanted to just play through like a regular MP4. I don't want it to be a slideshow. I don't want it to be in slide by slide format. I do have the option to export these as videos. So when it's exported as a video, I can choose my quality, Ultra HD, 4K, Standard, HD, Full. And when I say I want to create it, and just for space purposes, I'm going to make this one a small video, create my video. I can choose where I want it to save. I'm going to save it as an MP4. And now that content is there. And it's asking me, what do I want to do? Do I want it to include all of the content in this presentation? So that is something that I want. If you have a PowerPoint within a PowerPoint, so if you want to go Inception and you have a PowerPoint embedded within a PowerPoint, if you have a video within your PowerPoint, you do want to make sure that you enable it, that recording will be a part of your PowerPoint recording. When you do this, you get an MP4. So here we have a PowerPoint show. Here we have an MP4 Microsoft Stream. It will upload it directly into Microsoft Stream. So those are my three options when I've done a slideshow. Other option, and this is actually what I use more often within that same recording tab of PowerPoint, is the ability to do screen recording. Everything I want to show my students may not be in a PowerPoint presentation. I may need to open up a website. I may need to open up a Word document. I may need to show them something else on screen. Screen recording, not just slideshow recording, but screen recording is available in PowerPoint. So when I choose screen recording in PowerPoint, it's going to minimize PowerPoint because it's assuming that's not what I want to record, but I could always reopen it. I can choose the area of screen that I want to record, entire screens or just a portion. I can choose if I want my pointer to show, if I wanted to record that, and I can choose if I wanted to record audio. Because I am on a call with you using my audio, I'm going to turn audio off for this one. And now I can choose to record. Gives me a couple seconds to prep. Now, everything that I'm recording, everything that I'm doing on my screen is being included. So if I wanted to do a PowerPoint and I knew I was going to be using PowerPoint and web and Word, instead of doing a slideshow, I would probably record my screen. Just a little bit of a pro tip. if you know that you're going to want to record multiple things, instead of recording a PowerPoint slideshow, do a screen recording. That way, I can open up PowerPoint. Since it's recording everything that's on my screen, it's capturing all of this, and then I'll pick up from there. While it's capturing that, I can open up a website. If there's something I want to show here, I can go into Forms. I can go into Tween Tribune. I can go wherever I need to go. It helps if I spell Tween Tribune correctly. This way, everything that's happening on my screen is being recorded. Walkthrough tutorials. This is a great way to walk individuals step by step through what's necessary for them to do. One thing to remember with screen recordings, right now my camera's on, it's on you. So this one will have my face included because it's including my entire screen, but there's not an option within screen recording to have your face showing. So this is more if you don't need to have your face, your image, your likeness on screen, but you do want to record content. You want to record walkthroughs. You want to record websites. You want to go between websites and PowerPoints. Then you may want to open up a Word document. So you can open up the Word document from here, and it's recording all of this. When you're done, when you're happy with your screen recording, you can stop it, or you can pause it and pick it back up later. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to stop my screen recording. First question is, where did it go? It went into PowerPoint. So I'm going to open up that PowerPoint presentation, and that screen recording is living right here on a slide. And remember, I did have my mic turned off because I'm using my mic with you. So you can't hear it, but you can see this is that full screen recording that we just did. And it's embedded as a video right within this PowerPoint presentation. There may be a time I don't want to share it out as a PowerPoint. You can always just hover over a screen recording, right mouse click, and this is where you can choose if you want to just download that video, save media as. So I can save it as an MP4. Again, if I don't need it to be part of the PowerPoint presentation. I could leave it in the PowerPoint presentation. And if I record this as a show, just let that video play. Right mouse clicking again. I do have some basic formatting options for this video. At the end of the video, you could see where my cursor kind of went up to the top to stop the video. That may not be something that I want to show. I don't like that part of my video. So right about here, where you can see me stopping the video. I don't like that. I want that part cut off, or there may be something in the beginning that I want cut off. Right mouse click on that video. I can go to trim, and directly within PowerPoint, without having to take it outside of the PowerPoint space, I have that ability to trim my video down. There we go. Video is trimmed. That piece is no longer a part of the video. All of this, we're still staying within PowerPoint. So we're not using other applications. We haven't had to download anything else. We are still in place. I can change the shape of my video. I can put borders on my video. So let's say we like that one. We can switch it. I can resize my video if I'm going to keep it in the PowerPoint. And let's say I want it to be part of this slide, but right now it's taking over the entire slide. I'm going to make it small enough that it can just kind of fit in next to my content. And you have video effects. If I want there to be a glow around it, if I want there to be a rotation, which just makes your PowerPoints look a little bit cooler. So you have all of these features built in directly to PowerPoint. So at this part, we're going to stop for a second. We are going to make sure that everyone is recognized for being here. And the way that we're going to do that is we want to share out your code just really quickly, making sure you take a very quick screen capture that you have this information. And then once you get this, we are going to come back and show 2 more things, but I wanted to make sure that we got this out and we did not miss it as we get closer to time. And Tamara, I see that you were on screen. Anything to share? Questions, comments, feedback? What's been going on with your end?
Thank you, Shavonne. So I wanted to address the image that you see on your screen right now. This is your attendance verification for this session. Please be aware that we don't want you to go pop off right now. We just want you to take that information and copy the link in the chat and put it somewhere else, or take a screenshot. I do recommend a screenshot, and the reason for that is this. Keep in mind, we have over 6,000 people hitting these forms. And what that means is there might be a little bit of delay. Once you submit your form, you will get that information back to you, and you will see that you have submitted the form. But that delay could be up to an hour, which is why we want you to keep the screenshot as evidence in addition to that email that you will get. So don't pop off just yet. We'll give you 10 minutes it is 10:34 right now. At 10:50 is when you'll be able to go into those forms and be able to submit your attendance. So just hang on to this information. And Shavonne, we do have some questions that I posted for you in the chat. And as the questions that we can't answer in the chat pop up, because we're going to do our best that we can, but the questions that we can't answer, we'll put in the chat for you.
Perfect. So I am going to go ahead. Thank you so much. I am going to go ahead and kind of take a look at the chat right now. Hopefully everyone got that screen capture. I will share it out a little bit later if it's necessary, but I am going to take a pause for the cause for a moment before we get into really sharing this information out. Because now you've made your video, you've got your class recorded, you've put in your assessment, you've recorded it as a PowerPoint show, or you've recorded it as an MP4. But what's next? How do you get that to your students? That's going to be one of the most important questions I think we're going to come up against. And that's what we're going to answer as soon as I check the chat space. And my chat is not opening. Where did it go? Okay, so let's see.
Did you find the chat?
I did. I've got it now.
Yay.
So there's a question on, let's start at the first one. Is there still an option to record or add captioning and translate them into different languages? Definitely. So within PowerPoint, and I'm on my desktop version of PowerPoint again, I'm just gonna, you'll see we have some different tabs going across the top, and let me minimize it and put it in a place that we're not showing. We're going to go into slideshow. So when I'm looking at my tabs, file, home, insert, we're going to go into my slideshow tab. And from my slideshow tab, you'll see that there's an option to start subtitles, and there's even an option to translate slides. If I choose start subtitles, and this is part of PowerPoint, what will happen is it's going to ask me what language will I be speaking. It's going to ask me what language I wanted to display my subtitles in. So for this one, let's just pick a language. We'll go with Spanish. Well, let's go with Swedish. I've never tried Swedish. Let's be creative today. If I wanted it to read through my PowerPoint presentation beforehand, I could say I wanted to customize speech recognition. That way it would take some time. It will go through all my slides, look at any text that I have in my slides, and then make sure that the voice recognition and speak recognition are tying in with what the words are in the slides. And then I'm going to choose start subtitles. When you choose to start subtitles, a new screen is going to pop up. This is what you would want to show. 2 things happen with this screen. You'll see that there's a QR code. You'll see that right now going across the top of my screen, everything that I'm saying is being translated into Swedish because that's the language that I chose. But this QR code right here and this translate.it link here, it's not always going to be just one language. I may be doing a parent conference. I may be doing an open house. I may be working with students, and there could be 3 or 4 different languages that are being spoken in that classroom that need to be able to follow along with any content or any words. Scanning of that QR code, individuals will be able to pick the language that they want to see the captions generated in. So this is ideal if you're in a classroom setting and you have different students there. They can scan that QR code if they have a cell phone, but if they don't have a cell phone and they're just using the web, they can always go to that translate.it link, and from there, they're able to choose what language they want. If I'm doing this remote, I'm probably going to pick the language that the majority of the individuals that I'm reaching speak, and that's the language I'll have showing on the screen. And that way, as I go through my PowerPoint presentation, it will always show up as part of my screen. So if I'm recording my screen, this is what they'll see. They'll be able to see me walking through it. They'll hear me speaking in English, but they'll be able to read it in the language that's appropriate for them. So yes, the language features are still available within PowerPoint. So I'm going to stop my captions, and there we go. So that was the first question. Second question was, is there a pause in recording in between animations, or is it just in between slides? So it's in between slides, not in between animations. And it's just a couple of seconds from it to jump from one to the other. You can embed Google Forms within a PowerPoint presentation. Microsoft Forms is just the one that's baked into it as an option. So whenever you're in PowerPoint, you'll see that there's an option for forms, and it's always going to be Microsoft Forms. If you have an embed code, you can definitely embed a Google form into your presentation as well. How can I change the language for your closed captioning? So I think we just showed that in the quick little demo. It's when you go onto your slideshow tab within PowerPoint, and when you choose to start subtitles, you will be able to choose the language that you're speaking in and choose the language that you want your subtitles to show up in. So will it open in Chromebooks, and will translate work in Chromebooks? Let's start on how we share out this presentation, because I think that will have a lot to do with how it opens. Now, if I'm doing the translation and I have that language showing on my screen, or they need to go to that link will definitely open on a Chromebook. It's just a regular website. It's actually the translate.it website. So that will open anytime you have internet access. It doesn't have to be on a PC or on a Windows device. Translate.it opens anything you have internet. Does not have to be Windows. It can definitely be a Chromebook. When I'm sharing it out, if I share it out as a show, that opens on any device. If I share it out as a recording, that's a regular MP4, that will open on any device. But thinking specifically about Sci-Fair and knowing that you all use Schoology, I wanted to talk about a couple of options to even put this information into Schoology to make it accessible to students. So I have Schoology open. I have a class up. So this is just Miss Smith's English 2 class. And you'll see that one of my recordings, the one with the pennies and the animations, I have it as a video within my Schoology. That means that anytime a student has access to Schoology, they have access to this video. How did I get this video here? A couple of ways to do that. If I have it as an MP4, so I'm just going to say I recorded this whole presentation. I was in recording and I chose to export to video. I chose the video way. If I wanted to be standard, ultra HD, full HD, chose to create a video, made sure that it was saved somewhere on my device that I could easily find it. For me, that's going to be my Sci-Fair folder on my desktop. and I'm going to rename this one 3 so it doesn't override another one. That video is now saved. It's just on my desktop computer. I have it. Now, when I go into Schoology and I'm choosing to add materials, I can say I want to add it as either a link, I can add it as media, I can import it from resources. So there's multiple ways that I can get a video put into an assignment. And that way, students can access it from wherever. And the video plays directly within the assignment. Once it's done thinking, and it's taking its time to think today. So the video will play directly within the assignment. There we go. And all of the animations are captured in this video. All of my speaking is captured in this video. Everything that I recorded is in this video. So you can see the penny flying up.
Hi, so we have got a quick lesson here that we are going to work our way through. So you'll notice there's some cool.
Making it super duper easy accessible to my students. Again, maybe I want to share a link. I don't want to put the full video in. I'm going to go back into PowerPoint. In the top right-hand corner of PowerPoint, we have this share option. When I click on share, I'm going to say I want this to be saved somewhere that's cloud-based, because PowerPoint is Office 365. The first thing it's going to do is OneDrive. So I want this to go into my OneDrive. With OneDrive, you get a link that you can share out of any information: PowerPoint, Word documents, Excel spreadsheets. And you can choose the level of permissions that the individuals that you share it with have. So I can choose, once this is done uploading, if I want individuals to be able to edit this, if I want them to be able to view only. And with that link, and I'll go ahead and get one that I created earlier, so it doesn't take that one as long to upload. There we go. And of course, as soon as I decided to cancel it, it was done. So we're going to close out of this one. Do I want to close it? Yes. So once that's closing, we're going to cancel all of this. Please close. Close file. When I go to share, so I'll do it with this PowerPoint presentation that we have right now. I'm going to want it to go into my OneDrive. I know that there are no videos or recordings in this one, so it will not take as long. And once I get that link, I can then go back into Schoology. I can choose to add materials, and this is just an assignment that I have coming up in Schoology. And I can say now I want to add it as a link. So file, link, or external tool. This time I would choose to add it as a link, and I can just paste that link directly here. I can give it a title, which is going to be our, even though it's not the circulatory lesson, it'll be circulatory, and I'm adding it. Now, this is available to my students within Schoology. So the main goal is just to make sure that these things are easily accessible. We have the link there. We have the video there. We have the PowerPoint show here. All of this now students have access to. Of course, with that same link, I could put it in an email, but this is just an easier way to get it out. So from beginning to end, we've recorded a lesson. We've recorded our screen. We've shared it. We've trimmed it. We've made it look the way that we want it to look. And now we've got it to our students. So we've walked through capturing and sharing our lessons with PowerPoint Recorder. We even did a little bit of a bonus, and we were able to look at how we can use captions and languages in PowerPoint presentations. So one thing I want to make sure you all do know before we leave this right now, Pajama PD. You all are going to leave here today and love everything that you've seen so much that you will not be able to wait until you get on your own. You're going to dream about this and wake up at like 2 o'clock in the morning, thinking about PowerPoint Recorder and thinking about Microsoft Education and just thinking about what you can do. There is a Pajama PD resource. It is the Microsoft Educator Community. So the link to the educator community is aka.ms/educator community. This one will literally take you to a great resource for teachers by teachers of education related content, how to do PowerPoint screen recordings, how to use forms, presentation design 101, how to create a visually engaging virtual class. All of those courses are on here. There's no cost for it, completely free of charge. You would just sign in with your school email address. Because you all did sit here and listen to me today, you all are halfway to becoming a certified Microsoft Innovative Educator. So halfway to becoming a certified MIE. The way that you would do that is when you go onto this Microsoft Educator community site. So we'll jump over really quickly. education.microsoft.com. I'm going to be on this educator community site. I'm already logged in so I can see my face in the upper right-hand corner. When I click on that, there's an option to redeem an achievement code. It's going to ask you to put in a code, and we'll drop this code in the chat as well. This code is going to get you 500 points towards the 1,000 that you need to be a certified MIE. So because you all sat here and you listened to me this whole time, which I'm super proud of you all for, you all will be 500 points closer to becoming a certified MIE. And that code is TSSBCA2A20. Again, you can take your phones out. You can do a quick screenshot. TSSBCA2A20. That will get you your 500 points on the educator community. Now that everybody has their screenshot of that one, we'll put this one up one more time just so we can make sure that you all get this. And I think that we are at time, and I definitely want to be respectful of everyone's time.
Thank you, Shavonne. If you would end your screen share, then we can move on. Thank you so much for coming. We have another session coming up in approximately 10 minutes. So be sure to, hold on, do we still have a screen share? No, we're good. Okay, I'm looking at the wrong screen. I apologize. So in about 10 minutes, you're going to come back. During the middle of this session, a attendance verification was shared with you. You have to watch the session to actually get the attendance verification. So make sure that you're watching to get that information so that you can submit. So if you were here with us the entire time, you have that information already. So you can at this point hop off to go submit your attendance verification. Then I would recommend you going to, I'm going to share my screen with you so that you can see where you're off to next, because we want you to be going to the correct place. Hold on, I think I gave the wrong, yes, this is it right here. This is the website right here, bit.ly/SciFair DLC. This is where you're going to go to click on for your next session. So once you submitted your attendance verification, which you screenshotted earlier in the session, then you can take yourself back to this link and choose your next session so that you can join us again. Our next session is again going to be with PowerPoint if you wanted to stay with us in this channel in looking at inserting forms. I'm sorry, I said that wrong. It's just Microsoft Forms, but I'm sure we'll talk about how to get those into PowerPoint as well. And we also want to show you, I'm going to take you to our website. So give me just a moment to swap over to my other. Okay, so let me pop over to the site. So this is our site right here. And up here, you're going to click on Sessions. And you can find your sessions that you're looking for, and that will give you what you need to know. And this is the app that will take you to it as well. So please join us in about 10 minutes for your next session. And thank you for being with us. And we'll look forward for you being back with us in about 10 minutes.
something great that you can watch. In order to earn professional development credit for attending these live sessions, you must complete an attendance verification form during each session. The presenter will show a slide with a unique link to that particular session. When that link is shown, make sure you take a picture or write down that link. And shortly after the session completes, make sure that you fill out that attendance verification form. These forms will be time-stamped, and the form will only be open for a certain amount of time, so make sure that you don't delay in completing that form. We will only be able to issue professional development credit for those that fill out the form during the allotted time. We are so glad that you have decided to spend your day with us today. And on behalf of the entire Cypress Fairbanks ISD EdTech team, thank you, and we hope you enjoy your day. Professional development credit for attending these live sessions, you must complete an attendance verification form during each session. The presenter will show a slide with a unique link to that particular session. When that link is shown, make sure you take a picture or write down that link. And shortly after the session completes, make sure that you fill out that attendance verification form. These forms will be time-stamped, and the form will only be open for a certain amount of time, so make sure that you don't delay in completing that form. We will only be able to issue professional development credit for those that fill out the form during the allotted time. We are so glad that you have decided to spend your day with us today, and on behalf of the entire Cypress Fairbanks ISD EdTech team, thank you, and we hope you enjoy your day.
Welcome back for our next session. We have Shavonne back again with us for our next session on formative assessment with using Microsoft Forms. Now, I just wanted to remind you about the attendance verification. Please be aware that attendance verification is not something you can just click on at the beginning and the end of the sessions. It's embedded as part of each presentation, which means you have to actually watch the presentation. You'll get that information at some point in the middle of the presentation. Make sure you record that information so that you have it. And we're going to be looking at Shavonne's Google. I'm sorry, ooh, I said the wrong word. Google's great, but today it's Microsoft. We're going to be looking at Microsoft Forms. So Shavonne, welcome back.
Make sure I'm unmuted. Thank you, thank you. And you know what? Whatever works, what we're familiar with, I slip up and call things all different things all of the time as well. So we're good. I'm going to go ahead and share out my screen now. And as mentioned, we are here to talk about putting the form into formative assessments. It's cute. It's catchy. I like the title. It makes me feel good. And thank you all for coming. If you were in the last session, thank you for sticking. If you are brand new, thank you for choosing to come and learn a little bit about Microsoft Forms. Just to start off, I do want to give a little bit of background about me. I am Shavonne Smith, the Microsoft and Education Learning Consultant. I am based out of Nashville, Tennessee. If you are ever looking for me online, I'm a couple of different places. I am on Twitter at Smith Educates. I am also email shavonne.smith@usmie. And I'm pretty active over on LinkedIn as well for Shavonne Smith. So please feel free, take a second, follow me on Twitter. That's what the kids say, so I like being able to say that as well. I always see them posting up FMOT. It makes me feel pretty cool that I know what that means now. So please follow me on Twitter, reach out to me with questions. I love to interact and engage with educators online. There is such a wealth of resources when we work together and when we grow together and when we learn together. So I just want to make sure that we're all as connected as we can be. I will go ahead and introduce myself. And while I'm introducing myself, please feel free to say hi and introduce yourselves over in the chat. I have my phone open and I'm going to kind of be looking at it throughout the presentation. So if you ever see me look down, definitely know that it's just me kind of checking to see the comments that are coming in so I can make sure I'm connected. And I have people following me on Twitter already. So thank you. I'm going to get my numbers up today. Just a little bit about me. I am an educator at heart. So yes, I'm here to talk about a Microsoft product, but on a scale of techie to fuzzy, I fall very, very strongly into that fuzzy space. I am a 4th generation educator, so great grandmother, grandmother, mother, and of course, with all 3 of them being in education, can you guess what I went to school to become? Yeah, anything but a teacher. I said that wasn't going to be me. Tried corporate America, was not happy, was not fulfilled, decided to bring it back and got certified to teach, started teaching, became a principal, and then just kept working my way up. And now I'm here with you just to talk about some of the tools that are offered in our classrooms, things that make our lives easier. And I say classrooms, but if you're a classroom instructor, if you are a push-in, if you do support, if you're an admin, even if we have some parents that are watching this, just really thinking about the way that these different tools can be used to shape and fit what you need them to be. So my introduction, the quick overview, very few things about me talking are quick, I'm a little bit wordy, is educator here to talk to you about education uses for some Microsoft tools. And right now we're focusing on forms. So when you think of the word formative assessment, I'm sure we have all heard this word time and time and time and time again. It's one of those words that we hear in education so much. Right now, synchronous and asynchronous have kind of taken the place of formative because that was a word for a couple of years, and then data-driven was our word for a couple of years, or our phrase. But formative assessments are something that we're familiar with. Basic concept of a formative assessment. The goal of formative assessment is to monitor student learning, to provide ongoing feedback. And I'm sure a lot of you could probably recite this along with me with your eyes closed. Ongoing feedback that can be used by instructors to improve their teaching and by students to improve their learning. More specifically, formative assessments help students identify their strengths and weaknesses and target areas that need work. So when I'm thinking about formative, I'm thinking about something that we need a lot of information from. This is not just going to be yes or no. This needs to be, what did you get wrong or right? Let's go back, check prior learning. What were we missing? Why was this wrong? What can we do to correct that? What do we need to dig a little bit deeper into? What other information can I provide? So formative assessments require a lot or ask a lot from the educator, because we want to make sure that we're guiding our students in the right way. And then we'll talk about sharing, reviewing, and grading, because all of that is part. It's really good to get this information. It's really good to develop a form, but how do we get it to our students? How do we review it? And if we choose to have it graded, how do we do that as well? Let me make your life a little bit easier. Forms are self-graded. So that's something that you do not have to add to your plate. And to get to Microsoft Forms, right now, web browser of your choosing. I am in Microsoft Edge right now, but you could do Google Chrome, you could do Firefox, browser that you like. You can go directly to forms.office.com, or if you are kind of an Office 365 person, from within your regular Office 365 home screen, you do have access to Forms as well. Forms is always going to be green. Microsoft is getting very good at color coordination, so it will always be green, and you can see this icon right here. So 2 ways to get there: from my Office 365 home screen, or just going to forms.office.com. It will ask you to sign in with your Office 365 account, and now you're here. First thing to mention, I can see all of the forms that I have created, all the way back, all of them. And they're in access order. So the form that I created or opened or used most frequently or most recently is going to be the one that's closer to the top. All of the rest of them are the last time I opened them or when I created them. Great thing about this being web-based, of course, is that any computer that I'm on, anytime I have internet access, I have access to all of my forms in one space. These are the forms I created. I can also see forms that are shared with me. When we get into creating a form and we're thinking about how as teachers, we always need to work together. Sometimes 2 heads are better than 1 and 5 are better than 4, but then sometimes 3 are better than 7, just depending on the situation. You do have the ability to collaborate and work together on developing forms. So I can see forms that have been shared with me, and I can see group forms. So these are forms that we're working on together. But just to get started, I'm going to go to my forms. I have 2 options, and this is what determines what I want to get out of this. Do I want a form? Do I want a quiz? Do I want there to be right or wrong answers? Quiz. Am I doing this for information gathering? Forms. So once you decide right or wrong, information gathering, you know that even though the program is called Microsoft Forms, you can choose between a form and a quiz, and there are differences in the 2. When I'm thinking of formative assessments, I'm going to choose to do a new quiz. Takes me into this space. And this is going to be a very simple process. We don't like things that are super complicated. We like things that are really simple. They work the way that they're supposed to work, and everything just flows. Now that I'm in this space, I can see right now untitled, and I never have to worry about saving it because everything is auto saving. I'm going to want to give this quiz a title. Keep it simple, quiz title. I see that spinning, that lets me know it's saving. I can also see right across the top where it says quiz title saved, it's saved. I want to be a little bit visual because students are visual and I'm visual and I like things that grab my attention. Right across from that title, I see the ability to insert images. It will be a Bing image search. So just as an FYI, it's always going to be a Bing search. It's not ever going to be a Google search. It's always going to be Bing. But outside of a Bing search, I can also pull images I have saved in my OneDrive, or I can upload images that are on my device. If I do this Bing search, I can type in, let's do sci-fi, and see what comes up. It lets me know copyright, default, Creative Commons licenses. That means these images are safe, but if I'm feeling a little risky, I can turn that off, and then it's up to me to choose the image that I want. So we'll put the high school here. Double click. The image is now being inserted directly into my form. Again, I could choose to upload something from my device, or I could choose to search my OneDrive, but just having that option built in so I don't have to go external to find anything is super duper useful. I am going to apologize right now that it is taking so long to spin and get added. But if anybody was to look down in the bottom right-hand corner of my screen, my internet is not being my friend today. So everything is going a little bit slow. But I've got my title in, my image is slowly but surely uploading. I can put in a description of my quiz or a description of this assessment just so the individual that's completing it knows the purpose. Now it's time to start adding in questions. So I'm going to start with add new, and I have a couple of choices of the type of question: multiple choice, text answers, ratings, date, drop down caret. Whenever you see drop downs, click on them. There's always great stuff behind them. It can be a ranking, a Likert chart. If I want there to be a file uploaded. So if I'm really thinking about ways that I want students to complete assignments, I can choose file upload, and that's the way that they'll answer it. Net promoter score, and then I have the option to break my questions apart by sections. We'll go with the simple one right now. We'll make it a multiple choice. Now I get to type in my question. What did you? And since we're doing a multiple choice question, we'll make it super simple. What color is the sky? I love asking this question because there is some AI behind the scenes at work within Microsoft Forms. So because the word color is in my question, you'll notice that it gives me suggested options and it gives me color choices. And I want all of those to be possible answers. We'll say add all. Now that it's got my question in, I know if I look outside, technically I should probably add gray because I'm not sure exactly what color it is, but more or less it's blue. Since blue is the right answer, I'm just going to find that one, click on the check mark next to it. That lets it know it's correct. Again, this is self-grading. So as I'm setting this up, I'm able to choose the correct answer. But not only that, because assessment is a two-way street, and I want my students to have feedback and not always have to wait for me to look at their assessment and then reach back out to them. If I know that somebody answers yellow, I can offer feedback immediately based off of that answer. Again, formative. We're trying to gauge where a student stands and kind of get them to the right place. If they chose yellow, what do I want to say to them when they chose yellow to let them know there's something they may want to review, something they may want to think about? I may just say, please check the color spectrum. And I could put in a link to a color spectrum. So just going to go here. I am going to, again, Bing search it because Bing. And let's say this is the image that I want to throw in there. I'm going to get the link for this image. I can copy it directly from here, but we'll just come down here, share, get a share link. And now I can drop this link directly into that form. So copy it, go back into my form, and I'm able to direct them. Now I probably would have used the bit.ly because that's a really, really long link. But the concept is you can put links directly into this feedback so I can address students and direct them to where they may be able to find more information to help them answer a question that they got wrong. Again, we're trying to turn this around so they're not always as reliant on waiting on me as the instructor to have to go through everybody's assignment and assessment and give them feedback. It's automatically baked into this form. And I can do feedback for every answer that they give. If I want there to be more than one right answer, I can say blue or green. Both of those can be correct. All I need to do is make sure I check multiple answers, and now it accepts both of those as correct. I can assign points to this. So we'll say this one's worth 20 points. And whenever you see, like I said, drop down carets, click on them because there's great stuff behind them. Whenever you see 3 ellipses in Microsoft, click on them because there's great stuff behind them. From those 3 ellipses, I can choose to shuffle. I can choose if it's going to be a math problem, so we'll show what that looks like. I can have subtitles and I can have branching. We're going to spend more time showing branching, but let's do another question that has math. And always shuffle options. I remember as a student, not that I ever cheated, wink, wink. But I had a couple friends who they would sit next to other individuals, and because back then everybody had the same exam, and they would look over and they may see what someone else was doing. Then when I became a teacher, because I never cheated, but I knew other people who did, wink, wink, I would have 3 or 4 different quizzes that I was giving to my students, which meant that I was quadrupling my work. Same problem, same questions, I just put them in different orders. Allowing shuffle options means even if students are sitting directly next to each other on devices, they won't have the quiz in the same order. So it'll automatically shuffle for them. So we'll choose to shuffle. Next, we're going to add one, and we'll make this another multiple choice. And now we're going to click on those 3 ellipses, and we're going to choose math. And what happens when we choose math is when it comes down to the students answering, you'll see that when I'm ready to put in an answer for them, it opens up math features and math functions. So the answer can be a math solution. Other options you have, you can always put in text questions. So this one would be the ability to ask something that's going to require them to type out their answer, not simply choose from multiple choice. And when you're thinking about doing this type of question and you're thinking about the type of answers that you're going to get back, I can ask a question. So what is the capital of Michigan? You see it says enter an equation. This isn't a math problem, but it takes on the format of the previous question. So since I did choose this one to be math, it's assuming that I want this one to be a math problem as well. I don't want it to be math, so I'm just going to click on those 3 ellipses and uncheck math. Now you'll see it's not asking for that anymore. I have subtitles turned on. I can click on those 3 ellipses. I'm going to turn subtitles off. When I ask a question like this, so this is a text-based question, what is the capital of Michigan? I don't want it to be something that they have choices, but how does this one self-grade? As the instructor, if I click here where it says enter your answer, I'll just be clicking all day, nothing's happening. I want to make sure I go down to add answer, and I am going to type in every answer that I'll accept. And you notice when I try to type it in with different capitalization, it's not going to care, so it's not case sensitive. You don't have to think the student has to type it in uppercase, lowercase. It's going to recognize as long as the letters are correct. So it won't even take it with me putting in the same answer with different capitalization. Is there any other answer that I would select other than Lansing? We'll go with home of Michigan State. And anytime a student types in any of these answers, they'll be awarded their 20 points. Once this is over, you are able to go in and check on these. So even though it's going to give a score, you're always able to go in, go back, look and see what the student put in, and then you can adjust it as need be. So now that I've got this question in, we're going to go ahead on and we're going to add new questions. You have rating. And on a scale of 1 to 10, 5 stars aren't really helping me. I can choose up to level 10. Again, stars still not 1 to 10, and sometimes students need us to be very specific so that the question that we ask match the feedback that we're looking for. So I'm going to switch this to numbers. And now that question is there. And I can continue to add questions on and on and on. Give you an example of one that is completed already. I'm going to go back to forms. And you notice I didn't save anything, but that quiz title, everything I just did is automatically there. Never have to worry about saving it. I want to go to this quiz. And something you'll notice in this one, there's actually a video in the quiz. There's a video in this assessment. you are able to add videos. So I'm just going to click into it. As the instructor, whenever I click into it, it puts me back into edit mode. And the way that you would add a video or a recording into this, once you type out your question, all the way to that far right-hand side next to your question, you see an option to insert media. When I choose insert media, I can choose to insert an image. So it can be a single solid stationary static picture. Again, I have Bing Search, OneDrive, or upload something from my device. Or if I choose to put in a video, it's asking me for a URL. So I can find a YouTube video, or if I use Microsoft Stream. And if you were in the last session, if you record PowerPoints as your lessons and you upload them to Stream, you can have the lesson directly here and then ask your formative assessment questions from here on down. So you do have that option. What I was able to do with this one, and we're going to put it into preview mode, is show branching. And branching is an option when you click on those 3 ellipses. Always click on them. There's always great stuff behind them. You'll see branching. Branching is that way that we're able to differentiate. So not only am I able to give feedback based off of what response the student gave, I'm also able to direct them to different spaces based off of what response they gave. So I'll put this into preview mode. In preview mode, I can see question number 1. After watching the video, I took the video out. Are you excited about the upcoming school year? Yes. What grade will your student be entering this year? Let's say I say grade 1. You'll notice that this question pops up that says Singleton or Baker. So that's assuming those were the teachers for kindergarten. If I go to grade 3, or if a student selected the grade 3 option, you'll notice that question number 3 changes to Hardeman and Ryder. These are now the teachers that I put in because they were 2nd grade teachers. Student chooses grade 4, you'll notice that now the questions for number 3 change. So branching allows you to differentiate based off of answers and to direct individuals to questions to gauge their understanding and questions that are appropriate for their level of understanding. If I answer 1, you'll see question number 5 is now asking me for the highlight of the experience last year. If I say 10, it's now asking me what can be improved for the next school year. Again, branching allows me to choose what the follow-up question will be. And let's go back and practice putting in some branching questions. So I'm going to exit out of this. And I'm going to go back to just a regular form. So we'll go back into the circulatory system. We did circulatory system in our PowerPoint session. So these are some of the questions that we were asking after the student has watched videos and recordings. I'm going to click on any question, and that puts me into edit mode. Now that I'm in edit mode, 3 ellipses, add branching. And branching simply works by me choosing if they answer blue blood cells, if they answer blue blood cells, what do I want it to do? I want it to go to question number 2, where they have to watch a clip and there's a video. If they answer platelets, because that's the correct answer, I assume that they've understood the concept. Now they get to jump down to question number 3. If they answer plates, that's wrong. They haven't understood the concept. I need them to watch the video. If they answer cholesterol, they haven't understood the concept. I need them to watch the video. Now they come down and they watch the clip. That's part of video question number 2. What do I want to happen now? At this point, if they still haven't got it after they've watched the video, I could choose to put in another question that may have a more in-depth video. I can choose to put in another question where I give more feedback for a wrong answer, or I can choose, at this point, we're just going to let them move along at their pace. So now, if they answer blue blood cells, they just go to the next question. Platelets, which is the correct answer, they go to the next question. All of these, I let them go to the next question, even though platelets is the only one that they're going to get their points for. And now at the end, last question, correct answer is 20 seconds. When a student chooses that or any of these answers, they choose the right one, they get their points. They choose the wrong one, they're finished with their assessment. So I'm going to try it just to see what it looks like. I'm going to answer this first one wrong. So I'm going to say blue blood cells because that was wrong. You see, it took me directly here so I could watch the YouTube video. That gives me additional feedback. That helps me kind of go back and learn a little bit more about the concept. And now I'm going to say platelets. And for this last one, I'll say 2 minutes and submit. As the student, I can see my results right away. I can see what I got wrong. I can see what I get right. If the teacher had chosen to put in commentary or feedback, I'd be able to see that feedback right now. So it is self-grading. All of this information is coming back right away. And I want to check and see if there are any questions coming through right now. So I'm going to stop for a second before we move on. Now that we've kind of created the quiz, we're going to look at how we share it out once I check the questions. And then we'll look at how we kind of interpret the information and the data that we get back. So I'm going to jump here and I'm going to check the chat just to see if anything has shown up. Is there a reason why your forms does not look like mine? So if it's, I'm not sure what yours would look like. I'll open it up just in a blank screen so we can see what you should see. When I go to forms.office.com, it's always going to be green. And this should be your basic forms screen. This is consistent across the board. The difference with the form, and let's say I go into this untitled one, you notice my other one had some colors that were kind of going on in the back. You do have an option for themes in forms. So that's how we got the colorful spaceship looking theme that you see behind me. Is I chose theme. I could choose a theme that Microsoft has provided. So they do have the spaceships, they have beakers, they have the travel one, they have an office, they have a keyboard. I can choose colors. I can also upload my own images. So if I have something specific for my class, I've noticed that Sci-Fair has done a great job with branding today on everything for this event. We could have that branding image behind here. So I can either search the web for an image, I can again pull an image from my OneDrive, or I can upload an image from my device. So that will change the look of my specific form, but everything else should be consistent with Microsoft Forms and how it looks. So I can say, I want this to be my background. It'll take a couple of seconds and think about it, and then it will change this background once I'm happy with it into this. So I'm not sure if that was what you see that's different in your forms, but overall, the basic format of forms should look the same. Can the questions be read aloud for our students? Definitely, we're coming up on that. And can you use read and write with these forms? So let's go into a form. And I'll come out of edit mode on this one. If you're familiar with Office 365, Immersive Reader is built in across the board with Office 365. What Immersive Reader allows is whenever you hover over something that has text and you see that little pop-up that looks like a book with a megaphone next to it, I'm going to click into Immersive Reader. Now, it takes that text, puts it into a non-distractionary view. So everything else is kind of removed out. And it will, by using this play button at the bottom of the screen.
1. What is your name? End of question. Close the reader to input.
So it will read out. The student has the option to change the speed. First thing all students are going to do.
Input your answer.
Because why
1.
would
What's your name? End of question. Close the reader to input your answer.
We're going to want to speed it up, but the student can pick the pace that's appropriate for them. They can choose between a male and a female voice. Some of the other features that are just built into Immersive Reader, and this exists in Forms, it's in Word, it's in OneNote, it's really consistent across Office 365, is up across this top space, I have some other options. So we're gonna move this down a little bit. You'll see that I have 3 options here. I have my text preferences. So let's say a student genuinely doesn't need it read to them, but they need the font bigger. They can increase their font size. They can increase or decrease the spacing. They can choose fonts that are appropriate for them. So these fonts have been chosen because they work well with dyslexic and with our dyslexic students. And they can even choose their color theme. So there's some students who can't see Black text on a white background, but they can see Black on yellow. They have that ability. They can also go in and choose some other colors that work best for them. Sometimes this is just fun and engaging, and this is what makes them want to do the work. Next to our text preferences, we have grammar options. So if you're an English teacher, or if you teach anything, you know, we're always trying to make sure that things are inclusive and that we teach cross-curriculum. Students can have the word broken apart by syllables. So if I have early readers and I want it to be that when it's reading it out to them, they're able to understand the syllabification of the word, I can have that. If we're working on parts of speech, I can have the different parts of speech highlighted in different colors and labels put onto each word so that they can recognize question is a noun, end is a noun, input is a verb. So they're seeing this as they're hearing these questions read out to them. And I can even go one over and go into my reading and line focus. If anyone remembers being a teacher, probably the 90s, some of the 80s, we kind of phased it out around the late 2000s, but do you remember reading rulers, or does anybody still use reading rulers? We never had enough money for all the reading rulers that we needed in a classroom. So what I would do is we were cutting up manila folders, taking them, cutting a slit out of them, and then letting students use those manila folders like reading rulers. You have line focus built in here. So this is a really short question, but if there was something that you needed a student to read 2 paragraphs and then answer questions, you could have all of those 2 paragraphs here, and all of these features and functions would work. So this way,
Answer.
as it's
1.
reading,
What is your name?
as it's reading to the student, they have line focus on, so they're not being distracted by the other content. And you can choose 1 line, 2 line, or the whole document. Picture dictionary is turned on. And what picture dictionary does is if I click on a word, it will find an image that is associated with that word. So question, they see a question mark.
Question.
And they can have that specific word read out to them. And language. So we always ask questions about students who may speak another language. Forms is still definitely available to them. They can come in to translate, choose the language that they speak. We'll say we'll let it do the whole document. And now they can read it in their language. And they can go back and forth and switch between seeing it in English, seeing it in their language. We can choose from other languages that have the ability to have it read out loud in that language.
1. 你叫什么名字？问题结束。关闭读卡器已输入答案。
And you'll notice that when it is reading in those other languages, it finds a voice that is appropriate for the inflection and tone of that language, and still being able to go back and forth between original and that language. So Immersive Reader, this was also just a random plug for Immersive Reader, but it is available in Forms. So when you're asking, does it read aloud to them? It does. They will go to the next question, choose Immersive Reader, and then they're good to go.
2. What are your likes/dislikes?
So if reading is an issue, that is available to them. It is something, it's not something the students have to enable. When they're in Microsoft Forms, all they have to do is select it. It's turned on automatically within Forms. So all students will just see this option right next to the question and they just click on it. It's not an extra enablement. It's just making sure that they do choose to use it. And I did show you can have it translated if it's read out into a language, and they can be read aloud to the students. So while we're waiting to see if any other questions are coming in, I do want to share out something with you all that you're going to need as part of this session, and that is to make sure that you all do your attendance for today. And if anyone wants to jump in and just explain this to the participants.
Absolutely. Thank you for sharing that, Shavonne. So for those of you out here, this is the attendance that you have just been dying for. So this is what you need. Here's what we need you to do. Either copy this link or take a screenshot of it. And then when the session is over, we'll be over around 11:50. We want you to go pop over to Forms and submit your attendance verification. We're asking you that you not do it right now because we don't want you to miss any important things. And it does take a couple minutes to do that. When you do go out and submit your attendance verification, you should get an email, and that email will tell you, thank you for submitting. That's not your attendance in that moment. It is just a verification that you have submitted your form. In a few days, you will see, if you're in CFISD, you will see that you have received your credit in the online learning portal. If you're outside of CFIR, you will get an email from us with a certificate, and that will be your credit for being here today. Now, I know Shavonne's also going to share with you a special extra code that is not attendance verification. That has something to do with just Microsoft. So if you're interested in looking into some Microsoft certification and maybe becoming a Microsoft Innovative Expert, then absolutely we want you to be able to take that link, but that's not your attendance verification. This right here is your attendance verification. And I know that Mr. Kevin is right now as we're speaking posting that link, right, Kevin? So if you want to just copy and paste it into another document and come back to it in about 10 minutes or so, you can do that as well. But it will disappear, so you need to get it now because this is your chance for attendance verification. It does not occur at the beginning and the end of each session. This is the information now. So thank you for joining us because being here right now is when you get it. So I'm going to give it all back to you, Shavonne. It's all yours.
All right. Okie dokie. And I was just looking down at my phone and I saw an amazing question come up that takes us into the next space as far as how students are supposed to access these forms. How does a student complete the form? How do we get it out to them? And if students have to sign in order to complete it. When you're in Microsoft Forms, all the way over to that far right-hand side, you'll see that there's a share button. When you click into share, this is how you choose the way it's going to go out to the students. First thing is anyone with a link can respond, means the students don't have to sign in. If you choose only people in my organization can respond, then that does require students to sign in. So you do have those options if you want everyone to be able to access it, or if you want it to be a sign in only. Bonus, this is something I learned the hard way. I was like, I don't want my students to have to sign in. They're not going to remember their login information. I'll say anyone with a link. When you say anyone with a link can respond, it's not grabbing the same sign-in information. So I didn't know who was answering questions. All I was getting was answers. I learned if I ever choose anyone with a link, I add a question. I make it a text question. Please enter your first name and last name. That way, students have to type in their name. I know who's answering it. If you don't put that in, it's kind of just up for grabs on who answered the question. So once I've got that in, I move that up, and you can always move your questions around just by clicking onto the question that takes you back into edit mode. And you'll see those arrows. Those arrows allow you to move the placement of a question. So I want that to be my first question because I need to know who you are. But you do not have to have students sign in. So that's your share option. Another way, once you get that set up, is to copy out this link. You can copy out this form link. It tells you it's ready to paste. You can put that in an email. You can post it somewhere. You can use a link shortener to share that link out. Students have easy access to it. This second one is so much fun for me, and that is it generates a QR code. So if you're thinking about ways to kind of gamify education, gamify assessments, I tend to do QR codes, and I'll post them at different places. And if I want my quiz or my assessment to be really engaging, I will do one question per assessment, have a QR code, and make it like a scavenger hunt. So they'll go around the room and they'll scan that first QR code, and they'll go ahead and answer the question. And once they submit that, it gives them instructions or another question, and it guides them to somewhere else. And they'll go to that location and they scan a QR code and they're answering that question. And that will give them a link or directions to somewhere else. So we're really trying to make this as fun as possible. So you can share out QR codes. And again, it doesn't have to be signed in. That's just an easy way to get it out. If you have a blog or a website, or you use Wiki, or any way other than that that you may communicate with your students that you need to embed the form somewhere, you can get an embed code directly within forms as another way to share it out. And you can also just choose to mail or email, and it will open up your email client. So if you're an Outlook user, you can use Outlook. If you have another web client or mail client installed on your device and you choose that, it will open it and you can email out that way. So you have all these options for how you can share out the form. And again, you can choose if you want them to be signed in or not. We talked about in the beginning when I was just showing this forms screen that you have shared with me and you have group forms. So if you want something to be collaborative, the way that you make that decision is still under share, and you can choose share to collaborate. That's going to generate a specific link that you're able to share out with individuals to get them to collaborate with you. So this is going to be other instructors in your building, across buildings, administration, whoever you're working with to put these assessments together. It can now be a collaborative effort. And you can choose who has access to this. So users with an Office 365 work or school account, that means they don't have to be part of the Sci-Fair School District. They can be part of any district or any organization as long as they have access to Office 365. I can say people in my organization can view and edit. If I switch it to that, now this link only works for people who sign in with a Sci-Fair account. That will give them edit privileges. So we're again working on this together. And I can choose specific people in my organization. So if I really want it locked down to say only 2 or 3 people can have access to this, I'm just going to choose those individuals in my organization. And they're the ones that can access and work with me on this form. So once I've got them in, I can tell who all is added, and I'll zoom in because you can see little icons of their faces. I copy this link, and now I can share that out with them, and they're the only ones who will have access to come in and work on this form with me. So that's kind of my sharing options for getting forms out there, depending on if I want individuals to be able to collaborate or if I want students or individuals to be able to complete the form. Now that they're completing it, let's look at how the responses come back and the information that you can get from responses to a Microsoft form. As the instructor, I'll see responses going across the top. And, you know, we love things to be visual. So without me having to do any additional work, it comes back in chart form for me. So I can look and I can see that I got 5 responses. The average score was 5, which means they weren't really paying attention in my class because they weren't answering their questions appropriately. Please enter your first name. That's the new question I just added. No one responded to that because I haven't shared it out since then. But I can come and look at question number 2, and I can see how many students answered blue, how many students answered platelets, which is the correct answer. So I know 20% of my students grasp that concept, they get platelets. But I noticed that I have 40% of students who answered blue blood cells. Why is that? Now I can go back and I can look at my lessons and I can look at the instruction that I'm delivering and try and figure out what it is that's really making more of my students think that it is blue blood cells. Then I can go down and I can see for each question. This one, more students got it right or wrong. I got 50% that answer platelets. I think we're okay. And I can come here and say, well, 60% of my students answered 2 minutes. So again, this is something I may need to go back and reteach. When I click on more details for any of these questions, now I can see question by question. And again, I did not have individuals sign in. This is why it's important to ask them for their name. I can see what each person answered. So now I know, okay, this person that got it wrong, they were absent last week. That's probably what happened. This person that got it wrong, okay, we can send them to tutoring, or I can give them an extra assignment that deals with this topic. I'm able to get to all of that information. I can also look at it under review answers. So if I don't want to look at it question by question, and I just kind of want to feel for the overall assessment, now I can look, and I love this one, this time to complete. I can see how long it took each respondent to complete the entire quiz. Why I like this one, I'm not a gotcha teacher, but every now and then a little gotcha never hurt anybody. If I know that this video is 7 minutes long, but I see it took them 25 seconds to complete, I'm gonna go out on a limb and say they did not watch the video. So if they got it wrong, this question, then, you know, they can't say, oh, Ms. Smith, I really tried, I was paying attention. Nah, not so much. It took you 25 seconds to complete something that was a 7-minute video embedded in it. You probably didn't pay full attention. And then I can again go back. So right now I'm on people. Those short answers that may be right or wrong, but that I want to look at a little bit more in depth and see, okay, they kind of got it right. I may want to give them partial credit. I do have that option as well. So I can say now they'll get 2 points. And I can give them feedback right here that is only going to that one student. So when I put feedback on a whole question, it's going to all the students. Now that I'm looking at it person by person, this feedback that I'm giving is only to that one student who gave this answer. So please see me later. And check out pages 13 to 17 of the textbook. Again, the goal is to make it as personalized and as necessary for each student so that they get what they need out of it. You also have the option to open in Excel. So Forms is built on the Excel platform. If you are a data-driven individual and you like to get in there and sort and filter and manipulate, or if you even like pivot tables, I have to give you a standing ovation. That's very rare. You can open in Excel all of this information so you can really dig a little bit deeper into the data. You can see what time they started, what time they finished, what their email address is, question by question, any feedback that went to them, answers that they gave for each question. So if I had a 30-question assessment, I could be able to sort and filter and say, okay, I only want to see the students who got question number 2 wrong. I can sort and filter out by that, and then go forth and build my next and follow-up lessons from there. So all of this is just part of Microsoft Forms. From developing your forms, typing in your questions, the multiple type of questions that you can ask, be they multiple choice, text, ratings, dates, Likert charts, rankings, having files uploaded, net promoter scores, breaking it apart into sections, being able to add branching to your questions. If you want one question to lead into another question, I always say it's like those old make your own adventure books. You remember those? Like, do you choose to step into the quicksand? Turn to page 37. Okay, you passed. If you chose to swing on a vine over the quicksand, turn to page 24. This is that kind of concept. You're able to direct your student to the information that they need. and make everything personalized for them. You have the ability to get your responses, to review them, export it to Excel, review your answers as a whole or student by student. You have the ability to share out these assessments via a link, a QR code, an email, and even putting in it or embedding it in and working collaboratively to develop these. So the last thing I do want to show you, Pajama PD, Microsoft in Education. So education.microsoft.com takes you to the Microsoft educator community. After this session, without a doubt, you're going to wake up at like 2 o'clock in the morning on Saturday, loving all things Microsoft Forms, but you're going to want more information, or you're going to want a review of this, or you're going to want to just dig deeper into anything that Microsoft Education offers. aka.ms/educator community will take you to the Microsoft Educator community. For us, by us, for educators, by educators, PD. Once you're there, if you are interested in becoming a certified Microsoft Innovative Educator, so a certified MIE, you need 1,000 points. For sitting here and listening to me through this session, here's a code that will get you 500 points. So you'll be halfway there. The code TSSF7FC720. Again, this is not for attendance. This is purely if you are interested in being part of the Microsoft Educator community and you may want to become a certified MIE or just make your way and build up your skill set through that community. This code right here on the screen will give you 500 points towards the 1,000 that you need to become a certified MIE. And with that, it looks like I am at time, and I do want to be respectful of everyone's time and not hold you all over any longer, but I hope that you are excited. I hope you are ready to go get into forms and play around. The great thing about it, it's web-based. You cannot break it. I will say again, you cannot break it. You cannot break it. You cannot break it. Get in, play, have fun, get in and just navigate. And thank you all so much.
Thank you, Shavonne. It was a pleasure having you. So for those of you out there, it is time to submit your attendance verification. That attendance verification was shared with you in the middle of this presentation, so you had to be watching to get it. If you were watching, you have that information. So we're going to ask you to go out now. You have just under 10 minutes to submit that, and then you can go to your next session. For those of you that are looking for that information, let me take a moment and share that with you. This is where you're going to go to your next session. It's the bit.ly/Sci-Fi DLC. That's where you're going to go to get that information. So go there. When you get there, let me go to the next screen so you know what your next screen is going to be. Let me pop it up. Okay, up here, when you get to the site, this is where your session information is. You're just going to simply click right there, and then you will be able to find where your sessions are. So I'm going to go ahead and click that for you so you can see what you need to see. So this is a description of all the sessions right here. And if you want to click to join, you're going to click this. If you want to click that, you can actually do that. That is the app link as well. So you can do it on your computer or you can do it on your phone. So welcome back. In about 10 minutes. We'll see you back here if you're going to stay for this session, or if you're going to go to another, enjoy your next session. So we'll see you back here at, it'll be 12 o'clock for our next one.
attending these live sessions, you must complete an attendance verification form during each session. The presenter will show a slide with a unique link to that particular session. When that link is shown, make sure you take a picture or write down that link. And shortly after the session completes, make sure that you fill out that attendance verification form. These forms will be time-stamped, and the form will only be open for a certain amount of time, so make sure that you don't delay in completing that form. We will only be able to issue professional development credit for those that fill out the form during the allotted time. We are so glad that you have decided to spend your day with us today, and on behalf of the entire Cypress Fairbanks ISD EdTech team, thank you, and we hope you enjoy your day. Professional development credit for attending these live sessions, you must complete an attendance verification form during each session. The presenter will show a slide with a unique link to that particular session. When that link is shown, make sure you take a picture or write down that link. And shortly after the session completes, make sure that you fill out that attendance verification form. These forms will be time-stamped, and the form will only be open for a certain amount of time, so make sure that you don't delay in completing that form. We will only be able to issue professional development credit for those that fill out the form during the allotted time. We are so glad that you have decided to spend your day with us today, and on behalf of the entire Cypress Fairbanks ISD EdTech team, thank you, and we hope you enjoy your day.
Hey, welcome back. So our session right now is dedicated to our math and science teachers. I'm always wondering how frustrated teachers are when they're trying to add special codes and symbols that are very specific to math and science. Well, if that's you, we have a solution for you today with EquatIO. I have two presenters today from EquatIO. We have Luis and Kay that are joining us. And just a reminder that each session has an attendance verification, but you have to watch the session to get that attendance. At some point in the middle of the session towards the end, I will share with you that information. If you're not watching, you will miss it. We will also post it in the chat at that moment. Of course, it will disappear because that chat is always moving. So you need to be with us watching for that to show up. If you miss it, that is your only opportunity to get that attendance verification. So stay with us today. And I would like to introduce with us today, we have both Luis and Kay. Luis, am I saying your name right?
It's okay. It's my whole life, Tamara. I might be saying your name wrong, but my name is Louis.
Louis,
yeah, that's okay.
I apologize.
That's okay.
But welcome, Louis, and I will
you.
say your name correctly forever now.
That's okay. How do you say your name?
Tamara, you actually hit
Tamara.
it right on.
Okay, got it.
All right, so welcome, and I will leave this floor all to you guys.
Awesome.
Hey, I just wanted to say welcome to everyone who's doing the session with us today. I have invited our product manager for EquatIO, Louis Shanafelt, to do today's presentation. I'm your rep here in Texas, but Louis knows all the ins and outs of EquatIO, what's new, what's coming soon, and all of the above. So I'm going to take it away to his expertise and let you just wow them with your knowledge, Louis.
Yeah, no worries. Thanks, Tamara and Kay. And Kay, as she said, she's more than capable of doing this, but she knows that I meet with the development team on a daily basis and might have some of the more ins and outs in terms of what's coming with the product, and just felt, if I had a moment that I'd be able to hop in here and give you guys a quick overview, kind of show you what's new, what we've been working on over the summer, and then kind of like a roadmap look as to where we're going with EquatIO. So as I introduce myself, my name's Louis. You can just call me Louis. It's perfectly fine. I'm down here in Central Florida. So it's a pleasure to be with you all today. I spent 20 years in a very large district in Central Florida, Orange County to be specific. And we're the 9th largest district in the nation. I know that Kay had informed me that you all are rather large as well. So we come from the same crop, so to speak. So excited to be with you all today. I don't typically use Zoom for our web conferencing, so bear with me. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen with you. And what I want to do is kind of give you guys access to a slide deck. And hopefully you can see my screen there. Kay, are we good? Thumbs up? You can see my slide deck? Okay, cool. That's all I need, Kay. Thank you. So I'm going to go ahead and go into present mode here. What I like to do is to give you guys something to obviously take with you. And at the very bottom of this presentation, you'll see a what we call a UTM. You guys probably call it a shortened URL. So if you could, and this is case sensitive, I don't know, if you guys all have Chromebooks or laptops you're working with, you're more than welcome to go and grab a copy of today's presentation right here from the beginning. I did not hide your attendance link in the presentation, so I remember filling out all those PD points as well. As I said, I worked for 20 years trying to acquire those points. I know how important they are to you, but we'll go ahead and post that link to you guys a little bit later on in the session. If you could, or if you're on a device and want to make a copy of the presentation, go ahead and go to text.help / and it's going to be capital, so it's case sensitive, CFISD, and then lowercase EquatIO until you get to the last 2 letters, and our branding is capital IO. I know it kind of looks like a 1, but it is going to be all case sensitive. Actually, I'm not monitoring the chat here. You know what, Kay, I could probably throw that real quick in the chat, and I'm going to keep moving, so you guys hopefully will be able to see that and grab that presentation link. And as I said, my name's Louis Shanafelt. I am the product manager or evangelist for EquatIO. I usually say, hey, I'm the new guy, but I actually, about 4 days from now, will have been at TextHelp for actually 1 year. And as time flies, I'm sure Kay's probably surprised. Man, it's been 1 year. But I've been on the job here for 1 year at TextHelp, and I can't tell you how neat it is to kind of be in my chair, because I used to probably be in your chair thinking, I see things in EquatIO that I wish it could do. And I was working at the district office doing professional development, and I spent 13 years in the classroom as well, teaching math. And it's really, really neat to say, I wish it could do that. And then when I got hired by TextHelp, to be in that seat where I can, take the product to the next level, make changes that I think would be really beneficial for you all. And I'm excited to show you some of those things today. So my Twitter handle is there. You're welcome to follow me on Twitter. I try and post our updates there, as well as my email. We are, as Kay, and I'm sure your district knows, we are an extremely close-knit TextHelp family, if you will, community, and we are obviously really, really responsive to your guys' requests. We want to hear your feedback, and you're welcome to email me directly if you would like. So my email and contact information is there. As you know, we offer a series of products, Read&Write being our flagship product. EquatIO kind of came aboard. It's about its 4th year now, I believe. And WriteIO is our brand new writing tool. But you guys are here to talk and learn about math and STEM. And that's what I'm excited to show you today. I'm not going to spend a lot of time like going into all of these slides, but because I want to show you kind of the ins and outs of the product and kind of go into demo mode here. But I think there's a couple slides here that I'd like to go over with you. And when we think about math in general, we think, you know, math hasn't really changed, right? We could open up a 10-year-old algebra book, you know, and look at, you know, for example, I don't know, you could mention anything, dimensional analysis or solving linear equations or any of those types of, you know, items. And you look and it's like, you know, the content, if you open up a brand new textbook, looks very similar to how we still solve things, with the exception of a few practices that some educators have improved over time. But ultimately, you know, math hasn't really changed. And we think that we can provide students and teachers, you know, a well-rounded approach to solving math and science problems. And we don't need you to be an instructional designer to be successful with our product. And as Tamara said there at the beginning, like, we also don't need you to know any coding language, or we don't need you to know LaTeX or markup math language to be successful. And I think that that's where EquatIO really has closed that gap to be able to make math digital. So when we think about scoring below proficiency, you know, we're all working with students. We know students. We kind of know where they rate. And we look at the nation's report card, you know, it's pretty discouraging, you know, and this data is from this past year. So, you know, we're doing everything we can to try and close that gap and make those kids that are at the right learning level. We want them to obviously excel, and we want to close those gaps, especially from last year and starting remote learning. So when we think about, you know, kids and persistence and being with math problems in elementary school, you know, kids develop such sometimes a poor attitude, if you will, about how they feel about even attending math class. You know, if you ask, you know, a student, what's your favorite subject? It generally is not math class. But we can help, you know, as educators, we can help bridge that gap and bring students, you know, make them excited about math, I think, with some of the tools that we're offering within our product. And ultimately, you know, we want to use the technology to make your lives easier. You know, we want you to work, you know, smarter, not harder, you know, that old adage. So we think we're doing that with EquatIO, and excited to show you some of those updates, obviously. So I'm going to skip over that one there, but you're welcome to show any of your colleagues that can't be in attendance today and use these slides. Not sure if anyone here is kind of in a train the trainer model or whatever, but you're welcome to use these slides and show this type of data to folks to try and encourage them to maybe take that leap and try digital math. It is not something that's probably going away, especially given the current state. And obviously today's session is on EquatIO, which you guys apparently have been a customer about. You want to see that Schoology integration. I can tell you, I actually used to work for Canvas, which is kind of a competitor to Schoology. So the reason why I mention that is I know a lot of the in and outs about how our product worked inside of a learning management system. And I think that's also why Kay really wanted and reached out for my assistance today, because I'm the one that kind of helped bridge you know, the gap between, we only worked in Canvas when I came aboard, and now we work in Schoology and D2L. I saw that, you know, need for us to be adaptable into more LMSs, not just Canvas. So I'm going to leave these slides here. Those are all teacher advantages to using EquatIO. If you're curious, you're welcome to scroll through those. You guys have this slide deck because it was shared with you. And I'm going to just jump right here into demo time. I know that I only have till 1:50 with you today, so I think we should just jump into the product. I'm going to move this slide off of my screen here, and let's see, I have a document here that's open. So one thing that you should know, in case you don't, and you know, to be fair, some of you guys might have looked at EquatIO a year and a half ago, maybe 2 years ago, and you're like, I don't know if this is for me. And you kind of move on. You go to another product or you try something else. I can't tell you how much this product has changed since I've come aboard. And those are some of the things that I'm excited that Kay asked me to present to you today and kind of show you. If you're not familiar, or maybe you're new to the district, know that EquatIO is a Chrome extension. You guys are going to use it out of Chrome because you're using Google. For those folks that, you know, might have turned off their EquatIO and haven't really used it in a few months, I'm going to show you some new buttons we've added, because those are definitely important that you're aware of the updates. And I remember working at a school district, and sometimes those updates weren't necessarily shared with me. I didn't know, hey, where'd this new button come from? What does that do? So some of those things just kind of get lost in the shuffle. And that's because when you're a large district, lots of communication can get lost, right? We want to make sure that at TextHelp, we tell you about the new features because we want you to explore those. We obviously are putting a lot of work into the product, and we think that some of these will really, really benefit you all. So I'm going to start real quick here with the equation editor. Many of you probably already know, but the equation editor has gone a little bit of a change since I came aboard. We used to have some buttons down here. We've now moved those into this nice new palette up here. We can insert text in here with our math. So we not only have our math editor, but we can also use text here. I'll show you a quick shortcut I learned not too long ago. If you just type in TE and hit enter, you're automatically in text mode. See, I'm one of those people that don't want to have to jump to the mouse to just touch that button. So I guess I'm a little lazy here, right? But I like to just make things quick. And if I can not have to reach for the mouse, that's kind of better. And I could say things like, you know, solve for X. And then if I just hit the right arrow key, it takes me out of the text editor. So that's all good, that I can see that I can use the text editor to my advantage. And then over here, I can start typing math. So I just want to do something real simple here, just to remind folks, like I like to say, you know, with the math that you currently make digitally, you know, how are some of those things made from you all? Well, I'm just going to type in something very basic here, like an algebraic expression, if that's okay. And I'm going to just type in something like 3x, and then type in what you see or what you hear. And I hear squared. So 3x squared, how would I type that? SQ, right? So this is our powerful prediction engine, which no other product really has on the market that I'm aware of. And I've studied them all. So I see squared and I can just tap enter. So as a math teacher, I'm not spending time teaching kids, you know, superscripts, subscripts, how to create isotopes and those types of things, because I can use EquatIO's prediction to help me as I type my math. So same thing if I want to do the plus sign. I don't want to hold down the shift key and go locate the plus button. So what if I just type in PL and hit enter, and there's my plus. And then I do 3y and then cubed, CU for cubed, and hit enter. Same thing if I wanted to throw a square root in here, right? How do I do square root? Type SQ, arrow down, hit enter. And, you know, that doesn't really apply for this algebraic expression, but just wanted to show you how easy it is to type in the first couple letters and then to be able to make math easily. So equals, I'm even lazy with equals. I like typing in EQ versus looking for the equal symbol. So equals, and then let's say 16. Just throwing a random problem out there. And then I click insert math. And then some folks, I think the misconception still is that, hey, you know, Louis, you just made an image, because when I click on it, I can't edit this image. And my student made a mistake, and it's a real pain to have to click on the image, hit delete, and start over. Well, you don't have to start over with our product, because you can just click on the picture, click edit math, and bring that picture back into EquatIO. And maybe this was just supposed to be a 6. So I'm going to take the 1 out, and then I'm going to insert, and there it goes. I have a brand new image with the correction in it. I'm not sure if we have any accessibility or disability service people with us today, but if we do, just know that with EquatIO and every image that we make, we provide alt text behind that image. So I can click on the image. I always do that. You need to close the toolbar, then click on the image, right click, and then you'll see the alt text, or you can use the keyboard shortcut Control-Alt-Y. And then this right here, disability service folks are going to love, or students that are blind or low vision and they can't participate in the general ed math class, we provide the alt text for them. So if they're using screen reading software such as JAWS or NVDA or any of those types of software to help them with their vision or their impairment, the math can be read aloud to them. And that's fantastic for those kids because they can participate in that general ed setting. So that right there is some of the beneficial features within EquatIO. For any chemistry or biology or physics folks that might be in the session, I can tell you that just 2 weeks ago, I literally loaded in by hand 235 physics formulas. So let's go find one of those. If I just type in new, N-E-W, and I'm looking for Newton's second law of motion, I can scroll down and look for the different types of physics problems that we have in our product. And let's say I want this guy right here. I click on it, and just like that, the formula goes right into Google Docs, and I can insert that math. So you'll see also that the alt text is behind this. By the way, I can just hover over it, pick my hands up off the mouse, and you'll see the alt text. That's what will be read out loud to the student. So normal sigma F is equal to dP over dt. Also within our product, we have chemistry compounds. So if I type in Al for aluminum and I scroll down, I can see things like aluminum arsenate. And I can see the subscripts are already there. Don't forget to move your cursor. So I'm going to arrow down a little bit, then insert that. So we have the math, we have physics, we have chemistry. Some folks will say, well, what about, reactions in chemistry? Well, if you're looking for like yields with heat, I can find the yields with heat button. And there you have a right arrow with the triangle above it. So by the way, all of these things can be edited before you insert. And if you insert, you of course can edit them and bring them back in. So we literally, I don't know of too many formulas or too many symbols that we currently don't have in the product, but I'm going to give you all a quick little way to get a hold of me, just in case you lose this slide deck or you forgot my Twitter or my email. I'm the guy that gets this right here. So see that thing that says send feedback? That goes right to my cell phone. So I'm the only guy typically that goes in and reads this because I get alerts every time you guys send feedback. So if you are a teacher and you're working through your curriculum and you see something that EquatIO cannot do, or you want it to be able to do, you can simply click on send feedback. And I'm the one that works with development each and every day to continue to try and make this product as best as it can be. So that's another way to get a hold of me, and it'll ask you to fill out a Google form. So these are ways that our equation editor works. We have LaTeX editor. We have graph editor, and it doesn't really get any better or bigger in terms of the ed tech community than Desmos. I mean, Desmos is absolutely fantastic. So to be able to have to easily put a parabola or graphing of ordered pairs, not sure if you guys are K-12 all the way digital 1-to-1, but even if I was in 5th grade and I was teaching ordered pairs, I can go in here and put a table in of ordered pairs and do like 2-4, 4-6, and 6-8. And then I can use my Desmos tools and knowledge to see those ordered pairs. And I can click on them. I can come over here, click settings. I can click on that circle. And maybe I want to connect those dots. I can do that. I can make the line red. I can make it green. I can make it black. Some students are going to have preferences there. And then I love this. You can click the drag button. And to be able to show this in real time is fantastic. But I can take the dot and drag it and then say to a student, hey, what happened to my X and my Y when I brought that dot, to the left side of the axis, the Y axis. So, I moved it from this quadrant to that quadrant. How did that affect my X values? So to be able to show that quickly in a classroom or in a remote learning setting, depending on how we all return to work or school here in the near future, right? So these are just all ways to engage students. And let's be honest, lots of math students need that visual concept to be able to understand it. Most of you, I think, have been using EquatIO for some time, so you're aware we have a handwriting tool here that can be used. So I can scribble. Don't make fun of my mouse here. My math handwriting with a mouse is not good, but it did recognize 2x squared, and that can be inserted. And then I can even go down here and speak my math. So I can turn on the speech recorder and do that as well. So these are all just different ways to engage kids. These are all different UDL input methods. Not all kids are going to want to use the equation editor. And the great thing is they don't have to. They can use any of these input methods, right, to try and encourage kids to participate in class. EquatIO Mobile is a little bit more advanced. We can send you information more about EquatIO Mobile, but I don't know that we really have time in today's session. Just know that EquatIO Mobile is designed to work on mobile phones and tablets where students could literally annotate or make math on their mobile product, and they could send it into a Google Doc that's on a digital screen or a digital display right next to them. It's actually a really great way for any math teacher that's a little bit concerned about, is this student that's submitting this work, are they using their own handwriting? Are they showing their work? I want to see the student handwriting. EquatIO Mobile is going to be for you. So we can send you more information if that's desired. Inserting math space is fantastic. I mean, the math space, look, if you guys said to me, you know, Louis, if you were going back to teach math and I'm a new math teacher, what's some of the things you'd use? In EquatIO, the first thing I'd point to is math space. It's not even close. Math space is just awesome. It provides this, you know, great big white blank canvas for kids to use any of these input methods that I've previously covered with you. In addition to, I can use all these shapes, or maybe, again, I'm not sure, you know, if anybody's using this in primary, but I have a 7-year-old son who's still learning US currency, and you can throw a set of coins on there. Maybe my son needs another penny. Hey, Dad, how do you get another penny? Easy. You just click here on copy and you click paste, and you can have as many pennies as you want, you know? So I can basically clone those items real easily, or I could go in here and use something like tangrams, you know, with maybe primary students, and I can pull these pieces apart. I can also go in here and use pentominoes. I can use pattern blocks. You know, again, I bring up 5th grade. I used to teach 5th grade math and 5th grade elementary school. And when we start to introduce volume and surface area for a student to actually be able to, you know, I didn't work in, you know, real up-to-do communities with lots of handheld manipulatives from Mr. Shanafelt's math class. Like, if I had had some sort of digital manipulative, it would have been better than nothing. So math space can provide a way for, and I can even transform these. I can flip these upside down or move them or rotate them. You know, I can draw a line through it and draw my own radius. However you guys want to use these shapes and these tools, feel free. There are endless. I put in here recently, since I've come aboard, we added distributions, we've added Venn diagrams, we've added T-charts, we've added algebra tiles. Actually, someone from Texas actually had reached out to me and said, hey, can we get some algebra tiles? So we've added those in to help users. We have in here also tons of STEM items, like maybe I want to show a resistor or a switch or a diode. So we have all sorts of stuff. And then guys, once the student's done creating their math, they just click up here on insert. I know it's a little bit wonky because you're so used to inserting down here. I can't tell you how many times I've made the mistake, but you can insert the math space up here on this button here, and that is going to point directly back into the Google Doc that we've been working from since the very beginning of this demo. So this is one way to encourage students with, you know, handheld, so to speak, digital manipulatives, right? I also, just so you're aware, the SSR, which is our screenshot reader tool, I can simply go up and I can pull a box around any of the math. And when I pull a box around it, and this isn't set up to do so real well here, but it's going to play the audio back in, actually it is playing through. Here, let me play that one more time for you because it is coming through on my speakers. Hopefully this isn't too loud. I'll give this a listen.
3x squared plus 3y cubed equals 6.
Okay, so you can play that as many times. Yeah, do you have a question, Tamara? Or?
Louis, I actually wanted to share with you in the chat. I have shared with you some questions from some of our teachers.
Oh, thank you.
And I knew that you probably didn't know that those were popping up.
I did. I get going, Tamara, and I can't stop. So
that's okay. Go ahead. I get this. Everybody does that. I understand.
Go ahead. Yeah.
If you wanted to, before you get too far in, we have some really good questions. So
sure.
I'm going to scroll up to the top where we were sharing these questions with you. Hold on just a moment, please.
Yeah, no worries. I'm glad you have some.
Okay, so we have a question. Hold on. Trying to go to the top list. There's a lot of questions. These people have lots of questions for you.
Okay, I see some here, Tamara. If you want me, I can buzz through some of them. I see Mr. Sanchez asked if we can have multiple lines.
Yes, that was definitely one of them.
So sorry,
our list
Mr.
was going like this. I'm trying to scroll to the top.
I'm sorry. So Mr. Sanchez, I'm sorry. I'm going probably fast, and tomorrow probably was trying to find a good place to cut me off here. I get going. I get excited about the product. So yeah, no worries. So Mr. Sanchez, yes. All I have to do, sir, is just tap the Enter key. So I can tell you one of the things that I changed first in EquatIO was there was too many keyboard shortcuts. And as you guys started to be experienced and exposed to EquatIO, you used to have to hold down Control and Enter to get to a new line. I wanted this to be like a word processing document for you guys, the users in the classroom, the students. We needed to make this easier. In other words, less keyboard shortcuts, more friendly usability. So watch, sir, as I just tap the Enter key. And as soon as I hit the Enter key, I know you can't see me do that, but trust me, it goes to line 2. And then the best thing here, Mr. Sanchez, is I'm one of those picky math teachers that I want my kids to align things accordingly. Like if I wanted a line by the equal sign, I'm going to have my alignment keys show up. Now, keep in mind, sir, that these alignment keys are not going to appear until you get to line 2. So you'll notice that as soon as I hit Enter, these alignment buttons will start to show up because we at TextHelp recognize you're about to make multiple lines of math. I know from a time standpoint, I'd love to show you an entire equation all the way solved and go to line 2 and line 3 and line 4 and show you a whole problem setup. I just don't know if we have the time to do that. But I encourage you, obviously, to play with this, hit that Enter key, and you'll be happy to know that we can make as many lines as you would like. And when you make, let's just, let me throw some stuff on here so you can see it. So let me do cubed, and I'm just going to go to another line here. By the way, if you're like, hey, how do I make something to the 4th power? Well, we got a couple ways to do that. So I like to do SUP. So I can go superscript, and all I did was type in SUP, and I can raise something to the 4th power. If I hit Enter one more time, and I do 5x to the nth power, I can do that as well. So the nth power, a little bit weird, right? But if I hit that, it's going to raise it to the nth power, and then I can just go and change that. For me, I personally would rather not hit the nth power because then I have to go delete something. I'd rather just type SUP and raise that to the 5th power. And then just real quick, Mr. Sanchez, let me show you once I insert this, the way this appears in the Google Doc. You'll see that I have a multiple line math item here. When I right click on it, for any of my disability service folks here, it's going to say, hey, Louis, you have 4 lines of math. And on line 1, you have 2x squared. On line 2, 3y cubed, and so forth. So let me see if I can answer. Kevin would like to go over voice recognition. So voice recognition, the speech input here, just simply all I have to do is click on speech input. I'm going to clear everything and take a listen. I'll record some math here for you, Kevin. 2y cubed minus 3x squared equals 8. You saw, I don't know if you saw that, but the 2 that I originally said did not get recognized. And I was kind of excited about that because I don't want our product to make a mistake, but I wanted to show you that your students are going to make mistakes, right, when they speak. So if the student's going to make a mistake when they speak, one great thing is you can always come over here and edit that. So let's say the 2 wasn't supposed to be there. I can go edit that, and then I'll go insert that. Okay, I'm going to tap the Enter key, and this will go back to Robert's question here. I can make another line of math here. Let's say I'm doing a system of equations or something, and I just want to record another algebraic expression on line 2. 4y squared minus 3y cubed equals 8. So you'll see here, this recorded it perfectly. And just so you guys know, this is only listening for math. So let's say you were in the classroom and Kevin, you come up to the board and the teacher's like, Kevin, I need you to go sit down. And the teacher is playing or listening or recording EquatIO math. It is not going to record, Kevin, please go sit down. It's not going to hear that because it's listening for math only, not text. Okay, so that's kind of our speech engine there. Let me see if anything, Olivia wants to know how to edit an equation in Google Forms after it is inserted. So Forms or Docs? I'm not sure which. I haven't gone over Forms yet. Either way, you can go and edit something inside of here. So let me go ahead and insert this. And maybe I've already answered this, I'm not sure, but once I click here and then I click edit math, it'll pull that back in, which can be edited. Maybe this was supposed to be 13. Maybe this was supposed to be 13. Maybe this was supposed to be 81, let's say. And then when I insert this, it's going to overwrite this. So give that a second, and then you'll see that that's been overwritten. Anita wants to know how to edit. Okay, inform. How can this be used for elementary students? These are the questions. Okay, so how can this be used for elementary students? You actually, let me show you one thing, and then I'm going to go elementary. So I'm glad that you guys want to see elementary, because I'm going to be completely honest with you guys. When I came aboard, it was so apparent to me that people were missing the potential of EquatIO in an elementary classroom. So I'm going to easily be able to show this to you. As a former elementary teacher, I'm happy to show that to you. I believe our former product manager, his strength was the higher ed. And I think EquatIO got sold as a higher ed product initially. But I'm like, no, guys, this can be used in elementary. And let me show you how. So let me show you one other thing that I'm going to show you here that I think you'll like, STEM tools. Now, we have recently introduced STEM tools into the product. And what do I mean by that? Well, STEM tools is our brand new button that we've added since the summer. And when I click here, if we have science folks here, you'll notice we have a fully interactive periodic table. So when I hover over the elements, you get the accessibility of the element being shown with the atomic number and the symbol. If I click on nickel, it'll pull up an article and explain what is nickel. And I can even click on add to equation editor if I want to throw that. Oop, I forgot to clear that. Let's do that one more time. It'll throw nickel into the equation editor if that's something I want to add in and make a chemical compound. So that is something brand new. I encourage you all to take a look at our periodic table. And the other thing that I think you will absolutely love is finally a built-in scientific calculator. Not only a built-in scientific calculator, a Desmos scientific calculator. And why is that important? Well, Desmos, if you're not familiar, is featured on 35 of the 50 state exams. And here we are in Texas, and look, your kids are going to be using the Desmos scientific calculator. And when I click, well, this is a lot of offerings too, because sometimes I click on a state and it's only on like 2 exams. When I click on Texas, you guys are saying, hey, Desmos is on your test. So this is great for you all because your kids can practice with the calculator that they're going to see, let's say on that 170th day of school. They're not just opening the calculator and trying to learn how to use it for the first time. Hopefully it's something that they're going to be using throughout the year. Just keep in mind, you guys can go to desmos.com/testing and have a copy of this PDF. When you pull it up, it'll load a PDF and it'll tell you what it's enabled on, what it's disabled on. So this will be a great resource for you guys as you start to think about and plan. You can use that Desmos scientific calculator right in the product. So good stuff there that I was able to show. Those are our brand new STEM tools. We also have here what's going to be coming here very soon as a molecular viewer. And if I have time at the very end, I will try and show that to you. I want to jump to something new here called MathSpace, and I still have Schoology to get to. So real quick, let's talk about Math.
Hey, Louis, something happened and you are now muted. And while you're figuring that out, I'll just tell everyone on the session today that your district has a license for every student for Read and Write. So Read and Write will read aloud the math. He was showing you the alt text, but that read aloud does work with Read and Write, and your students all have access to that. So Louis, do you have your sound back? We don't hear you. Oh, now you're back. Now you're back.
Okay.
Yep, now you're back.
All right, sorry about that. That's weird.
So since we're taking a break right now,
yes,
we'll call this a commercial break. Let's
Sure.
go ahead and do the attendance so that we don't have to interrupt you twice.
Oh, that's okay.
So for those of you that are with us today, I imagine that you're learning now that you have to be with us to get your attendance information. So let me take a moment to share that with you. So I'm going to steal away the sharing rights.
I actually have it on the screen right now if you want.
The attendance?
I had the link on there for you.
Oh, okay. Well, it's up now, so we're good. So this is your attendance information for this 12 p.m. session. The 12 p.m. session will end at 12:50, so that's just under 20 minutes from now. So we're going to ask you not to jump away, to go ahead and stay here to 12:50. But you will likely need to take a screenshot of this, take your phone and take a picture, or Kevin is right now pasting in the chat, grab that link and save it in another document. Then when we're finishing up here at 12:50, which is just under 20 minutes, you can click on that link or type in that URL, that bit.ly, so you can go right to there and get your attendance. The attendance forms will stay open until the next session. You will have 10 minutes to go ahead and submit your forms so you can get your credit for this particular session. And we want you to have that. But again, you have to be watching to get that information. So keep that in mind. You want to have this because once that chat starts scrolling back up, it's going to disappear. So make sure you grab that now so you can get credit. So I'm going to give it back to you, Louis. It's all yours.
Yeah, all right. Thank you, ma'am. So let's, now that you guys have that link, what we're going to do is we're going to jump over to MathSpace. And I see Irene there has also asked about manipulatives for low and primary students. And that's exactly what I'm going to jump into. Do you see my screen, Tamara, still?
Not yet, but I see you.
Okay. How about now?
Yep, we're on.
Okay, perfect. That was the link. I ruined the surprise there. That's all right. So let's go back to MathSpace. So here is MathSpace. And if you remember before my audio cut out, sorry about that, guys. I went to insert MathSpace because I was inserting a MathSpace into a doc. What often is missed with EquatIO is we actually have our own web space for MathSpace. Or I should say it's a web app, really. And I want you guys to be aware that you can go to EquatIO.TextHelp.com. Okay? EquatIO.TextHelp.com. Let me hide that so you get a little more room here. So EquatIO.TextHelp.com, and you guys will be able to log in with your credentials. And this is where I see huge potential with EquatIO. And actually, this is where I've told our development team, let's spend some time here because we can make this better and really the best. I mean, I think it's the best math product out there anyways. But this is where we need to go and where we need to concentrate because this is going to really help our teachers in the classroom. So I want to show you a couple examples. Now, obviously, I've had more time than probably you guys do, right? I have more time to play in EquatIO than you do. You got lots of things on your plate. And this is where I can kind of show you some of the things you could use EquatIO for. Now, I want you to think of each of these boxes as MathSpace thumbnails. And if you want to, we could just call them MathSpace assignments. So I have a perfect example here for you guys too, because you asked how we use this in elementary. So as a father to a 7-year-old, I saw assignments start to come home after this pandemic hit, right? And I was slightly annoyed. I'm going to be just completely honest with you because Dad here is the EquatIO guy. My son, who's 7 and in 1st grade, could be using EquatIO, but yet either A, his teacher has never seen it, B, she saw that pretty blue icon for a long time and just never clicked on it, or just, C just has been, not willing to take that leap. And you guys joining today are, show me that, hey, you want to see what the potential is for this. So what I did is I took my upset attitude at my son's PDF that he was being emailed at home. And I said, I wonder if we could turn this into a MathSpace. So I tried to take this, in my opinion, a negative, and I wanted to make it a positive. So is MathSpace part of our EquatIO license? The answer to that is yes, as long as you guys are full domain licensed for EquatIO. Will parents see EquatIO through their kids? I don't know what HAC is or Schoology. Yes, I'm going to try and get to Schoology here in just a few minutes and show you that. But I think this is going to be important for you all. So what I did is I took my son's work and I said, you know what? I'm going to turn this into a MathSpace. And here's a problem that my son had on his piece of paper. By the way, Dad's printing and using all his money and all his ink to print all these papers that kept getting sent home. And by the way, my 2 kids go to a digital school, but yet they were still taking photos and printing nonstop on the laser printer here at home. And I thought, I just think his teacher's not aware that she could really maximize the use and potential with EquatIO if she just gave it a try. So here's problem number 1. Jan read 10 books in November and 20 books in December. How many books did she read? So I thought, would my son rather sit at the dining room table and use his plain, piece of paper and his pencil Or would he rather engage in, he's at a digital school, right, guys? So what I did, I took a little snippet of this activity, the problem down here, and I created a small table, and I said, now my son could interact with the math. And what I did is I cloned this little book, and I said, my son could really show his understanding and interact with the math and maybe enjoy math class just a little bit more than scribbling down on a piece of paper what he thinks the answer is, but he's got really no visuals or any stimulation here whatsoever to kind of check his work. I then went to problem number 2, and I made a second page, and I said, well, actually, problem number 2 wasn't the best example. Problem number 3, let's do this. So write 3 ways to make 15. So my son took his pencil and he scribbled down on the piece of paper. And I said, well, what if we, took our little text helper here and we had my son say, I'm going to put 5 text helpers here in a group. There's 5. And if I group those, I can do that and then move those around and then maybe put 10 cars with it. And he could really show his understanding. What if I gave him the opportunity down here on problem number 4 to use counting rods in math space and interact with the counting rods? So you might want to be wondering, now this is me from a teacher and an instructional design standpoint. I had to obviously take some time and convert these into math spaces, right? The benefit of this for you all is that you can collaborate with your teachers that are right next door to you. You can say, hey, let me make the math spaces. Let me make the math spaces for week 1's homework. And if I have a coworker, let's call her Jessica. I don't know. Jessica and I teach 1st grade together, and I say, Jessica, I'm going to make the math spaces for week 1. I can take and make a math space and make a copy and click continue. And I can go right here and share this link with Jessica. And it's going to prompt Jessica when she opens that link. It's going to say, hey, Louis, it's going to say, hey, Jessica, I noticed that this is a shared math space. Would you like to make a copy of it? And you're going to put it in your math space dashboard. So we've improved the way teachers can collaborate here. We also, because look, I had to make this. How am I going to get this then to my students? Well, if I click on share, remember the first option is if I want to collaborate with other adults. And I could see you guys being a big district and having math content coaches or district people making curriculum downtown. And those downtown folks can create math spaces and send them out to all the teachers in the district and say, hey, let me help you create some materials, or let me help you create some curriculum to make your lives easier. This is what they're going to do. They're going to create the math space and then make the copy and share the link. I also need to be able to send this to my students. How am I going to send this to my students? Well, you guys know how you share information with kids. My guess is upcoming, it's going to be through Schoology. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to click here. I'm going to click continue. And I'm going to take this link right here. And I'm going to paste this link in Schoology. And each time the child goes into Schoology, they're going to click the link. And let me show you what this looks like real quick. I'm going to copy. I'm going to go to another Chrome account that I have. And I'm going to paste this. And guys, from the other Chrome account, now I'm pretending to be Louis the student. I'm no longer Louis the teacher. And my son, well, we'll just call myself Austin, which is my son's name. Hey, Texas, right? So my son's name is Austin, and my Austin's going to open this assignment and be able to interact with all of these tools. My son can bring in shapes. He can, use a calculator if he wants to. He can speak his math, however he wants to interact with the math. And then what's my son going to do when he's done? He's going to send this back to the teacher, and he's going to submit it. And then when I'm the teacher, I'm going to go back to my teacher account here. And we have videos of all of this, guys. So you just got to reach out and ask, and we're more than happy to share those. Right here, as a teacher, I can go to my assignments, and I'm going to see right here, by the way, here's probably my son. Well, we're pretending it's my son. It's actually me as a student. I'm going to be able to see my son's assignment here, and I'm going to be able to see his work. And guys, what do we need to do as teachers? We need to evaluate. How's he doing? Well, look, I'm in the feedback view. I can leave my son feedback right in here, and I can say, I'm going to send this back to my son because he made some mistakes or didn't give his best effort. And I'm going to send it right back to my son, he can then resubmit that back to me. I know I have 6 minutes left, and I promised you guys Schoology, so I need to move to Schoology. I'm going to drag a window over here. I know you guys are probably, I hope, excited about acquiring an LMS. Some people are, some people probably aren't. I know I was. I just wanted a different learning mechanism to be able to engage my parents, my students. In my large district, we kept piecemealing things together. We were using this product to do this and this product to do this. And hopefully the Schoology will provide you, that one-stop shop that you guys are looking for. So I'm going to take you to what we've done here with Schoology, and we've created a course. I created a demo course, right? And inside my demo course, I'm going to show you the way this works. Now, if I want to start a discussion, maybe I'm starting a new math unit and I click on discussion, what I can do is I can start. Now, this one I've already created. So I'm going to go into the edit properties of it. When I go to edit, you will notice here that I'm using the Schoology text editor to enter the text. And then I want the math. Now, look, I'm sure Schoology thinks their math editor is great. I tend to disagree. So what I've done is I've installed the EquatIO LTI, and in Schoology, it's going to be under Insert Content once you guys get this installed. And when you click on this, as a teacher, I'm going to see EquatIO over here to the right. Now, obviously, here's their math editors, right? So I can use their math editors if I want, but I'd much rather use EquatIO. Why? Because with EquatIO, I get all the prediction. Maybe I'm teaching statistics class. I know I've given several elementary examples. Let's go to statistics. If I type in the correlation coefficient of sample and I need that formula, how did Louis just get that formula quickly with EquatIO? CORR. And all I did was hit that, and there's the formula. Boom. How do I get that with the Schoology math editor? Well, let's take a look. If I go here and go to edit, and I go to insert content, I'm in their equation editor, and guess what I'm stuck with? I'm stuck with trying to decipher in all these tabs, where do I find all those symbols for the correlation coefficient of sample? I mean, there's just no product like ours. What if I want to put in the discussion, for example, if I'm gonna, and this won't make sense with this equation, but I'm just kind of in a hurry here, guys, because I know our time is limited. What if I want a Desmos graph and I want to put that in the discussion? So what if I just want to put, let's say x equals, let's do y equals x squared. And I'm going to show that parabola there cutting through 0, 0. And look how great this looks in Schoology. So there is a beautiful Desmos graph. I click Save Changes, and you'll see now how easy and nice and clear that looks right inside the Schoology platform. So this is all going to be at your disposal once you're a Schoology customer and you get your LTI for EquatIO turned on. Remember, how did I get here? I opened up their rich content editor for Schoology. I click on Insert Content, and you're going to see EquatIO here, okay? This is from the teacher side. The teachers can create quizzes. The teachers can create assignments. They can create discussions. They can create pages. Let me go back to my course here. If I go here and I want to look at, let's say, a page. Remember a page in an LMS? If you're still new to LMSs, I used to, as a Canvas trainer, I used to say pages, guys, are for sharing of information. You don't put an assignment on a page because a page is for information. You're just sharing info. So I might give directions on like, hey, these are your PEMDAS rules on a page. And what do I need to do to get EquatIO? I just need to look for this button. If you click on something in Schoology and you don't see a rich content editor with this button, then you can't use EquatIO, right? It's got to have this button. So that being said, let's show you a quiz real quick. Well, actually, yeah, we can show you a quiz here real quick. Here's an EquatIO demo quiz. And notice that when I go into the settings here, I'm going to go on questions. And I just want to show you a quiz that I built, kind of from scratch here. This is going to be solved for X. And I can go in here and I can go and edit this question. I can add it to a bank. Remember, how do I get here? It's right here. I can change all my settings here within the LMS if I want to. I'm going to go ahead and cancel out of that. I wanted to say like, hey, how do I show the zeros? I got 1 minute, Tamara. Is that right? Yep. Oh, now you're muted.
You do. I'm just being patient.
Okay, cool. So here's a few more just sample examples for you of how EquatIO math works. Again, if we have accessibility or people from disability services in this session today, your alt text will also show up in the LMS. So really, really good integrations here for you guys. Here's what you need to know, and I've said it once, I'm going to say it again. If you see in the rich content editor a way where you can access the rich content editor and you can see that insert content button, you should be good to go with Schoology. The last thing here, and we'll wrap up because I know my time is out, is your presentation today. I want to show you just a couple things. I've given you access to a lot of my content because look, I build stuff because I want you guys to share this with others. So you'll see the new STEM tools, you'll see the periodic table, and then right here, guys, is where I inserted your Schoology stuff. So you can look at this on your own time and see, you know, how do we integrate with Schoology? And then what I think will be really helpful, because we just don't have enough time in 50 minutes, I'm going to be honest with you. I gave you guys links to 3 videos that I created in Schoology and what I could really use your help with. I heard you guys are an awesome large district and have a little bit of weight behind you. And what I mean is, here's the negative about Schoology, and I hate to end on a negative. Students right now are prohibited, I should say, from launching EquatIO to take a quiz. Okay, let me say it again. When you click insert content as a student, Schoology currently will not allow a student to launch an LTI. Well, how does that impact us as TextHelp and EquatIO customers? Well, you guys, look, you can create quizzes as teachers, you can create assignments as a teacher, and you can submit assignments as a student, but you cannot currently launch an LTI from a student. So here's what I did for you guys, and any help you can give me would be awesome. I created inside one of these videos here about if you guys could go to Schoology's website and maybe drive their roadmap and flood their website and say, hey, we'd really love students to be able to launch an LTI. Guys, you guys are customers of Schoology now. You help drive the roadmap for what you want products to do inside of an LMS. So tomorrow I will end there. I apologize for going 2 minutes over, but I can't say no more. So I'm out of time.
Well, actually, you guys are the next set of presenters, so you're just cutting into your own section.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, I'm not, but Kay is probably.
Well, welcome and thank you for being with us, Louis. That was awesome information.
Yep,
and I know
welcome.
that a lot of you here this morning wanted to be part of our first session this morning with TI Nspire. And I thought that you guys would be really good candidates to let you know because of our hiccups, because YouTube decided to update their platform this morning. So we couldn't go live when we wanted to. So 8 a.m. for those of you that wanted to be there for TI Nspire and missed that, you are going to want to come back at 4 p.m. today and join that same session. It will be updated in the app. The link is still the same, but it'll be all updated in the app. So that 8 a.m. session has now moved to the 4 p.m. session today. So we tagged it on a little bit longer so you can get that credit if that's what you were looking for. So again, thank you. Our next session is going to start in approximately 7 minutes. That gives you time right now to go to that form, submit your attendance verification for this last session that is ending. And for those of you that are just joining us now, remember the attendance verification comes in the middle of the presentation. So you have to be there to watch it, to get it. So we'll be back in about 7 minutes.
Thanks, Ms. Ferguson. It's been fun.
Thank you for being here,
Bye-bye.
Louis.
All right. All right.
Tamara, can I just stay on the session?
Yes, you can.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Bye, Louis.
Yep.
Thank
Hey,
you.
good seeing you. Yep.
session. The presenter will show a slide with a unique link to that particular session. When that link is shown, make sure you take a picture or write down that link. And shortly after the session completes, make sure that you fill out that attendance verification form. These forms will be time-stamped, and the form will only be open for a certain amount of time. So make sure that you don't delay in completing that form. We will only be able to issue professional development credit for those that fill out the form during the allotted time. We are so glad that you have decided to spend your day with us today. And on behalf of the entire Cypress Fairbanks ISD EdTech team, thank you, and we hope you enjoy your day.
Welcome back, guys. Okay, so I have to ask, how many of you out there have had some questions about, especially with us going pretty much digital, how are these kids going to get assistance with both reading and writing text online? Oh, this would be wonderful. I actually could see my face, right? Okay, so if you have questions or you have students that are struggling with that, we have an answer for you today. And it looks like I have two presenters again. I have Kay and I have Kathleen. Welcome, both of you. So if you are here today and you are interested in this, odds are you're also going to want to have your attendance. So just a reminder, the attendance verification is presented at some point during this presentation. It's not something that you can get at the beginning and the end. You actually have to watch to get the code. So please be watching with us. And when it comes up, we'll pause and make sure you get that information. So welcome, ladies.
Hi there.
Hi.
I'm going to let you take it away. It's all yours.
Okay, great. Well, thank you very much for joining the session today. I'm Kay Tapera, and I'm with TextHelp. You guys have a product of ours that you can use district-wide with all students called Read&Write. And I've asked the product manager for Read&Write, Kathleen Colburn, to join us to present the session today. Not only does she know that product inside and out, but she also knows the Schoology integration of it. And I know that's something of interest to your district because that's a new platform that you guys are launching this year. So Kathleen, I'll let you take it away.
Awesome, thanks Kay. All right, hi everyone. I'm Kathleen, so I'll just get started here in a minute. Do we need to wait to the top of the hour or is it okay to go ahead, Tamara? All right, let me get my
you can go ahead and start.
Okay. All right, great. So I'll just get my screen up here. And minimize that. All right, and you can see those slides okay?
Yes, we see them, Kathleen.
Okay, perfect. All right, I'll go ahead then and stop asking you guys questions. So today I'm going to be covering Read&Write and all of the different literacy supports that it provides. And I'm going to focus specifically on the Schoology environment. So my name's Kathleen. You can obviously see me, so you don't really need the headshot there, but I am our Read&Write product manager. So my job is really working with our software developers to make sure that the product does what it needs to do for teachers like you and your students. So I'm really excited to show you what we have here today and also be able to hopefully hear your feedback and some questions as well. So we'll get started here. So maybe some of you on the call today are familiar with Read&Write. Perhaps you've used it last school year or in the past. Maybe some of you are brand new and haven't really heard of the product yet. So for everyone, hopefully there'll be something today. But Read&Write is quite simply a literacy toolbar that provides all different sorts of reading and writing and study supports for students. And the idea is that it can really be used in a variety of different environments and provides a suite of different tools that students can pick and choose from. So what types of tools am I talking about here? So things like, for example, text-to-speech, one of the most powerful ways for students, particularly students who might struggle with reading or struggle with reading comprehension. Text-to-speech is a great way that they can access the content and better understand it by being able to listen to it read aloud. Read&Write also includes things like talking dictionaries, picture dictionaries, a translator, so all different ways for students to better understand vocabulary. We've got dictation tools, highlighters, tons of features here that I'm going to actually show you. And the idea with Read and Write, again, is it works pretty much wherever students are going to be working. So whether students are inside of Google Docs, they can access the Read and Write toolbar and all of its support tools right in that environment. It works on Chrome web pages as well. So in particular today, when we talk about Schoology, we'll be talking about, that's a website that students visit, so they'll be able to open their Read and Write toolbar there as well. And then it also works in PDFs, and I'll touch on that today as well, because we have a very powerful integration of Read and Write and its PDF reader with Schoology, so that you can create PDF assignments and distribute them to your students. And then your students can respond using the built-in tools and turn in that work so that you can review it and provide feedback. So we'll go through all of that today. And I want to just first also take a moment to emphasize, the reason that I really want to focus on Read and Write's integration with Schoology today is, as a company, TextHelp in the last several months, pretty much since March, have really been focusing on supporting distance and online learning and really making sure that our tools within the Read and Write toolbar can be available to students, wherever they're working, whatever device they're on, and also can really provide them with the tools to be independent, especially when they may be, learning from home or in a scenario that's different from the classroom scenario that they're used to. So that's really a big focus for us, and hopefully that will shine through today as we talk about the Read and Write tools. So with that, I'm going to pop out of my slides here. So I'm in Chrome. Read and Write is a Chrome extension, so it's going to work inside of that browser. And I am logged into Schoology as a student. So this is just a demo class that I've got set up with several different types of materials in here. So we'll take a look at a few different types of material within Schoology and how Read and Write can be used in each of them. So I'm going to start off with this first, just an intro reading. So let's say as a teacher, I've uploaded a reading into my LMS that I want my students to complete. So now as a student, I'm looking at the reading here, and I'm going to get my Read and Write toolbar opened up so I can access some of those support tools. So Read and Write, since it's a Chrome extension, lives right up here in the Chrome sort of extensions area. When I click on the icon, it's going to pop up this floating toolbar. So these are all of those different support tools that I mentioned before that can be used from Read and Write. So let's start with maybe the first most basic thing that a student's going to want to do when they're presented with a piece of reading material. They're going to want to read the text. So let's see how we can do that with Read and Write. I have a feature on the toolbar called Hover Speech. Hover Speech works really well, particularly when you're working on the web. If you think about on a website where you might be trying to read all over the page, read hyperlinks, read regular text, Hover Speech is really great because it allows me to just place my mouse over some text and hear it read aloud.
Orville and Wilbur Wright were born 4 years apart, in different cities. They shared a curiosity about the world and a love of tinkering that would make history.
So a couple different things happening here.
1. Orville and Wilbur Wright were born.
Coming through okay there. So a few things that are happening. You can hear this nice, natural sounding voice reading the text out loud. We also have this dual color highlighting that's happening.
Orville and Wilbur Wright were born.
Okay, turn that off. As I'm reading, it's going to cover the words in one color and then track along with the word that's being read in another color. So that was the yellow and blue that you saw. So this is a really powerful way to help students increase comprehension. If you think about, when you might read a physical book to a child and they're following along, you might tap or touch each word as you're reading so that they can make that connection between what the word looks like on the page or on their screen and what the word sounds like. So the dual color highlighting that Read and Write uses accomplishes the same thing. Now I can customize that voice as well. So if I go into my options menu here, so I can choose from a variety of different voices. We even have several international voices. So if I'm reading Spanish content or French content or in several other languages, I can choose a corresponding voice to hear it in. I can also adjust the speed of the reading. So depending on my comprehension level and my confidence with the text, I can slow it down, speed it up however I need. I can also choose whether or not the entire reading passage reads through continuously. So if I have this checked, continuous reading is going to just keep reading on my screen till it reaches the end. Or I can uncheck that if I'd rather just focus on, maybe a paragraph or a sentence at a time. So lots of customization that's available there for students to work and to read in whatever way works best for them. Now, there are also another way that you can use the text-to-speech is, this is a pretty long reading, and maybe I don't want to sit here and go through the whole thing at once. So we have a feature called the Audio Maker that's a really neat way to take your reading on the go. So all I have to do is highlight whatever amount of that text that I wanted to read. So I'm just going to go through and highlight the whole page there. And then on my Read and Write toolbar, right here, we have a feature called the Audio Maker. The Audio Maker is going to grab that text and it's going to download an MP3 of the text-to-speech. So now I've got that file saved on my computer. I can, put it in my Google Drive, put it on my phone or my iPad, and now I have a way to, kind of portably take that reading with me and do it later on in a time or place that works best for me. So that really gives students the flexibility to do their reading and to do their work, whenever and wherever. So switching gears a little bit here, let's take a look at some of the reading comprehension features that I have available to me. So if I'm reading along and I encounter a word that I'm not familiar with, I have a couple of different options for ways to, better understand that vocabulary word. So if I'm not familiar with the word mechanical, I can highlight that word and come up to my dictionary. And now the dictionary definitions can also be read aloud as well. So all I have to do is hit that little play button next to each one.
Adjective. Connected to machines, engines, etc., there were some mechanical defects with the product.
So that dictionary has a variety of, basic definitions for words that have a basic definition, and then some more advanced ones as well. There's also a picture dictionary feature. So I could highlight a word here. Let's see, maybe I want to highlight the word glider. I'm going to go for some sort of topic-specific vocabulary here. So if I'm not familiar with what a glider is, the picture dictionary is going to give me a basic image or symbol that represents the word. And these come from the widget communications library. So there's a variety of different, just very, very basic pictorial ways of interpreting certain vocabulary words. This is especially a really good one for ELL students. If they're having trouble with actually reading the word on the page, it's maybe a lot easier to interpret what the meaning is just from an image. And then lastly, there's also a translator feature. So if I wanted a translation of individual vocabulary words, it's kind of good for just spot checking vocab. So again, if you encounter a word like propeller here, if I'm not familiar with that word, I can come up to my translator. Let's make sure it opens right on my screen here. And now I have my translation language set to Spanish. I can change that within that same options menu that I was on before. So there's a variety of different languages options there. But I can also hear these translations read aloud.
Hélice. Propulsor.
So depending on the language I've selected, if we also have a voice that matches it, you'll be able to listen to those translations. So again, also a very effective feature for ELL students. Now there's a feature here I like to show that really kind of puts all of those together. So the dictionary, picture dictionary, and translator as well. So I can actually use these 4 colored highlighters on the toolbar to create a vocabulary list. So this could be something that I, as a student, might be doing for individual practice on unfamiliar words, or it's something that a teacher could create and then share with students. So all I have to do is go through and highlight some words. So we'll go back to mechanical, to glider and propeller again. And then let's see, get one more kind of topic specific word here. How about rudder? So I can select any of those 4 colors to just quickly highlight each of those words. And then I'm going to click on this vocabulary button. And when I create that, what it's doing is it's automatically creating a Google Doc for me inside of my Drive. And that document, which is loading up right now, is going to have those words that I highlighted. It also includes a definition, an image from the picture dictionary, and an extra column for notes. So if I scroll here through the document, you can see that each of those 4 words that I highlighted has been included in the chart. For some words, there might be multiple definitions, but since this is a Google Doc, I can edit it as much as I want. So maybe I want to remove some of those additional definitions and just stick with the first one. So now I've got a definition for each word. I've got the image from the picture dictionary. And then again, maybe I want to say translation or use in a sentence. And now this is a vocabulary document that I can edit. I can use as a study guide. It's saved in my Google Drive, so it's mine to do, whatever I'd like to do with it. And the idea also would be that as a teacher, I could create a vocabulary list as well from, an LMS or a website or Google Doc, wherever I'm providing students with that material. As a teacher, I could create this document as well, and then all I have to do is go to share it with my students through Drive. I could upload it into Schoology, whatever I want to do here, and then each of my students can have their own copy of the document. So let's, one more thing I want to show you here specifically on this reading that I uploaded into the LMS is another feature called the Simplify tool. The Simplify tool is actually kind of misnamed now because it used to just do kind of one function of simplifying some text to be kind of smaller and more digestible, but it actually has a lot of other things built into it now too. So watch what happens when I click on the Simplify Page button when I'm on the web. And now this automatically opened up a new tab, and it gives me a clean version of the page, but now I have a bunch of different options for ways that I can manipulate this content to make it easier for me to understand. So for example, I can use the plus and minus buttons here to simplify the content down. So maybe that first reading was overwhelming for me as a student. On the simplified version of that page, I have the ability to click these little minus buttons and actually, oh, hold on a second here. I am going to shut my camera off here for just a minute because I'm getting a notice that the internet connection is a little unstable. So we'll just save on some bandwidth there. So continuing on here, so we're in the simplified version of the page. I can hit these plus or minus buttons and watch when I'm doing that, the content is getting shorter. So it uses an algorithm to, sort of try to detect what information is maybe a little bit redundant within the reading. It's obviously not going to be a perfect science, but the idea is if students are overwhelmed by that amount of content that they're first presented with, they can simplify it down. And then as they are reading and getting a bit more confident with it, they can slowly add that back in as they. So really a great way, for students to work with the content at the level that it's been provided to them. It just makes it a little bit more digestible for them. Now, in terms of some of the others that are in the Simplify tool, I have my full read and write toolbar here as well. So I can read my text aloud, I can look up words, all those sorts of things I was showing before. When I was in the actual LMS, I still have the ability to do that here. In addition to things like I can change the font. So I can make this larger if I'm someone that, has visual impairments or just, prefers to see things a little bit larger on the screen. I also have a bunch of different options for fonts that I can change it to. So I'm dyslexic in here. Lexend is another one that, is supposed to be easy on the eyes and helps with reading comprehension accuracy. So I can content to be whatever of the fonts I want. I can also change spacing here. So I can make it 1.5 or double. All of that there is going to be available in Simplify Page. Again, there's also contrast things here too. forgot to mention that one. So again, you know, I started out with content like this in Schoology, but as a student, I could pull it out of the LMS and manipulate it further to really be able to understand it and work with it at a level that I'm comfortable with. So I'm going to take a quick pause here and just take a look to see if there were any questions that came in so far. So we've got a question, do we have an extension for Edge or for Firefox? We do have an extension for Edge specifically. So the version of Edge that Microsoft launched, I don't know if it was like a year ago or a little less than a year ago, we have a version of Read and Write that looks pretty much exactly like this. So it's got this floating web toolbar. It also works in Word Online and several different environments within the Edge browser. For Firefox, we have a desktop version of Read and Write. So Read and Write for Windows, which kind of just, it sits on top of your computer screen, and it works with things like Microsoft Word and different web browsers, and Firefox is one of those. And we have another question here. Will it read PDFs? Yes, it will. And how does Read and Write work with Schoology? So I'm going to get to the PDF reader integration in a little bit here. So hold on to that question. So I'm going to continue on here for a bit, and we'll definitely have more time as we go for additional questions. So I'm going to hop back into my LMS here. Let's take a look at another resource that I've added into this class that I can use Read and Write with. So as a teacher, I might upload things like images or other sorts of materials inside the LMS. So what we were looking at before was nice, clean, accessible text that I could use Read and Write with. Now we're looking at something that's an image. So, if I try to grab some of this text here, you can see that I can't do that. So this is what we would call inaccessible. And for students who, need those reading supports to be able to understand content, there's a lot of barriers to that when we're working with inaccessible materials. Suddenly, a lot of those powerful tools that they have are not going to be able to be used by them. But luckily on the Read and Write toolbar, we have a feature called the Screenshot Reader. So the Screenshot Reader is sort of a way to, it's sort of a catch-all feature for no matter what type of content you encounter on the web. If it's inaccessible, like if it's an image like this, maybe it's an inaccessible PDF, something that was just a scanned photocopy, but it didn't go through the OCR process to make it accessible and readable. So the Screenshot Reader can handle all those different scenarios. So when I click on the Screenshot Reader icon, it's going to turn my cursor into a crosshair. And now all I have to do is drag a box around any of the text that I want to read. And it's going to take a minute or a second or two here to process that.
Drag. Friction between the airplane's body and the surrounding air creates a force that holds the craft back. This must be countered by thrust.
So I took that inaccessible content that I couldn't get at before, and I used the Screenshot Reader to do a quick on-the-go OCR scan, which made it readable and accessible. And we actually, just within the last month or so, added some additional controls down here. They're a little bit hard to see because the words kind of overlap with them. But you can see I have a play, a pause, and a stop button here. So I can control the reading. If I want to reread it as many times as I want, I can do that. If I want to pause in the middle, I can do that. And this fourth and final button over here is actually a copy to clipboard button. So I can take that content that used to be inaccessible. I can click the copy button, and now I could go over, we'll just go into this doc here. And I can actually paste that in there. So now I've taken something that was inaccessible and I've made it accessible, and I can, obviously edit this as I need to. So imagine, taking this, this whole image here and grabbing each of those little blurbs about the different words on the plane and dropping them into a Google Doc to make a study guide. So that's a really powerful tool for both students and teachers could use it as well to create, accessible materials out of inaccessible things like images or PDFs. So that's a little bit about some of the ways that Schoology or that Read and Write can work in a couple different, sorts of documents that have been uploaded into Schoology. Let's take a look now at how it works inside of Google Docs. So I'm going to go into a new Google Doc that I have here. So now I'm, outside the Schoology environment, but within Schoology, if you are used to creating assignments, you can create an assignment and upload a Google Doc like this so that each student gets their own copy of the document. And then when students open it, they can keep it open inside the Schoology LMS, which I'll show you in a minute here. But you can also just, students can open it up in a brand new tab like they would any other document that's in their Google Drive. And there I can access the Read and Write toolbar as well. So when I'm in a Google Doc, I'll see this little purple puzzle piece at the top of the document. When I click on that, it's going to bring down my Read and Write toolbar. So now I have several different features. Again, this full toolbar of 20 or so different supports that I can access when I'm in the Google Doc. So we'll start again with the kind of most basic, most important feature here, which is text-to-speech. So when I'm in a document, I don't have that hover speech feature that we were using before, but I do have just the simple play button. So I can place my cursor anywhere inside the document and click on that play button.
Earth is the third planet from the Sun and the densest planet in the solar system. It is also the largest of the solar systems.
So again, I have a little bit better control over in the doc apparently, but here you can now see that dual color highlighting that I mentioned before, where it highlights the sentence in one color and then it will track along with the words as they're read in a different color. And again, same in Google Docs, I can adjust the voice and the speed of the reading and all those sorts of things as well based on my preferences. Again, I've got my dictionary and my picture dictionary, so I can select a word and I can get a dictionary definition or an image. So we'll switch gears now and take a look at some of the features we haven't looked at yet. So I'll focus first on some of the writing features. So Read and Write also includes several different writing supports that students can use to help them with things like spelling and grammar and vocabulary. So I'll start with word prediction. Word prediction is this icon right here. Word prediction helps with typing. It will provide suggestions as you type. So I can start right off with some common words that I might start my sentence with. And then as I start to type, those suggestions are going to change, based on the letters that I'm typing and based on the grammar and the structure of the sentence that I'm writing. Now I can hover over any of those word suggestions to hear them read aloud.
Earth. Earlier. Early.
And then if I want to insert a word, I can either click on it, or I can use, if I'm on a laptop, I can use Control and then the number next to the word as a keyboard shortcut. Now, another really great thing about word prediction, for students who might struggle to kind of get their thoughts on the page, if they didn't have a support like this, they might be writing, short sentences, basic vocabulary words, because it's just too difficult to maybe write longer sentences and use more advanced vocabulary if they have trouble with spelling. So this kind of feature, really can help students who might struggle and just need that sort of extra boost. And it also helps with spelling. So if I do, for example, go to a new line here. If I type F-O, so notice that it does phonetic predictions here as well. So in addition to words that actually start with F-O, we have, for example, the word phone. So it has, sort of a database of different common phonetic misspellings that writers might make. And so it takes those into account when you're writing. So it really helps students who might struggle with spelling suddenly be much more able to write, spelled correctly and grammatically correct sentences. And then it also encourages students to, use maybe more advanced vocabulary with that little boost of spelling that they've got with the prediction engine. And also just, write more complex sentences. We've heard, we have lots of sort of use cases with students that we know in our districts who really struggled with writing, and then with the introduction of a tool like word prediction, it really allowed them to write, tons more than they were writing before. and really unlock, they actually liked writing, but it was just something that was too difficult for them before the help of something like prediction. Another similar writing tool that can be really effective is the talk and type feature. So talk and type, when I'm in a Google Doc, it actually uses Google's voice typing. When I'm on the web, we use our own sort of dictation tool there. But this allows me, if I'm someone who struggles with getting my thoughts from my head through my fingers onto the keyboard, or maybe I just want, as a productivity tool, I want to just be able to speak. I can do that a little bit faster than typing. Talk and type provides a really good support for both of those different types of students. So I turn this on and we'll say, Earth is the third planet from the sun, period, new line. So it will respond to a few different types of punctuation voice commands as well, like periods, commas, new line. So again, a really good productivity boost for more advanced students who just want to get those thoughts out faster, or again, for students who struggle either with the mechanics of typing or just with getting their thoughts out. It's another really great alternative to typing their thoughts. And then the last option there for students doing writing is the voice note feature. So the voice note feature actually allows students to make a recording of themselves and add that to the document. So again, for students who might just not want to deal with the spoken with typing, or just want an alternative to that, they can use the voice note feature to record their voice, and then their teacher, when they have access to the document, will be able to listen back to it. So I'll show you how that one works. All I have to do is just put my cursor somewhere in the document, and I'm going to come up here to the voice note feature. Now I can record up to a minute of my voice. So I start recording here. I can see the little countdown. When I'm finished, I can either play it back, or I can go ahead and insert it right into my document. And what this is going to look like is a comment on the sidebar of the doc. So if you're used to using Google Comments, typed Google Comments for either collaborating within a doc or for providing feedback for students, it looks almost exactly the same, except now we have a little play button in here. So I can play back what that recording to a minute of my voice. So I start, and I will spare you from the rest of listening to my recorded voice. So think about, some of the ways that you could apply that feature. It's especially a really powerful one for collaboration and communication, especially if you think about, if you're going to be doing online learning or distance learning where you might not physically be in the classroom with students to give them feedback or to hear their responses to things. This offers a really great alternative to still keep that communication loop going. And then the last thing I'll highlight in this document for writing supports is the Check It feature. So the Check It feature is this button on the far left. It's the newest addition to the Read and Write toolbar. And this is kind of an all-in-one spelling, grammar, homophone, and confusable word checker. So you can see based on, or with the kind of built-in Google spell check, I have a couple of words here that are misspelled that Google identified. But watch what happens when I turn Check It on. It's going to find a few other additional errors here as I go. So when I click on a word, it'll drop down and actually give me directions for that word. So it does pretty well, again, with that, with the phonetic misspellings and common misspellings that students might be making. Check It also is really powerful because it's constantly checking your work and adjusting in real time as you're typing or as you're working. So for example, in this next sentence, notice that I used the wrong form of the word for here as well as the misspelling that Check It found. So it underlined the word 5. As soon as I correct that, watch what happens. Now it knows, okay, I've used the wrong form of for as well. So it's always good to remember with grammar and checkers that they're not always going to be as powerful as the human brain reading or editing something. They require a certain amount of context in order to determine whether something is an error. But once you kind of continue to give it that context, it's updating in real time and it's really good at finding those errors. So I mentioned, I started showing here in a Google Doc, a new tab here. But I mentioned that if you have a Google Doc assignment within Schoology, you can access the Read and Write toolbar the same way there. So when I'm back in Schoology as a student, this is an assignment that my teacher's given me. And my teacher has attached a document here. So that should just take a minute here to load up. So here is the document that my teacher has given me to keep my work on. And notice my Read and Write toolbar pops right in here as well. So if I'm, completing a writing assignment and I'm inside my assignment in Schoology, the Read and Write toolbar is going to work the same way in that environment, just like if I hit the edit button here and popped out to a new tab. So that's another one of the really powerful ways that Read and Write can integrate with the Schoology LMS. And I see here we had a comment or a question about overlays. So that is actually very helpful because I forgot to show that feature. So there's a feature toolbar called screen masking. So when I turn this on, the screen masking can be used in a couple of different ways. So it can provide an overlay on top of your document, and then it has a little reading light that follows along with your mouse to help focusing on certain areas of the page. And when I have the screen masking feature on, there's this little kind of floating guy that's always there so that I can quickly turn the feature on and off, or I can write to my set menu. And here's where I customize like the color. I can turn the opacity up or down. Same with the reading light, I could turn that on or off. So if I just want my entire document overlaid, I can turn that reading light off. I can even turn the opacity all the way up, and then I could use this as like a study mechanism. So I could, cover one part of a document that I want to quiz myself on. So lots of different ways that that overlay feature can be used. And that works on Google Docs. It also works on web pages. So if we were back in that reading that I started on, I'd be able to use the screen masking on that entire screen as well. In this view, it's just for the Google Doc. But if I go back to my LMS, open up my web toolbar here, I can also mask out that entire screen. And quickly, just to show you again some of those writing tools, this is inside of a discussion thread in Schoology. So if I open up my web toolbar here, just like in Docs, I have my word prediction, and I also have my dictation tool. So if I were responding to this discussion thread, I can turn on my microphone. Amelia Earhart's solo trip across the Atlantic was important, period. It was important not only for aviation, but also for women in the field, period. So I can use that to respond right to a discussion thread. If this were a quiz or an assignment that I was completing in Schoology, I can use those tools right in those text areas as well. We actually focused a lot in the last couple of months on these updates and improvements to get those writing features working in the Schoology LMS. When remote learning started, we saw such a huge increase in use of our tools in environments like this that we knew it was really important to, make sure that those writing supports that maybe used to mostly be used in Google Docs, they're getting a lot more use now in LMSs. And so we wanted to, make sure that those tools could work there as well. And I can also use my word prediction feature in here. So I can turn that on and get word suggestions as I type as well.
Mode next.
All right, so the last and final thing that I want to walk through with you all is our integration with Schoology and the PDF reader. So the PDF reader piece of Read and Write is really—
Kathleen.
Oh, sure.
Hi. Can I take a moment? This is a perfect time for us to do our attendance before you get into the Schoology part, so I don't have to interrupt you again. So I thought this was like a natural break.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you want me to pop up the slide?
Oh, if you have it, that would be wonderful. If not, I have it here too.
Oh, I got it right here.
Yay. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, I know that some of you have been waiting anxiously for this attendance information. So you get it because you are watching with us right now. And Kevin is posting it in the link I think I've been talking too much today. Good gravy Marine. Okay, let's try that again in English. I think I might need a little read-write support here. Okay, so Kevin. Yes, so Kevin has put it in there. So if you want to copy that link, you better grab it now before it goes all the way up to the top and then it's gone. And also on your screen, if you just want to take a picture of it or a screenshot, you can do that. Please don't jump out of our session right now. The best part is coming right now with Schoology, because I know that is our future in just a few weeks. And go ahead and wait until our time at 1:50. Pop into Forms then, submit your attendance verification. Then you can go on to your next session. But it's not going to go anywhere. It'll be waiting for you. Just get the information and then go to it at about 10 minutes to the hour, and then you'll be able to go on your next session. So I'm going to give it back to you, Kathleen. You're doing such an awesome job. And we had a few other questions that I noticed that a lot of questions were popping up about the check it. Somebody was asking, does it only show up sometimes? And so somebody else said, how do you update Read and Write to get the check it feature? Don't we already have the check it feature as an embedded part of our subscription?
Yeah, you should have it. We released it. It was released last fall. So the one thing about it is it's only going to show up in the Google Docs toolbar. So if you're working like on the web or in a PDF, we don't have check it built in there quite yet. But if you're in a Google Doc, that's where it's going to be available.
Okay, I think that actually answers a few of their questions. All right, thank you. I'm going to let you have back at it.
Okay, awesome. All right, so let's just close the chat, make sure I got that open. Okay, so I'm going to show you now the final piece here, which is the PDF integration. So obviously, you know, even before remote learning, but especially when schools started going remote, PDF suddenly became a hugely important mechanism for continuing to, you know, create assignments for students. You know, suddenly being able to pass out physical copies of something in the classroom is no longer an option. So luckily, there's a really kind of great way to replicate that exact process, but doing it in Schoology with the PDF reader. So first, I'm actually going to switch over to my teacher profile here. So I'm now looking at Schoology as a teacher. And let's say I want to create an assignment for my students. So I'm going to go in here and click Add Assignment. Now, because I have Read and Write installed, notice that as I'm going through, so I'll just, you know, give this a nice descriptive name. And notice here, so I have the kind of, I think this is sort of a normal built-in option to choose a file from Google Drive, but I can also choose a PDF and use the PDF reader. So when I click on this, it's going to connect to my Google Drive and it'll prompt me to choose a file. So I actually already have one of these created on the student side. So let's do this one. So this is a grammar worksheet. So I went ahead and I selected a PDF from my Google Drive, and now it has attached it to the assignment. It's automatically going to create a copy of that PDF for each of my students, so I don't have to worry about, you know, every student trying to write on top of the exact same PDF. So I can go ahead and create that assignment, and that's going to get sent out to my students. So now I'll switch back to my student profile and show you what that looks like. So here I can come in, I can see I have an assignment created for me. And now I can access that PDF just normal, but notice that because I have Read and Write installed, I also have the option to open the assignment with the TextHelp PDF reader. And this is where I'm going to open up the assignment and have access to those Read and Write support tools that I can use to, you know, read the assignment and complete it. So now I've opened up that PDF my teacher sent me, and I have my Read and Write toolbar along the top. So this is the PDF toolbar. It's got a lot of the same supports that we saw in Docs and on the web. So for example, maybe the first thing that I want to do here is hear the instructions read aloud. So for PDFs, I have a feature called Click to Speak. So that allows me to just click anywhere inside the document to hear it read.
Draw a box around the subject of the sentence 2. Underline or highlight the verb of the sentence 3. Rewrite the sentence with the correct verb form, or mark as correct if there is no error.
So that allows me to listen to the instructions. I've got my dictionary and my picture dictionary and translator here. So if I encounter words I'm not familiar with, I have those reading comprehension tools. But let's go ahead and show you some of the annotation tools that I can use to actually complete my work. So the instructions for this document here say I need to draw a box around the subject of the sentence. So on my PDF toolbar, I have several different ways of writing on the PDF. We'll start with the Shapes tool, since that's going to be relevant to the first part of my assignment. So I can add squares, rectangles, circles, lines here. So I'm going to select the rectangle there, maybe make this line a little bit thinner. And now I can go ahead and just draw a rectangle around my subject in my PDF. The next thing it tells me to do is underline or highlight the verb of the sentence. So I have my highlighter colors here, same as we saw in the other parts of Read and Write. So all I need to do is just highlight the word that I want to highlight, and then choose one of those colors, and I will add that colored highlight to the document. And now it asks me to rewrite the sentence. So this is where I'm going to use my typewriter annotation tool. So with the typewriter tool, I just place my cursor inside of the PDF and I can start typing. And I can resize that box a little bit. And notice also, when I'm typing, I have access again to that word prediction and to the talk and type tools. So even when I'm working in a PDF, if I need that spelling and vocabulary and writing support, I've got those available to me right inside of my little text box. And I just click the little check mark when I'm done. So let's say I have gone through and completed all of these questions here using my Shapes tool and my typewriter tool and my highlighters. I've also got a freehand draw tool. So if I'm on a touch screen and I just want to, handwrite on top of it, that's an option for me as well. So when I'm all finished with that assignment, notice I've got a little hand in button on the right side of the toolbar. When I click on that, it's going to take me back into Schoology. So right now it's putting together my assignment, grabbing all those annotations that I made. Now it gives me the final screen to go ahead and submit. And now I have submitted that assignment. So the last thing I'll show you now is what that looks like for the teacher. So as a teacher now, I can go in and view the completed assignment from my student. So I can see that my student submitted a copy of their assignment here. When I click on that, it's loading up in the normal Schoology grading window. But notice my students' work, including their annotations and their highlights and shapes that they drew, all of those are going to come through and show right in the Schoology grading window. So I don't need to, open a separate tab with Read and Write open so that I can see that work. It's showing up right in the Schoology grading window, kind of a one-stop shop for me to review their work, give them a grade, give them feedback. If I were to send it back to my student to have them make some revisions, each copy of the PDF that they do will be in this little drop down. So if my student, worked on it a second time and turned it in again, I would have 2 different iterations of the PDF that I could look at. So I could really track the revisions that they made. So that's how the PDF reader can work really nicely inside Schoology to provide a workflow that makes it really easy to create assignments and have students complete them with the Read and Write tools, and then be able to review their work and give them feedback. And I'll just take a quick peek over here at the questions. I think I saw a couple come in. So Brandy asks, I have the TextHelp PDF reader extension downloaded and added, but it doesn't give an option. So when you're first getting started with the PDF reader, you want to just use it once in Google Drive. So it needs to kind of make that connection to Google Drive before it'll show up in Schoology. So just go into your Google Drive, open up a PDF. Once you've interacted with it there, it should show the TextHelp PDF reader option in Schoology.
Hey, Kathleen, so this is Kay. If a district hasn't finalized the Schoology purchase just yet, would that make a difference as well, just in case that purchase is not 100% complete, because I'm not sure where they are on that?
We are good to go with Schoology, so we should have everything up and running. I know that there's certain apps that are being rolled out slowly, but the things that you're talking about should work.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it could just be needing to, use that PDF reader for the first time to make that connection to get you signed in, and then it'll show up in Schoology for those assignments. So I think that is everything that I have for today. So we'll maybe give it I don't know if you want to give it a couple more minutes for other questions.
Hi, ladies. I just put an all call for questions for everybody. And Hendrik says that this does work in Schoology and PDFs and Google Docs. So I think that we have a taker on that. They must have tried your trick.
Phew. Glad to hear it.
Awesome. So I'll call for ladies and gentlemen. We have just a couple more minutes. Do you have any questions that are dying to know about TextHelp, either in EquatIO or in Read&Write? We can answer both of those questions if you have them. If you stay for both sessions, you may have questions that didn't get answered in the last one.
And Tamara, I will tell you that I've sent you an email with the Google Sheet for those EquatIO equations, formulas, symbols, all of those. So you have an email from me that you can share out for that question that came in earlier.
Well, we don't have any questions, but you have raving reviews out there.
Oh, great.
Okay, so I guess we will wrap this one up. Thank you so much, ladies, for coming in today and helping us out. I'm sure we'll have other questions. And for those of you out there, we do EdTech Live, and we have had our ladies come join us or other people as well, for both EquatIO and TextHelp. I suspect we'll have something back in this regards as well in the fall or the spring for an event. So thank you so much for coming, ladies. We're so happy to have you. And for those of you that are finishing up, thank you for being here today, and we'll see you back here in maybe our room or another room in 10 minutes. So I'm going to share with you, because I know there's a little bit of hopping around, where you need to go to get to your next session, because we're doing things a little differently right now as a result of our technical difficulties. We're not able to present in a channel the way we wanted to. So every one of us is in a different channel right now. So you will need to go jump back either to your app if you're using the Glide app, or if you're using your desktop and you want to jump to the website, this is your bit.ly right here. And this is where you're going to go to find that site. Click on the sessions in the top menu. And then there's another link for you to be able to jump around where you need to go. So thank you for being here today. And we will see many of you back, I suspect, for our next session, which is in about 10 minutes. So thank you, ladies.
Thank you, Tamara. Thank you, Kathleen.
All right, so we are off to our commercial right now.
Amount of time, so make sure that you don't delay in completing that form. We will only be able to issue professional development credits for those that fill out the form during the allotted time. We are so glad that you have decided to spend your day with us today, and on behalf of the entire Cypress Fairbanks ISD EdTech team, thank you, and we hope you enjoy your day. first ever virtual Cypress Fairbanks ISD Digital Learning Conference. We are so glad you're here. As you are going through your day today, remember that we have 7 different rooms running simultaneous sessions, so there should always be something great that you can watch. In order to earn professional development credit for attending these live sessions, you must complete an attendance verification form during each session. The presenter will show a slide with a unique link to that particular session. When that link is shown, make sure you take a picture or write down that link. And shortly after the session completes, make sure that you fill out that attendance verification form. These forms will be time-stamped, and the form will only be open for a certain amount of time. So make sure that you don't delay in completing that form. We will only be able to issue professional development credit for those that fill out the form during the allotted time. We are so glad that you have decided to spend your day with us today. And on behalf of the entire Cypress Fairbanks ISD EdTech team, thank you. And we hope you enjoy your day. Something great that you can watch. In order to earn professional development credit for attending these live sessions, you must complete an attendance verification form during each session. The presenter will show a slide with a unique link to that particular session. When that link is shown, make sure you take a picture or write down that link. And shortly after the session completes, make sure that you fill out that attendance verification form. These forms will be time-stamped, and the form will only be open for a certain amount of time. So make sure that you don't delay in completing that form. We will only be able to issue professional development credit for those that fill out the form during the allotted time. We are so glad that you have decided to spend your day with us today. And on behalf of the entire Cypress Fairbanks ISD EdTech team, thank you. And we hope you enjoy your day. virtual Cypress Fairbanks ISD Digital Learning Conference. We are so glad you're here. As you are going through your day today, remember that we have 7 different rooms running simultaneous sessions, so there should always be something great that you can watch. In order to earn professional development credit for attending these live sessions, you must complete an attendance verification form during each session. The presenter will show a slide with a unique link to that particular session. When that link is shown, make sure you take a picture or write down that link. And shortly after the session completes, make sure that you fill out that attendance verification form. These forms will be time-stamped, and the form will only be open for a certain amount of time. So make sure that you don't delay in completing that form. We will only be able to issue professional development credit for those that fill out the form during the allotted time. We are so glad that you have decided to spend your day with us today. And on behalf of the entire Cypress Fairbanks ISD EdTech team, thank you. And we hope you enjoy your day.
Welcome back. It's 2 p.m. Do you know where your children are? Just kidding. Do you know where you are? You're at DLC for our next session. So, big question of the day. Videos and digital content have become a huge part of our daily lives as teachers, and not just because of our current circumstances where a lot of kids are learning from home, but just in their daily lives. So does your forehead kind of crinkle up at the idea that you're going to have to create a lot of content? Well, Discovery Education has your back. And I have Christy here today, and she's going to share with you some ideas and how you can use this tool as both not just a resource, but as a collaborative tool as well. So that's awesome. And I know that some of you are wondering about your attendance. So your attendance is shared in the middle of the session at some point. I don't even know when it's shared. Christy knows when it's shared. But the important part is we want you watching the session, and we want to give you credit for watching the session. So it is shared in the middle of the session, and it is not shared at the beginning or end. So if you are watching, you will get that information, and we will pause to make sure you get that information. And Kevin, my guy over here, is going to be pasting that in the chat for you so you can get that link as well. And we'll stop and explain the process a little further at that point. But I want to go ahead and welcome our good friend Christy from Discovery Education. Welcome.
It always helps when you unmute. Why can I
know? Okay, so I'm letting you take the whole floor. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Yeah, it's like, I always forget the button is right there. I don't know why this keeps happening in my world, but that's okay. It has been a long, wet day. I am as far northeast of Houston as you are southwest, I guess. My kiddos go to Humble ISD. I live up here in Kingwood, where it has been pouring down rain all day long. So I have been following along with the conference off and on today. And we are going to jump into, we are not your Mothers United Streaming. I can always find my veteran educators when they're like, oh, United Streaming. I'm like, not exactly. We bought that 15 years ago. 15 years ago, before anyone had tablets or smartphones, if you could imagine that. And at that time, United Streaming was a wonderful service that did great things for our school districts. In the last 15 years, we've grown up a little bit. I love saying that. I have a 15-year-old. He's an incoming sophomore. And to think he's not the same little baby that came home and was just a couple months old for Hurricane Katrina and then immediately followed up with Rita. So we're going to jump into some of this. So welcome. I know you've all been doing a lot of learning. I do know where the magic screen is for your attendance verification, so that'll be coming up later. But ideally today, we're going to hang out, learn some stuff that maybe you didn't know you already had at your fingertips. Fun fact, Discovery Education is available not only for teachers, but student as well. My students, I told you, go to Humble ISD, who is also a subscriber of Discovery Education. And during the late spring, when we were all crisis learning, if you will, this household depended a lot on resources inside of Discovery Education to get through those final couple of months, including a graduating senior. So that's been a fun 6 months. But did you know There's 200,000 plus resources available for you inside of Discovery Education, way more than only videos. When you sign in, you'll see a screen that looks a little bit like this one here. Each one is a little bit different as the system gets to know your preferences and those things that you do. On the left-hand side, you'll see those filters there where you can filter by things with closed caption, primary source. My social studies teachers are always very excited to find out we have more than 20,000 plus primary source resources available for you. You can turn languages. We have German, French, Spanish. I saw Apache the other day pop up. There's Chinese, Mandarin Chinese. I don't even remember them all. There's a lot of languages in there. So I'm helping all of those students. You can find those, and those are further down on those left-hand side filters. Inclusive of those 200,000 plus resources, you're going to find 25,000 plus images. And you can see there we have one available for you in Spanish. There's multiple available in Spanish. That one there is highlighted. Lots of maps, physical maps, topographical maps, maps for human geography, maps for resources. You've got maps for a pirate map. It's one of my favorite, teaching K2s all about maps and the resources for them. There's a pirate map hanging out there. And then you've got, your periodic table there. There are newer resources. Oftentimes I hear teachers say, oh, well, it's all the same stuff. Over there in that top right where it says sort by, you can actually sort by those that are most recently added. So those things that have just came in, if you will, to our service, like coronavirus there. We had that little guy in service by the end of March for sure. I don't know the exact date, but by end of March, that image was already in there, bringing you those relevant resources that you have and need. 20,000 plus text resources. My librarians have a tendency to get very excited when they know these are there. We saw a huge uptick in text resources when everyone went home to learn back in March, because they can be downloaded. Teachers, school districts were searching for resources to be able to make packets for our babies that don't have internet, didn't have a device at home, whatever the reasoning we needed to get learning materials to them. And the terms of service of Discovery Education, as long as you have a license, you can download those and make those copies and turn them into packets, which we saw a lot of in the spring, and absolutely okay. For those that can access them online, the reading passages especially open up with accessibility features like a mask or a ruler to help your students who are using those tracking features. And it also has a read aloud function. So whether students are struggling with the vocabulary, their ELLs, it's new vocabulary, they need to hear that to empower themselves to be able to tackle that word at a later time, whatever the reasoning, those are there and available for you. You've also have an additional support for all your learners. So we were just talking about support for like your ELLs. You see our Earth to Luna series there. We're going to talk about that one. And that one's very specific for our Spanish learners and what that means and does for them. So Luna is one of our first channels with a brand new feature. Not all of our channels. A channel is a collection of resource. They're there on your home page. Not all channels have this, but we are rolling it out. What our good friend Luna does is she has that little icon right there in the bottom right where you can change the entire channel from English to Spanish and back again. So when a channel moves from English, we see the English channel here, and you hit that button to move it into Spanish. Notice all the titles now say Spanish version. When a title says Spanish version next to it like that, that means the resource is available in English and in Spanish. So those homes where there's multiple languages, they can have those resources in both ways. So if the parent, the guardian, the adult in the home maybe doesn't speak English, they can have that resource there to help their student learn in Spanish. And as students are developing that language proficiency, they have resources both in their native language and then in English as well. Brand new feature, we just released that last month. So you're not late to the game if you didn't know it was there. And it is rolling out to channels, but look for that Spanish version or this little button there hanging out in the bottom of a channel to be able to flip that back and forth between English and Spanish. We also have seen a big uptick in social and emotional learning. Kids are stressed, parents are stressed, educators are stressed. We're all dealing with everything happening in our world in a different way. Some of them are like me and they're in high anxiety mode. Some of them are going into overwork mode. Like, it just depends where you are. And we have these supports throughout our service built around social emotional. Some of them are educator only. So you see that managing social and emotional well-being in a virtual environment. What does this look like? How do we manage this? That's part of our professional development series that we call micro learnings. So 3 to 5 minutes only for our educators for learning about how to do that in that environment. But we do have many resources available for our kiddos as well. We've partnered with Soar with Wings. This is the K-5 series, so you see stuff there on self-management, decision-making, self-awareness, those pieces that we're working to teach our kids and share with our kids, videos, other kids that look and sound and act like them, going through those processes and understanding what that means as a little human. You've also got the full videos like this one here on self-management. So you can pull out those videos. They do come with additional learning pieces and learning guides. So you can use those in whatever learning environment you're in. One of my favorite channels is our audiobook channels. You see a little piece of that here. The Velveteen Rabbit was added last Thursday, which is one of my favorite books. So I was super excited to see that come to audiobooks. But these devices, these resources, not devices, these resources are available anywhere on any device. One of the big requests we got back in mid-March was, I have kiddos, I've got devices. Whatever the device is that I have at the school district, I have that. I need to put stuff on the device and get it to the kiddo. Can you help me with that? Absolutely. Most of our resources can be downloaded, so you could put them on the device, send the entire device home with learning guides to go with that. You could put many of our resources also on something like an MP3 play device or USB device and send those home as well. Alternatively, I know some students were going to places that had hotspots, whether that was the schools, buses that had been deployed, public places, wherever that was, sitting in a parking lot, downloading those resources to their device and then going home. And then it doesn't matter what the device is, mobile device, plug-in device, whichever operating system they're using, Discovery Education works on that. There is intentionally not an app that doesn't limit that. We call that being device agnostic. It'll work on any device that you have. The Hunger Games, one of my favorite Hunger Games is there on the screen. I've never actually read that book, even though I'm a very avid reader. I have listened to it when I used to travel across the state. So you could download these audiobooks, and we have seen a big uptick in that these last couple of months. Why? Not sure that I know off the top of my head. My kind of gut reaction to it is that a lot of families are doing road trips and looking for things to listen to as a family, and our audiobooks can be downloaded for that. So lots of audiobook use is happening right now, summer 2020. That download button is often right there under the resource, whether that's an audiobook, video, image, reading passage, whatever that is. If it isn't there for some odd reason, there will be a little ellipsis. Ellipsis is a fancy word to say 3 dots that you can click on and have that download functionality. So question, I know there's some chat questions coming in. Did you know all of that was there? Like, did someone tell you, hey, all of this is hanging out for you? I love watching the chat come through. I've got my handy dandy device that I'm grabbing up here. Sorry, had to reach over my fancy ring light. Someone told me I looked old, so I had to go get one of those fancy lights, and kind of watching the chat too. I know that we do have a question about login. So how do I access everything available from Discovery Education? You guys have subscribed to that in years past. I don't have the most up-to-date. I'm making the assumption and hoping that you're certainly still joining us for the upcoming school year, the 2020-2021 school year. My goodness, why does that sound so crazy to say? But I am going to double check your sign in right now. There we go. That's not you. That's not you. Because I do want to be sure you have that. So your sign in is coming to you from your username and password. All right. And it looks like the vast majority of you are teachers. I don't see your kiddos signed in here, actually. Let's all definitely chat about getting kiddos in, especially right now with so many learning from home. There's no additional cost for that for anyone who may have that question. That's a common question. Looks like it is your email address. So you will be using your email address and then a password that you've set Good news, if you don't remember that password to be able to get in, there is a space and place and ability for you to click password reset, and it's going to send it to that email address that you have on file. If you have any questions, I, of course, am happy to answer those and help you through with those as well. And I'll make sure you have my contact information to be able to answer those and get into that. Do all campuses have access? Last I checked, they do not. It's a grouping. I know your middle school does, and it's either, I think it's high schools and middle schools. I don't think it's elementaries. Is it available for elementaries? Yes. Middle school, high school. So your middle schools and high schools have it available. Your elementaries do not. Whoever makes those decisions, curriculum department, district administration, whatever, I am happy to chat with you about that. You actually don't purchase direct from Discovery Education. You purchase from a service center, ESC Region 4. It's a little convoluted for us down here in the Houston area. Just send me an email. I'll make sure to include that on my last slide, and I will tell you where to go. You can add individuals, elementaries, you can add all the elementaries, lots of options for that. So that will be available and something we can discuss, certainly, to put that in front of you. All right, I think that's all the pertinent questions that I've seen come in as I'm trying to watch two screens at one time, and my lovely moderators are dropping them into the chat. But of course, if another pops in, please by all means let me know. The other part about this is there's stuff for everyone, right? I hear all the time, well, that's great for science teachers and math and social studies and English language arts and fine arts and languages and whole child and SEL, whoever it is, there's great stuff. I struggled with my son. He was in Algebra 1. I swear I have a master's, but clearly Algebra 1 was a little beyond me. And we're trying to do his math. We're in the second week of crisis learning, and he's got great teachers up here. Love his teachers. There just had not been time to prepare us for this, right? And he got to a space in math where I was like, I don't know, Mom can't help you. I'm out. And we're going through the resources, and we're both super frustrated. And I came in, and we actually have math overviews and explanations available. I can show you where to find those. We went in and found one on quadratic functions, and game changer. Like, we both watched the 5-minute video. I could help explain it to him a little better. He was like, yes, I get that, because our math overviews and explanations are teachers actually teaching the lesson out. So you hear a teacher, you see them kind of writing on their whiteboard, and it's an explanation of that lesson. So those are available for you as well. All right. So what is this for? I see this image all the time. It was created by a very good friend of mine and colleague, Lance Ruggie. Lance has been putting up with me for well over a decade. Bless his heart every day. And he created this about that same time when we were in this place of education where we were talking about, you know, if we could just give everyone a device, everything in education solved, silver bullet, right? Well, yeah, we all know better. That's not how it worked. That was a substitution at best. But how do we really get into this place of transforming learning? And for many of us, that was thrown upon us back in March and April, whether we were ready for it or not. And it was pretty rocky. And that transformation was maybe not one we were wanting to head towards, but there we were, right? But how do we get from this place of passive consumption? I just showed you all these resources available to you. How do we move from that to a space of where we're getting our students to dive a little deeper into our resources, to jump into this place where they're really solving these problems that are facing our world. And it becomes a very active learning experience. And of course, we call that the transformation of learning. And that's where we want our students to be for sure. So how do we get them there? What does that look like? Well, there's a couple of ways to get there. One that we like to share at Discovery Education is through something that we call Studio. So I am going to get us ready to go into Studio. But before we do that, this handy dandy bit.ly that you are all very anxiously waiting upon, be sure you grab your bit.ly address, and I'm going to give you a second to grab that and then change your screen. So it will change briefly. I want to be sure to show you where to find those resources we just talked about, as well as make sure that you know where to find Studio, which we're going to be talking about right after you get this link copied down.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here with us today. This is your attendance link. So Kevin just popped it in the chat. I saw his finger lift off. He's good to go. So you can either copy that link and take it with you and paste it into another document, or you can screenshot this screen right here or take a picture of it. But this is your record that you're going to need. Please don't leave the presentation right now and pop out. We would like to make sure that you stay for the entire thing. There is 10 minutes between each session. That's the time we're giving you to both submit your attendance and get to your next session virtually. So I'm going to give it back to Miss Christie. It's all back yours.
Perfect. Thank you so much. These little transitions that we're all learning to go back and forth so quickly. All right, so you have that link. I wanted to be sure that you got that. So I'm going to stop sharing that link. Your screen did go black maybe, and that's completely okay. I'm just changing what I'm showing you. And then you will be popping back in with me to the Discovery Education login. This is what it looks like when I log into my screen. Yours may appear a little bit different, and that's completely okay. One of the best things you can do when you're learning about Discovery Education is to learn this little trick here. Click on your search bar, and that gives you the big search bar across the top, and press enter. What this is going to do is show you all of the resources that you have available to you. I have this one extra step. We're not even going to talk about that. But all of this are those that you have available when you go into your Discovery Education. So I know somebody had asked about mathematics, for instance. Here under subjects, you can pop right down into math. We've got more than 20,000 math resources. So you could go into the math channel, which is going to get you down into topics like numbers and operations. You can go into number concepts. You can further divvy out by grade bands. You can select multiple grade bands there across the top. This is the channel, one of the channels my son and I were living in, all about functions, equations, and relations. But for my math crew specifically, because you were bold enough to jump into the chat and engage with me, I want to be sure that you see videos right here, and then math overviews and math explanations. These are those key pieces where a teacher is going through and explaining this. So for instance, I don't know that much about Algebra 2. So if we click on this little math overview here on Algebra 2 relations and functions, it's a 5-minute video that's going to go through examples of diagrams, functions, relations, vertical lines, function notation. I know that I'm like, ooh, I don't know what this means.
Hey guys, it's Mr. Green. I'm here to help you with the lesson overview for relations and functions. We're going to define some key terms and look at some examples. Let's start with relation. That's a set of ordered pairs.
So you see he has like that whiteboard or that paper type of piece, and he goes through and he's doing his lesson there so the student can see that and engage with that and maybe get some understanding. We're all great and wonderful teachers, but sometimes our students need something from someone else. When I was teaching in the classroom, I love for my co-teacher to come in and help sometimes, or we would switch off with another class because it just helped my kids to hear it from somebody else occasionally. So those math overviews and explanations are phenomenal for that. We'll pop back into all subjects. You can see a channel. I told you earlier, a channel is a collection of resources. Remove these math overviews and explanations. It's a collection of resources that we have put together for you. So in there, you will find some resources that will go and get you started. Is it the end all be all for all things? No, certainly not. But if we look at social studies, so I look at the social studies channel, I can see my 3 grade bands there on the left, K5, 6, 8, 9, 12. Sometimes K5 is broken out into K2 and 3, 5. So sometimes you'll see 4 grade bands across the top. But if we're looking at social studies and we want to look at, let's go to United States history. United States history is a big bunch of stuff from the early 1400s-ish up through current day, right, to present. So we need to break this down at some different pieces. So let's look at modern America, 1890, 1930. So in here, we're in K5. I can flip this over to a different grade band there, but we've got some pieces about immigration, Ellis Island, land of opportunity, some video segments, some imagery, and then some additional resources, some audio files, songs. Those different pieces are built in there for you. So all in one space and place for you to start going through those. You can take this channel and add it to your home page in the top right. If you hover over that and you do not have 5 people at home during a thunderstorm online, it will tell you subscribe. And when you click on it, it lets you know that you have subscribed to that channel. What does that mean? What does subscribe mean? All that means is that channel is now living on your home page. Whereas before, you could get to these resources by searching for them. When you tell a channel to live on your home page, it will be at the very bottom of this page. I do not suggest having as many channels as I do. I have too many, arguably, because I'm continually doing presentations like this and adding channels. So I'll try not to scroll too quickly and make anyone sick. Keep going. Keep going. There we go. So this is that channel I just added. I can grab this channel and move it around. I can put it wherever I need, put it up here, put it next to this podcast series, lots of options on where I want to put a channel. If I am ready to remove a channel, so we've already done numbers and operations. I don't want this on my home page anymore. I want this channel to go away. Just like I click the plus button to add the channel to my home page, I can click that minus there in the top right, and that's going to remove that channel from my home page. So I get to control what's on my home page depending on the needs for me. That's where that personalization of Discovery Education comes in. You can also search by subject. So when someone said, do you have stuff for this subject or that subject? I need stuff for here. If you go into the by subject, your 4 core is across the very top of the screen. And then you have some additional ones right underneath that: health, visual performing arts, etc. You can see those 12 blocks there, and you can pop into any of those that you would need. You can also see what's trending. So as a response to some current events going on, we have our new Dissent, Equity, and Inspiring Change channel. We've been doing equity talks with school leaders since early April. That has been shifting. At the time, we were really focused on helping our educators, our students, and our communities through the changes of a global pandemic that has since changed with the headlines. And we have been embracing teaching difficult things like racism. What does that look like? Where does that fit into our curriculum? And teaching those tough topics. So you'll find some of that there in the Dissent, Equity, and Inspiring Change podcasts. Those are as popular as our audiobooks right now, as people are, again, traveling around. Now you can see what's trending across the different subjects. So what's trending in science, right? Part of our partnership with Cheddar K-12 is up there, as well as language arts, mathematics, keep going, health. How much screen time is too much? I have received more questions from administrators about screen time than the last 5 years of my tenure at Discovery Education. These are relevant pieces that we're digging into right now. You see visual performing arts there, world languages. My daughter that graduated, she was supposed to be in Europe for 30 days with the high school. Didn't happen. I sent her this lovely segment on the Eiffel Tower. She was not amused, not even a little bit. She didn't find that even a mildly great substitution. But these pieces are in there for you as well. Somebody asked, how do I share this with a student? Well, one thing I noticed with your accounts is that we definitely need to get your students added to this. Again, no cost. I am happy to work with the technology team to make that happen. It doesn't take very long. They'll probably kill me for telling all of you that live. It can be done. There's no cost. Once upon a time, I really did work in our digital learning department. I was our director for that before my time with Discovery. So I'm happy to make those conversations. There is no cost. We will get your students added. Just need to dot some I's and cross some T's. So when you find a resource, again, we're going to do our blank search. When you find a resource that you want to share with your students, so I'm going to go into experience, again, doing that blank search. Love, love, love the audio. They're some of my absolute favorite. So if we went and found, oh, I don't know, the Velveteen Rabbit. Oh, I do love the Velveteen Rabbit. There's a couple of ways I can share this with my students. Again, we need to get their accounts added. I can share this right here. One button click, and I can share into all these different formats right here. Every single resource inside Discovery Education has its very own unique URL, meaning if you give this link or you post this link or link to this somewhere, it will bring you to the Velveteen Rabbit. It is that very specific resource, not the entirety of Discovery Education and then asking your students to go and find it there. There is also the ability to create classrooms inside of Discovery Education. So you would then be able to assign it to them, and that's going to give them due dates, reminders to complete that assignment. So some different options with that. I see a lot of questions in the chat about all of these different pieces. So up here in the top right, you have a little grid menu there. You can go right here. This is your professional learning, this little second box right there. Inside of professional learning, you can find answers to these questions that you have. It's all self-paced, self-guided. Most of it are little screencasts that'll walk you through step by step. So I need a step-by-step guide right there under For Learning. When I go into a step-by-step guide, it is exactly how it sounds. Let's get started. Let's jump into some of our LMS or our learning supports. What does this look like? How do I use these things with my kids? But let's go into getting started. So inside of getting started, there we go. I want to search for resources. I want to download resources. Somebody said, is there a way to download the MP3? Yes. So I would, or MP4. So whether that's a video or an audio, we'll do video for sake of argument here. We go into video. This 3-minute video is going to walk you through and show you how to do that. We also have this piece here that tells you what each of the different buttons do. How to share this with kiddos, for instance, is on there. So you can also shortcut to this place here. This is nothing more than help.discoveryeducation.com. On the main screen, wherever you are, bottom right-hand side of your screen. Got to move all my chats here out of the way. Of course, except for this screen that I'm on, because it is where the help is built from. Everywhere else has this little orange question mark. When you click on this guy here, so we open up our chat and help, there we go. When this opens, you can go straight into that help center, which is exactly where I just was, and searching for answers to all of those questions. You can also search in the search box. So if we wanted to look at download, and that was a question we had, how do we download these resources? Ideally, you will be over here in professional learning, and you will see your step-by-step guide for downloading videos, downloading audio. So these self-helps are built in throughout so that you can answer those questions in that just in time. Maybe you're up at 10 o'clock at night or 11 o'clock at night if you're a night owl and you need some help right now. You don't want to call and wake anyone. Help is closed. Like, how do I get the stuff? We've built those in there for you to be able to help yourself through that. All right, so those are hanging out there, but I do want to for sure show you the next step. So right before you got your bit.ly, we talked about taking all the resources and doing something with them. We want to have active learning. We have a number of ways to do that. The number one that I suggest is this one here in the middle called Studio. So Studio is our collaboration space where you can build what we call studio boards. Studio boards can be built by teachers. They can be built by students. They can be built by teachers and students. They can be collaborative or not. Teachers decide the way that these are set up. So I've got quite a few of them here. As you can imagine, doing these over and over again throughout the summer. So I can see all of my boards. Great one that we have is one, Elections in America. This one was already built. I didn't create it. So you have options. There are some already built out there. You can use those and reuse those, and or you can build your own. So Elections in America is a student learning adventure. The students would go in. It gives them directions on editing this board. This is built for K-5. We're in that very beginning vocabulary about what is a president, what is election, what does it mean to vote. So all of those are there. They watch the video. Notice this is embedded into this board so that they're not going to search for it and going somewhere else. When they choose to watch this video, it pops out right here and plays right here. So they can go right back into their board. Then it tells them about an SOS. That's my next session, instructional strategies. And then they go into the next page and we see two facts, completely nonpartisan, non-biased, right? That's what we do as educators. This is our current president, Donald Trump. Joe Biden is a candidate. He wants to be the next president. All facts, we're right here, as middle of the road as it gets. We have imagery of both. So then we ask the students to respond, because they can respond in here, and they're going to create their own questions. Next page, they are going to then pretend that they want to be president, and they're going to use their sentence starters. And now we're going to bring in the arts too. So we have an art activity where they can draw, because when you're inside of Studio, you can upload from any device. This is a iPhone clearly. I have my Android phone charging over there. I can go into Studio on either one, and I can upload right from my camera roll. I can upload from my device that I'm on, whatever that device looks like. If that's one that only runs like a cloud-based OS, awesome. One that has a hard-based OS, cool. Whatever it is, you can upload from those as well. And we encourage the use of that there. All right, so let's look at Studio. How do you get here? What does that look like? Where do you find it? And how do you get to start creating in there? So the quick answer for finding it, we did this a second ago. I want to do it again so that you know where this is for sure. Right here in the middle of the screen from your home page is Studio. You can also find it from this quick access menu up here in the top right. Either way will get you to the same place. This little menu that pops out is there for easy reference. So you will go to Studio. All right, I'm going to pop you right back into the PowerPoint so that we can get into some screenshots where my internet isn't lagging as much with everyone here, and praying that these storms stop outside. So when you go into the new Studio, what does that look like? It's definitely this place for content creation. And you always want to find that icon. It's in the middle or it's in the top right. Fun fact, here's your bonus tip for today. If you go and hit your search bar and that big bar across the top comes in, put your cursor in there, press enter. We did that a couple of times, just a blank search. One of your media types where we saw channels, videos, images, all of those across the top, there's a media type called boards. And you can select Studio boards and see boards that other educators have already created, and they are happy to share them with you. When you go into the Studio board, there is a button in the top right that you click. It'll make a copy of it, and then you can make any changes that you want to it. But this much of the work is already done. It is not a violation of the terms of service. You are not stealing anything. They are built to be that way. I see a Schoology question really quick. That's going to depend on how it gets set up. There is a Schoology link that we can do through LMS. A number of schools do it, my own kiddos included, so that it does just function inside of Schoology and you don't have to go back and forth. Again, it's all going to depend on how we set it up. And I don't get any ugly emails from the tech team going, what did you tell all the teachers? They've been emailing me all afternoon. So it's just going to depend, and there's lots that go back and forth in the behind the scenes on that. But I'm sure when we get that worked out, we will announce it to you and let you know. So here are 3 different Studio boards that have been built. The one on the left, I know this seems so foreign to us right now, but the one in the left was a station space, right? Station space classroom, remember those? And we used to get in small groups and go around the classroom. So it was built for that. They would each view a different part, a different question. So each station was a different question. They all had the boards open there on devices and they responded to them there. Great, awesome. The one in the middle is one actually created by a student. None of that imagery is imagery from Discovery Education. That is all some graphic art that that student had created. And this was her way of creating a portfolio. So she uploaded her own work and put them all into a Studio board. And then the one on the far right was the teacher's lesson plan of sorts, if you will, for the day. So that teacher had taken all of their instructional materials, put them in one space, and then used that kind of as that whole group instruction. There were some questions down at the bottom that they were asking about, and they would answer them whole group style. So during that period, they could use that. Could you use this for online learning, for when you're broadcasting to students in some way or talking with them that way? Yes, absolutely, you could do that way. Can I record these in this format? So the recording always gets fun with copyright, right? Like, where is the recording done? Where is it being shared? What is it going to look like on the other side? Are we just randomly posting stuff on, main media servers that could become a problem for that? Here, you can absolutely use this in live instruction. So a format like this, where you're working with your kiddos and you want to put this on your screen, not a problem at all. So here are some that we have created, some in the student learning activities. Of course, I went and found our Texas specific ones. So these were, again, built in studio. So this first one on Texas geckos over there, they're going to watch the video. They're looking for geckos across Texas. And then there were spaces underneath there for the students to answer some questions that were there, as well as to put resources in, and they could search Discovery Education for those, kind of backing up their claims. So providing that evidence for what they believed or thought. The one on the right comes from one of our podcasts, Stuff You Missed in History Class. Very, very popular podcast. Stuff You Missed in History Class, all about the Alamo. Here at the top, you've got that primary source, which is a poster from the Alamo. Of course, a great picture of the Alamo and a video. Then you listen to the podcast. I think it's about 7 minutes long. And you see imagery of different Texas heroes. And all it is the image. When you click on it, then you find out who that actually is and what they had to do with the Alamo. On the next page of this particular studio board, the kiddos are responding back and forth about what they had learned in the podcast. So just some different uses of some different media types as well. Now, studio can be a little much for some people when you're just kind of jumping into a blank one. We always encourage you to use a template that's out there or find one inside of Discovery Education, and then they can edit that one, and it just kind of gets you used to it as you're just playing around with the tools. However, we have 2 scavenger hunts that have been built. One is for teachers, one is for students. So these are pieces of that studio board. It walks you through where it says, see that button? It's right there at the bottom of your screen. That's how you add things. And it takes you piece by piece. And it's live in that when you click that button, something happens, right? So you get that opportunity to kind of explore with guidance and start creating your own boards. It tells you, headlines, text, colors, backgrounds, all things that you can change on that. And then the student one is the very, very exciting piece because the kiddos can do that. They can be assigned to them. You can just share that link straight to them so that they can jump in and start learning how to create studio boards as well. Oftentimes I'm asked, well, what about the collaboration features? Lots of ways to get there. Part of the studio board will the scavenger hunt will walk you through that. Let's say you have a group of 20 kiddos. We're going to keep our numbers nice and easy. You want the kids to collaborate in there in groups of 5. So you'll have 4 groups of 5, right? Groups 1, 2, and 3, no problem. You know exactly what 5 kiddos are going to go in there. This group, though, I don't know that I want this group kind of out in the wild wilderness or doing this. So these groups are all collaborative. There's 5 kiddos in each of these groups. But this last group, I'm going to take these 5 kids and they don't get a collaborative board. They all get their own board to work on. So however you want to create that environment, you have options with that as well. Whether you want everyone on the same board, small groups, each having their own, or some combination of that. That's all available in how you assign inside of Studio. All right, so riddle me this. I saw an attendance check come through. Tell me this. Did you learn anything today that you didn't know that was there inside of Discovery Education? Did you see something you didn't know about? While you're answering that, the next session that I'm doing in this room after your break is all about our SOS, our instructional strategies, our spotlight on strategies. That's what SOS stands for. So it's when you're in the grocery store line and somebody says, how do you get 30 kids to do the same thing? Or how do you handle 30 kids in your classroom all day? And you're like, oh, it's nothing. We do a think, pair, share. We do elbow partners. And they start glazing over and looking at you like you're crazy, right? Your instructional strategies that you use. There's more than 120 of them actually inside of Discovery Education. So we're going to go through those together in the next session. One of them is this one here. It is called Tweet Tweet. So I want to show you Tweet Tweet. This is the student version. So this is a video that I would show students to teach them how to do this strategy. And I'm going to encourage you to use this strategy on your Twitter to talk about the session and what you have learned, not just in this session, but throughout your day-to-day at the conference. So here is your Tweet Tweet video.
You use social media all the time. Now let's use it for learning. No, really. You're going to summarize what you learn in the form of a tweet. That's right, the Twitter kind. So what goes into a tweet? First, you'll need to pick a handle. That's your @ sign. You can choose your name or you can make it about what you're learning. If the subject is volcanoes, you might be @Magma Man. Or if the topic is geometry, you might be @CuteAngel. If it is someone from history or a character from a book, you could tweet from their perspective too. Next, compose the tweet from your chosen point of view about something you know or learned. Remember, tweets are short, but don't worry about counting the exact number of characters. Just keep it brief. Finally, you'll want to add a few hashtags. Hashtags can add additional thoughts, or they can help categorize your ideas. Here's an example. Ed Frankenstein's monster might tweet, "They say I'm the monster, but what about the society that made me? Hashtag humanity, hashtag YOLO." Summarizing what you learn as tweets helps you communicate big ideas or details in just a few words. Adding handles and hashtags challenges your brain to consider points of view and categories of information.
So that is one of our SOS. We will be going through quite a few of those in the next hour and sharing those. I did see some questions come in that I want to be sure we answer before I leave this session. And my hinted in is I have 7-ish minutes, depending on how quickly I talk. So 7-ish minutes to get through some of your questions. So I want to be sure to answer those. Keep adding them. I have another device where I'm watching them come in. I know it's hard to see with my green screen, but really, really, I'm watching them come in. And then our crew there that's moderating and dropping me more in, keep them coming. I don't mind at all. And then I also want to be sure you have my email address so I can talk with you and help with whoever needs the chat about elementary. I see a lot of you like, why isn't this an elementary? This is where I'll tell you, you also have the entirety of the Magic School Bus available. So I don't know how you feel about Magic School Bus. It's one of my favorites. So I did say earlier, I want to be sure I show you though, because we often learn better by seeing. When you click your little handy dandy search bar there, get the search bar that shows up there across the top. We press enter. And that is going to give us kind of a search of everything we have so we can see it all at once, right? If you go, don't do this part. This is the part you get to see it. If you go right here where it says boards, Studio is actually another update, if you will, to something we had 7-8 years ago called Board Builder. These are older ones, so we're not going to go there. We're going to go right here to Studio Boards. And in Studio Boards, you will see some boards that have already been created, like the scavenger hunt, for instance. Thinking before you post, so walking through and talking about some digital citizenship. That board is already built out. Needing some top 10 for your English language learners. We've built a board out for that. We'll actually be talking about some of that SOS in the next session. So if we're going to look at the Think Before You Post board, and we're talking about digital citizenship, this board is already created. This is not one that you create from scratch. The most powerful button you're going to find is this little guy up here in the top right. What it does is it creates a copy for you. So you click that button right there, create your copy, and now you can edit this. The original one is there. It's fine. It's happy. It still lives in service. You haven't broken anything. But I can go through this board and go, oh, these are some good videos. AEIOU is an instructional strategy. These are built in there. And you can see that they're questions that someone would answer. And we have a learning piece that tells you what AEIOU is there. Great, awesome, this is wonderful, except the colors are driving me bananas. I hate the color pink. Okay, we can change it to blue. Well, now the background's too dark. Awesome, we can change it to this. And it gives me that immediate feedback so I can see it. Well, I would love to have a picture here as well, instead of just these videos. So I'm going to add a block. I can add one block, I can add 2 blocks. And I'm going to go and search Discovery Education for digital. I want to find an image. I know I'm after that very specifically. So I want to add, oh, I don't know. Kids are not going to know what that is. We are not using that one. No, 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 we're sure not. I'm going to use this one right here. So we have our digital map, we add selected. There is no upload, download insanity. Now this image is right here. I can resize it. I can move it around. I can move it to the left or the right. I have a lot of options with what I can do with this. You can add multiple blocks at one time, blocks side by side, but the scavenger hunt will walk you through all of that. Notice there is not a save button, however. It is continually saving for you so that when you go back into your studio, there it is right there. It was created a minute ago. When your kiddos are working on there, fun fact, you can see exactly who did what and when. So you have that entire piece. So when someone says, I did X, Y, and Z, but so-and-so erased it all, you can come right in here and see, did so-and-so do it, and did so-and-so erase it all? So those are some additional kind of classroom management, if you will, features that are built in for you. Love, love, love some studio. So one more time, to find the already built studio boards, go into search, press enter, skip this piece, close your eyes for 5 seconds. You don't need to do this piece, I promise. I don't even think it's an option for you. And then come right here to boards and studio boards. And you'll see those that have already been built. Please, please, please see if something's there that makes sense for you. No need to go recreate the wheel when so much is already done. You can also search scavenger. So if I wanted to go into my search bar and look for scavenger, I can get to the scavenger hunt, both for students and or for teachers. So I can go through those, make my copies, learn a little bit more about using Studio. Somebody asked about Schoology earlier. If we decide to go that way, there is a step-by-step guide for using Schoology. So you can see ahead of time a little bit wow, what that would look like. All right, guys, my time has come to an end. I want to be sure to respect your time to give you that break before the next session. I'll be back in this room at the top of the hour going through our instructional strategies. Thank you so much for hanging out with me this afternoon and being so interactive with the chat. It really helps when everyone's this big on the screen. So thanks so much, guys.
And thank you for being here. And I know that chat was completely lit up about the logins. So if you had an account in the year 2000 to 2003, you actually set up your own account, and mine worked from 20 years ago. So yours might work too. If it doesn't, please just contact your librarians and your campus coaches, and they'll get you in there to see what they need to do, either to reset your password or to tell you what it is. I'm not sure what the process would be. So thank you for coming. And we have another session with Discovery Education. So we want to get that up and going for you guys as well. So for the next 10 minutes or so, we have a commercial. That time is set aside for you to submit your attendance verification, that if you're watching, you had that shared with you. It's not a link that we share now. It's something that's part of the presentation. So we're going to give you time to do that now. Make sure you actually hit the submit button. We've had a few teachers emailing us, telling us, hey, I participated, but I don't think I actually submitted. So make sure you hit that fun little button on the bottom that says submit. And once you get that little confirmation that says thank you for submitting, you will also get an email. Keep in mind, we have thousands of people participating. That email is probably not going to pop up in your Gmail or wherever you're sending it right now. It's going to take a little bit for it to pop in. That's your evidence of being here today. And you will also get your attendance. If you're out of district, that will come in a form of certificate. If you're in district, it will come in the form of being in your Sci-Fair CFPGS in there. That's where you will find that information. So 10 minutes from now, we're going to have our next session. It's not actually our last session. So for those of you that tried to be here at 8 o'clock this morning, your 8 o'clock sessions have been moved to 4 o'clock, as long as your presenters have been able to come back at 4 p.m. And I think the majority of our presenters said that they could come back at 4. So if you missed that 8 o'clock, it is back on at 4 o'clock today. So our 3 o'clock session is starting in just a few minutes.
Something great that you can watch. In order to earn professional development credit for attending these live sessions, you must complete an attendance verification form during each session. The presenter will show a slide with a unique link to that particular session. When that link is shown, make sure you take a picture or write down that link. And shortly after the session completes, make sure that you fill out that attendance verification form. These forms will be time-stamped, and the form will only be open for a certain amount of time. So make sure that you don't delay in completing that form. We will only be able to issue professional development credit for those that fill out the form during the allotted time. We are so glad that you have decided to spend your day with us today. And on behalf of the entire Cypress Fairbanks ISD EdTech team, thank you. And we hope you enjoy your day. so glad you're here. As you are going through your day today, remember that we have 7 different rooms running simultaneous sessions, so there should always be something great that you can watch. In order to earn professional development credit for attending these live sessions, you must complete an attendance verification form during each session. The presenter will show a slide with a unique link to that particular session. When that link is shown, make sure you take a picture or write down that link. And shortly after the session completes, make sure that you fill out that attendance verification form. These forms will be time-stamped, and the form will only be open for a certain amount of time. So make sure that you don't delay in completing that form. We will only be able to issue professional development credit for those that fill out the form during the allotted time. We are so glad that you have decided to spend your day with us today. And on behalf of the entire Cypress Fairbanks ISD EdTech team, thank you. And we hope you enjoy your day.
And welcome back. We're so glad that you guys are here for our next session. So here's our next thought for our next session. Have you ever wondered how to make your sessions have just a little bit more spice to them? Well, we have Christy from Discovery Education who's going to share with you how to do that. Now, attendance is an important part of coming to these sessions because you are kind of obligated to have those 24 hours, and we want to help you out with that. So please be aware that these sessions require you to actually watch the session to get that information. That information, we pause the presentation, share that information, and post it in the chat. And of course, that chat moves, so make sure you get that information once you are watching. Now, welcome to our next session. It is technically not our last session because we moved the 8 o'clock sessions to the 4 o'clock if those presenters were able to do so. So if you missed an 8 o'clock session, if that presenter was able to come back at 4 o'clock, they will be here back at 4 o'clock. So you didn't technically miss anything. So I want to bring our friend Christy back from Discovery Education. Welcome.
Howdy, howdy.
You all ready?
I'm all ready.
Okay, I'm going to disappear and it's all yours.
Perfect. Thank you so, so much. So I am moving PowerPoints, making sure I have the right one because I'm thinking we don't want to watch the one from the last hour. So title slides help a lot. If you were able to join me in the last hour, awesome. Thank you so much. If you did not, I'm really hoping you had some phenomenal learning. I told the group earlier today, I am in Kingwood, so northeast of you guys, on that far northeast side of Houston. We are still City of Houston, which is so weird to me, but my kiddos go to Humble ISD. So we are hanging out down here. Fun fact, if you have not been keeping up with the news, State Attorney General released a little tweet earlier today, about a couple hours ago. So when you are done with the conference, go peek in and see what's happening with our leaders at the state level. Quite interesting times. Alrighty, so we are going to jump into digital practice everywhere. So we're going to talk about using instructional strategies in the classroom in whatever environment that is. We know that, it changed a lot kind of overnight on some of us back in March. So online learning, at-home learning, hybrid learning, synchronous, asynchronous, all new vocabulary that we are using, and learning to embrace, some of us more willing than others, that our instructional strategies are those things that will get us through. So last hour, they were very kind and very involved in the chat with me. So I'm going to ask you to do these things. Of course, just listen, but that's too passive, right? You have things to do. Watch the chat go by. Feel free to ask your own questions. There's been some great communication happening in the chat. Keep an open mind to reevaluate some things that you may not have thought about. And I see a lot of people checking in with where they're from. They're listing that campus on there. So doing some networking, if you've changed campuses or you've moved, and now that we're all working from home, networking as a whole looks quite different. So just keep an open mind and do these things in the next hour with me. And keep a great eye on that chat. It has been very, very active and lots of participation happening down there. So without further ado, your main event is all about instructional strategies. So in the chat, if you're feeling super brave, in your mind, if you're feeling like you need a nap, wherever you are, what is an instructional strategy? When someone says, what instructional strategy are you using today? What is your response for that? What is that thing? How do you do this? What is that? I get caught up sometimes. My husband's in oil and gas. We had to put in French doors right here. So he's on the other side of the French doors out there on the phone. And I use words that he's heard, right? Because some of us have got to know our partners a little bit better in more closed-in environments. And he's like, you use words that I don't think they mean what you think they mean. Like, no, I don't think, I know actually that they do mean what I think they mean. You just are coming at them from a different way. So if somebody asks you, what was an instructional strategy? What would your response be? What is that thing? And I'm seeing some answers come in. This image that you see here is from McCrill International. If you're not familiar with them, I highly suggest you Google them and see what's going on. But they have this 6-phase model of learning, and you can see them numbered there. But how do these things, what happens when we kind of reside in that long-term memory, which is where we want to go, right? All through college, I think I lived in the green, right? I got to cram for this test. I just need to remember it, get it on the blue book and get done. My first blue book test almost killed me. Like, there's not a multiple choice. Isn't the answer C? Like, what's going on here, right? So you have to have that working memory and that long-term memory and how we get there. But it's really just kind of, I say all the time, it's the art and science of teaching. It's the craft, right? We know that we can't just say, here, little robot, go read this script and the children will learn. I think a lot of parents have found that out in the last 6 months. Teaching is quite the craft, and it is a little bit of art, and it is a little bit of science, and knowing your kids and building rapport and using instructional strategies to engage them, to kind of get them to practice, to really just kind of focus on what it is that they're doing. So we do these things as educators quite often. I spent 10 years in the classroom across classrooms in Texas before I left and I joined Discovery Education. And there are times that I really, really miss it. The first day of school, I cry almost every year. Like, I'm not back in the classroom with my babies. I have not missed it since March, not one day. I feel a lot of empathy and sympathy for my educator friends out there. You guys have a lot on your plate. So we're going to work to hopefully make that a little easier, give you some methods I see coming into the chat, some methods, different ways to present instruction, connect with your kids that maybe you hadn't thought about. It does not make you a bad teacher by any stretch of the imagination. We're just adding some stuff to your toolbox that maybe you didn't know was there before. So let's dive in. We call ours Spotlight on Strategies, SOS. So you'll see sometimes little life preservers and all that we send out and have to do with this. In person, I always have little lifesaver type candies because it is your SOS and helping you get through the joys of teaching. Your Spotlight on Strategies when you sign in to Discovery Education can be found in a couple of places. Last session, we talked about the teachers of Sci-Fair, for the most part, are logging in with their email address And whatever password has been set up, if you don't recall your password, you can reset that. It'll go to your email address for a reset. Students can have accounts. They are not set up right now, but talk to your librarians and your campus coaches about subscriptions. As a whole, the district has not purchased this for elementary. I encourage you to stay and hang out and see what's here, because I had a lot of elementary in the last grouping that was like, and we're going to figure out a way to pay for this year because this is awesome. You actually don't purchase direct from me. Discovery Education does not sell their streaming subscription direct to school districts in the state of Texas. That's actually a good thing for you. We have negotiated a long-term contract with the educational service centers, your ESCs, and you buy from them. Don't call Region 4. That's a whole other bag we're not going to open. Just let me know if you're interested, and I can get you in contact with your regional center that does serve the Houston area. Okay. So when you log in to Discovery Education, there's a button right there that says instructional strategies. Notice the little life preserver I told you, the SOS, they're right there. You can also get to them from the quick access menu. So in the top right, you can expand that grid anywhere you are inside of service, and that'll give you that same kind of set of options there. So if you're on a search page and you need to get into your SOS, hit that little guy in that top corner, and that'll give you those pieces down there. All right, so what are the SOS? There's more than 100 of them. We are continually adding to them. About 7 years ago, 8 years ago, question mark, I think it was closer to 7, I received a call. I was still in a district out here in East Texas. I was working there, and I received a call, an email from someone at Discovery Education that said, hey, you know all those like strategies we have in there? We're gathering some teachers from across the US, and we want them to tell us how these work. What does it look like when kids use them? And we're going to make this cleaner. So over a long weekend, a 3-day weekend, there were 20 of us from around the US that had been flown out. I was fortunate enough to be one of them, spend the weekend in Southern California. And we spent time creating the SOS and showing other teachers what this looked like in our classroom. We brought our artifacts. We created these PDFs you'll see in a minute. And that was the first iteration of the Spotlight on Strategies. They went off the charts. Everyone everywhere loved them. They became the #1 used resource in Discovery Education. Teachers were telling teachers. People were printing out the PDFs. They were laminating them. They were putting them on rings. They were keeping them in desks. They're definitely a high use resource. They're practical. They make sense. You can learn an SOS in 60 seconds, 5 minutes tops. And you can put this into practice in your classroom the very next day. So we found a lot of teachers were telling their colleagues in the hallways, and you could immediately put it into practice with whatever you were going to teach, whatever the topic, whatever the curriculum pieces were. This is just a way to get kids questioning, coming up with a new instructional hook, because your kids are bored with the ones you have by May, right? Working with those kids on vocabulary development. We know that they're struggling. Research skills, whatever that is, those 12 big buckets of what it is that we want the students to be able to do. So these SOS have grown the last couple of years. We now have created these graphic organizers. So there's a graphic organizer that goes with almost every SOS. We've broken them down into lists. So whether that's social, emotional learning, differentiating instruction, literacy, whatever that is, there's a top 10 list to help you find the strategies that are best for meeting that initiative or that skill level. So if you just scroll on down the page, you'll see those lists there. So this is one of the first ones, the teacher resource that was created 7-ish years ago in Southern California. You see the video there, and this is a practicing educator who created the video. Caveat being, you do see me in some of them, and of course now I work for Discovery Education. But then we also have that PDF. It's 1 page. You can read this from your car to your classroom when we get back in our buildings. You can read it from your bed to your couch or your dining room table or your office, wherever you're working. These are short, quick reads so that you can immediately implement. Your materials are never going to be expensive or costly. This one, we suggest some type of media, pen or pencil, and the graphic organizer. The graphic organizer is also available on these main pages. You can print them off. They can be PDF, annotate. You can send them to your kids digitally. So lots of options for those. So that is a teacher resource. I do want to Give you just a second to view the video of what this looks like. I think this one is done. I think Selena did this one, but I may mute her and talk over her to give you some pieces about what's going on in the background.
Discovery Education presents Spotlight on Strategies Video Prep Series, presented by the Den community. All right.
Hi, I'm Selena Ward from Prince George's County, Maryland, and I'm here to show you how to use a strategy called the 6-word story. The purpose of this strategy is for students to summarize and discern the most important ideas. By writing a summary with a limited number of words, students have to focus on these important ideas and be thoughtful in their word choice. This strategy requires the following ingredients: a sample image for practice, an image, video segment, or article that reinforces a concept in your curriculum, paper, and markers.
And so Selena goes on to say it's going to take approximately this much time. Of course, all of this can be customized. So she's using an image for this one. And she puts it up, and the idea is that the students are going to tell you about this image in 6 words and only 6 words. But she was expanding that and said, can you tell me what happened before this image occurred or what happened after? So it's all about the way that you set up this activity, right? So you can see a couple of 6-word stories there coming across the top. We can count them: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's 6 and exactly 6. Does it have to be a full sentence? Up to you. You can ask your students to only use adjectives. Does it have to be exactly 6 words? Yes, it does. That's the part of the 6-word story. Not 7, not 5, exactly 6. And you'll see students start getting really creative with some of their answers. But like on this image here, you can see 3 different options on the response that the students had. I know as a middle school teacher, I could thumb through 120 or 150 6-word stories pretty quick. Did my students get the gist of this, right? Is there a big misconception that starts popping out? That's a lot easier for me than to try to read 120 2-page papers, right? It's 6 words per kid. In middle school, a lot of them were using Post-it notes or the index cards to use these. And the younger grades, they may use a whole sheet of paper, they may use small marker boards, lots of options for this. Do you have to use an image? No, you can use a video. You can ask them to give you a 6-word story about their summer, about their weekend plans. It's all about how you set it up. So Selena will continue on for her video. I paused her there. She continues on through her video, and she's going to give you some wrap-up ideas and some other things to think about. In its entirety, this video is 2.5 minutes long. So when you watch the video, even with reading the PDF, you're less than 5 minutes in. So reading the PDF and watching the videos, 5 minutes, and you have a new strategy that you can put into practice inside your classroom. It doesn't matter what content or what grade level you teach. Can they count to 6, right? Can they get there? And can they write? That's what they need for the 6-word story. What about my kids that can't write? Can they speak? I have a very close friend. Their student has some learning disabilities that made online learning quite challenging for him, because in the classroom, he was very used to verbally giving all of his answers. So now being 8 and needing to type them in and find all this, it was a little more confusing for him. So thinking about all your students. So that was the first version of the Spotlight on Strategies. It's teacher to teacher, meant to say, this is how I used it in my classroom. This is what worked for me. We're almost having a conversation, and I'm showing you that piece. The second piece came about, the student version, when teachers said, hey, do you have like a 60-second video I could show my kids telling them how to do this? Because that would be even easier, right? I play the 60-second video. The kids now know how to do the 6-word story, and we're off to the races. We said, yeah, we can do that. And so we started creating the SOS learning activities. And those also have a graphic organizer that comes with them. Again, you can print these out. You can send them to the kids digitally. They could PDF annotate them. lots of options with how to use the graphic organizers. But these have a little bit of a different spin. They're meant to be student facing. So we're going to engage the students in a slightly different way. You're going to see a lot more bright colors and types of features like that. So we're going to watch the 6-word story again, but this time we're going to see it on the student side. So what we would want to show them on knowing how to do a 6-word story.
Could you summarize the most important information about a video, reading passage, or image in just 6 words? Well, let's find out. Being able to quickly recap helps you remember big ideas about what you're learning. Let's try it together with an image. Study this image and think about what you see. Ask yourself, was this image captured recently or long ago? What do you think happened before or after this image was created? What are the people or animals doing in the image? And what can you tell about the setting? Why do you think so? It might be helpful to jot down notes to help you create your 6-word story. Our 6-word story might be, when the harvest comes, everyone works. Now you can create a story that explains what is most important to understand about a selected piece of media. Remember, you can only use 6 words.
So clearly it's a little different for our kiddos, right? So if I needed my kids to do a 6-word story, I might share that video with them or assign that over to them for them to now know how to do that. And it explains the piece, you know, about 6 words and only 6 and whatnot. It just makes that little piece about just making it easier, right? Taking a little bit more off your plate and supporting you through this. So how do we help teachers with that? Like, you're in this session, great. I love to see you guys here. How are you going to share with a friend? One of the easy ways to do that is just to make some of those connections. Like, what does this look like in practice? So if you have something laying around with you, I am using my lovely background because this is my craft room, affectionately referred to by my family as the dungeon, but my office also happens to be in here. But if you have some paper laying around somewhere, a writing utensil, Post-it note, something you can jot down on, that would be great. I would love for you guys to use the next SOS through this session. So the next SOS we're going to look at is called Connect the Dots. And the idea behind this is that you're making a connection from yourself to whatever the content is. So as teachers, we often struggle with, how do I make this relevant to my kids? Like, they just don't get where it applies to them. So I'm going to ask you to get a piece of paper, blank piece of paper, lined piece of paper, scrap piece of paper, whatever you have laying around. I have some blank paper here. Whatever you have, put a dot in the middle and your name. And then in the top corner, you can choose left or right corner, write SOS and make a dot next to that. And you're going to connect these dots in the next, 30 minutes we have together. All right. So I want to show you a video about Connect the Dots and help walk you through that strategy of what you're going to be doing in our 30 minutes together.
Discovery Education presents Spotlight on Strategies Video Prep Series. Presented by the Den community. All right. Hi, my name is Dennis Grice from Orange County, California, and I'm here to show you how to use a strategy called Connect the Dots. The purpose of this strategy is to help students make sense of information by discovering connections between what they are learning and their own lives. To use this strategy, you will need to find a video segment that explains your topic or concept. Your students will need blank paper and something to write with. This strategy should take about 20 to 30 minutes of class time. Introduce this strategy to your students by telling them to make a dot in the middle of their paper and write the topic just above the dot. For this example, we will use renewable energy. Then, have them put a dot at the top of the page and write their name next to it. As students watch the video segment, explain that they are to add dots for information and concepts that connect them to the topic, but also have meaning for them personally. When they finish, they should have a series of dots connecting the topic dot to the dot with their name. You may want to pause the video several times so they can think about what they just heard or saw and create their dots. When the students are finished with their dot diagrams, have them take a couple of minutes to share them with a partner. Then wrap up by having a whole group discussion, asking students to share their personal connections with the class. These personal connections are a great way for students to remember key topics and concepts. Want to extend this lesson? Why not have a student take a digital photo of their diagram and reflect on what they learned in a blog post, or use their dot diagram as a rough draft and turn it into a class presentation using an online tool like Prezi.
So kind of the note-taking skill, or graphics, however you want to look at this. If we were all together, I would ask you to take notes in that fashion and then grab your pictures at the end. Clearly we aren't. So I'm going to ask you to do connect the dots anyway, and then you can take a picture and share it out to social media. I don't believe there's a way to add it to the chat, but I would love to see some of those on social media later today. And you can, of course, tag at Discovery Ed or any of the social media the conference is using. All right, so let's go and take a look at some other pieces that come with the SOS. One of those are the PDFs. So Dennis just walks you through this piece. Some people learn best from videos and like to see those examples. Others are like, just let me read through it, I'll figure it out. So whatever makes sense to you. And you can see those McCrill International there at the top on where that SOS aligns to that 6-phase model of learning. You don't always have to have the type of media it suggests. So we're going to connect the dots with our training for the next 28 minutes, I can't count. But you could use a video, you could use an image, you could use whatever happened over the weekend. You could ask your kiddos to connect the dots from what they're most excited about learning this year to where they are, or what they learned about last year, or whatever that is. It's just that graphical note-taking type of skill. So find some paper and something to write with. We'll be doing a couple more SOS together. Again, kind of putting some of that in practice and showing you what that looks like. So we just learned about 6-word stories. So I want to give you the opportunity to jump into that one. Please feel free to use the chat. I'm not going to tell you grade level or content area. I'm going to simply give you this picture and ask you to write a 6-word and only 6-word, a 6-word story into the chat. Does it need to be a complete sentence? You're all adults. I'll leave that up to you. Does it need punctuation? Same thing. 6 words, only 6 words. Drop those into the chat. I will take a little peek as they're coming in, knowing that there's a slight delay from what I'm seeing come into the chat and where I am speaking. And I'll give you guys, let's give you a good 60 seconds to write your 6-word story. So we're 30 seconds in and I see 4, 5, 6 more of them coming in. Last 5 seconds. All right, so I see a lot of different types of responses to this. So I see, where did it go? The Industrial Revolution increased child labor. I never said this was the Industrial Revolution. So I may ask to provide the supporting details. What makes you think that? What else is coming? Hard times. It almost sounds poetic. Long ago, children worked in factories, and some of you saw me counting out these words. How many of your kids would be kind of shocked to know that? Child labor laws, not yet passed. Immigrant labor is American capitalist exploitation. Poverty at work, children too young. Life was hard and children resistant. Working hard a long time ago. Two young boys exploring a workshop. Children working to support their families. Children work in dirty, unsafe conditions. Childhoods robbed. Money made. Why me? It's a great one, Denise. I love that. Child labor to support family needs. So you see everyone has that take on it. Most of the time, when I do these type of sessions, people are like, oh, 6 words, that's nothing. And then you're like, wait, like I got a lot of information I need to get in here. And you learn to really choose your words carefully and wisely. And especially as we work with the kids to kind of pare down what they say sometimes, right? And make that careful word choice. If we're working for them for like standardized testing that has a limit on how much they can say and in that time. I have heard boys most often, some people even say that they're brothers, kind of saving a word, they just say brothers. I have heard that it was a boy and a girl sometimes. So everyone kind of brings their own background knowledge to it. That's part of the power of the 6-word story, is that you are not taking away that pre-existing thought or idea or that background knowledge that your kids are bringing with you, right? They get to lay that there on top. So that is the 6-word story. You learned about it a couple slides ago. You guys are already pros. We're off into the races. Let's try another. So that one used an image. This one used some of our audio. If you search in Discovery Education, you were with me for the last session. We talked about finding the magnifying glass, clicking it and pressing enter in the box to search for nothing. When you do that, one of the media types you can find is audio. And in audio, we have sound effects. So this is 3 different sound effects. I'm going to play all 3 of them. And then I'm going to ask you to write the first line of your story. Is this writing class? Is this history class? Is this math? I don't know. I'm not telling. So we're going to listen to 3 sounds. I will start a 90-second timer and I'll play the sounds again. So if you're good with your sounds after the first time, awesome, go ahead and get started on the first line of your story. If you want to hear them again, I will play them again. But you've got those 90 seconds to write the first line of your story. Try very hard to include all 3 sounds in the first line of your story. Now remember, this is another strategy. We already are done with 6-word. So if the first line of your story is 28 words, that's long, but that's okay. So as long as your first line needs to be to try to incorporate all 3 sounds. All right, so I'm going to start your 90-second timer now, but I'm going to play all 3 sounds one more time so that you can create that first line of your story and give you the opportunity to hear those 3 sounds again. So you've got about 50 or so seconds to get that first line added into the chat. Might give you a little bit longer because that's a lot to write in a short period of time, but I'm loving watching the ones that are coming in. I think some of you have a future career in writing. The thunder clapped suddenly out of nowhere. I was so startled, I tossed my dishes and caused the dog to bark. The dogs darted for the door when they heard the glass break in the middle of the storm. The crack of thunder scared the girl and she dropped a glass, which caused the dog to bark. I awakened to the sound of my dog barking, glass breaking, and entry into my home. The storm was so strong it broke the window and the dog went crazy. Somebody tried to break into my home. A crack of something startled her. Was it thunder? Was it someone on the dock? Before she could go to look, a rock came through the window. York started to bark. Take cover. It's closer than we thought. The violent thunderstorm causes the windows to break, sending the dogs into a frenzy. When the thunder booms during the storm, the glass break, which causes the dogs to bark. In the middle of a stormy night, Paul was awakened by the sound of shattering glass downstairs, followed by the furiously barking of his dog. It was storming out that night. I love when they start that way. The thunderstorms raged, the sound barrier shattered along with the window, and my dog began barking hysterically. A stormy night, lightning has the window and wakes the dog, barks loudly. So a couple of things to note in here. Some of you took different voices for this. So somebody was talking about Paul. So we're doing in that voice where we're talking about somebody else. I saw a couple of them that you said I. So you took that personal voice, right? And then a lot of them were just that general. I also see Chloe was barking in here. Some of you named the dog. When you give your students the opportunity to build upon their knowledge, kind of their backgrounds, using words that they bring to the table, you get a lot of creativity to that, right? I didn't tell you what the sound was, this sound right here. Some of you said it was a dish. Some of you said it was a window. A lot of you said it was a window. Somebody said the glass broke on the door. Lots and lots and lots of window. More window. I saw another one. Now I can't find it. Breaking the glass. I've seen vase. I've seen picture frame. So when you don't define it and you allow all of your students to kind of draw their own conclusions, right? Sounds can be incredibly, incredibly powerful. That's the strategy called Did You Hear That? And you play 2 sounds, 3 sounds, maybe 4 sounds, and you allow them to build upon that, right? You're encouraging that creativity, that critical thinking, that piece. English language arts, this seems like a slam dunk, right? Imagine using this for social studies where there's the sound of someone saying something, or you're using maybe the sound of horses on the main street, and we're getting into some time period type of stuff where they need to include that because that's the sound they would have heard on the streets that day. In some different disciplines, we've got sounds from typewriters, sounds from dolphins, all kinds of different sounds. So go in there, find them, they're under audio. All 3 of these are sound effects. But this is the SOS or the strategy. Did you hear that? So we've done the 6-word story. Did you hear that? You're working on your notes, your connect the dots as we go through this. Great job on these stories, guys. It's so, so helpful. I'm very used to presenting in front of 20 people, 300 people, no problem, I got you. And now everybody I present to is this big and I can't see your faces. So your interaction with the chat is incredibly helpful. So thank you so, so much for that. But let's jump into a couple more SOS. Before we do, I do want to give you your link for your attendance. Don't leave me now. We have a couple more to do together. But I did want to give you the opportunity to get that link. I'm pretty sure somebody is going to throw it into chat for you as well. Make it a little easier to do the copy paste piece. But this is that attendance link that you need.
Yes, it is. So, ladies and gentlemen, Kevin is right now putting it in the chat. And remember, that chat moves and it disappears. So if you are copying and pasting this into a document, make sure you do that now. If you are going to take a screenshot or a picture, you can use your phone or the screenshot tools on your computer and you can get that information. Now remember, when you are submitting your form at the end of the session, please don't jump out now and do it. We would like you to stay for the whole session. If you are submitting, when you do, make sure you hit that submit button. We have had several teachers not actually complete all the way through that form and then they didn't get their credit. We don't want that to happen to you. So click that little button. It's like the finale. So yeah, if we're just going to ask you to take a picture, stay with us. And at the very end of the session, which will be at 3:50, approximately 15 minutes from now, we're going to ask you then to go out and submit your attendance. And remember, we're not actually done at 4 o'clock. If you want to stay for one last session, our 8 o'clock session got moved to 4 o'clock because of our technical difficulties. So we want to get you an opportunity to get those 8 o'clock sessions at 4 o'clock. So be sure to stay with us if you would like to. So I'm going to give it back to you, Christy. It's all yours.
Perfect. Thank you so, so much. All right, so we were going to jump in and do a couple more sessions or SOS strategies together. So allowing you to experience those, which often make it a little easier to then complete those or do those in with or in front of your class, right? So we want to make sure that you're prepared for that. All right, let's jump in, shall we? So this is another strategy called multiple perspectives. So the idea is that you're going to take a piece of the picture, if you will. So looking at this, immediate first thought, what do you see? One word, immediate, don't study it too hard. What do you see when I put this picture up? What is your thought? What is the class? Give me something. What is this big picture piece right here? A battlefield, Civil War. I love the spelling of your name, Rebecca. Taking a break, battle, war, battlefield, history, soldiers, right? All these big pieces. So what happens inside of your brain, and there's a great book I've read called Brain Rules, but there's what happens is your mind kind of chunks this, right? It's the same thing we see when we're teaching reading. So we see a battlefield, war, group death, soldiers during the war, Union soldiers, Civil War, all of these pieces. And what happens is it's kind of the forest for the trees type of thing. You miss the details. So in multiple perspectives, what we do is we ask the kids to focus on the details, oftentimes in an image like this. So what you may not have seen in this image, here it is in a slightly larger scale. Did you notice this guy? There are soldiers playing cards. They're right here. But we don't notice that when we're looking at the big picture idea, right? So we're going to see a couple of other little pieces that I'm going to zoom out for you. And you ask your students to pick someone or something in here, and they journal that for the day. Or they give some thoughts or ideas from the perspective of that one person or that one thing. So you get multiple perspectives, that's the name of the SOS, from your different students. So we saw our friends playing cards. There they are right there. We've got this one back here. Two of them actually are reading newspapers. How old is that newspaper? When did it get delivered? How did it get to the battlefield? What might some of those headlines say? Your students could take on the perspective of one of those soldiers, or they could take on the perspective of that newspaper. What would that newspaper say? What could it talk to us about? Back here, you've got the soldier that's on the drum, right? So he's one of the musicians for it. And when you go into the SOS multiple perspectives, it's actually one of the ones that I had done. And I use this image and it talks about zooming in and doing that. All of the imagery inside of Discovery Education is high def, high quality. That's incredibly important because what it allows you to do is to be able to zoom in and see this clearly without it pixelating and going crazy and having all of those problems, right? Actually, I think the name of this image, Jocelyn, I think the name of it is Soldiers Taking a Break. But you can go in and you can find that and zoom in, and you may have them journal it. You may have them share something about it. You may have them build a studio board, something we talked about in the last session. So lots of options for how to get your students engaged with something as simple as an image. If your kids are struggling with high internet usage at home, an image is a great thing. It's not a lot of bandwidth. You could print this out and put it in a packet right? Ask them to go find a magnifying glass or zoom it up before you print it and ask them to kind of put the pieces on and find these different people. So lots of options for using this in all of your different learning environments. So that one is called multiple perspectives. So we did, you're doing your connect the dots. We did the 6-word story with the image. We did the did you hear that with the 3 different sounds. Just used another image and looked at multiple perspectives. And I want to do another audio with you. And this one is called surround sound. So I'm going to play an audio file, and I want you to think about these 3 questions when I do it. What do you hear? What do you know about the sound? I will tell you that is the hardest question on the screen right now. And what does it leave you wondering, or what are you curious about? So in the what do you hear part, I want you to say exactly what you hear. What is this piece? What is this thing? Let's give it a name. All right. What do you know is very, very hard? Because this is some of that inferencing part, right? Like, I know that that's a dolphin. You don't know that it's a dolphin. You think that is a dolphin because of these 6 things, right? It's a repetitive sound. It gets louder. It's high pitched. Those are 3 things we know because we can all agree upon that. Those are facts. So working with kids for inferencing details, any of that is often a struggle, especially that middle high school age when they know everything, right? So surround sound is a good opportunity to explore some of that. So we're going to answer these 3 questions. What do you hear? What do you know? And what do you wonder? And we're going to put them in a T-chart, kind of like this. I changed a word on you. It was not a typo. Our 3 questions from the previous slide to here, I changed the word hear and I put in the word see. The reason for that is because when you hear a sound, you often will visualize it. So I want you to tell me what it is you see. What do you hear? What do you know about that sound? And what does it leave you wondering? Whole group, when we're back in our classrooms, great for putting up on the board. Small group, table groups, having someone scribe this. Online, flexible groups, having them, and you guys can do this in the chat. I see blah, blah, blah. I know blah, blah, blah. I wonder whatever. So you can do this in different formats, just depending on what environment you're in for this. All right, so I'm going to play your sound. It's only a sound. You do not get the image that goes with it. And then we're going to come back and talk about the see, know, and wonder piece. So let's go back. What do you see when that sound plays? What is it that you see? I need to learn more. What is this thing? I see a diesel truck, driving in the rain, ocean, a scuba diver, radio frequency, shooting or different explosions, some type of a machine, fast flowing water, very specifically moving over rocks, a video game, a dumpster, NASA, and alien life, waves, a waterfall, car on a wet road, water hose, explosion, driving slowly, alien life form, my husband snoring, Jacqueline, water ocean, water down a drain, water splashing against rocks. I love that. I don't see anything. It sounds like radio transmissions, water, toilet flushing. So lots of different things. All of you have given me vocabulary knowledge. You cannot tell me that sounded like an explosion if you haven't seen it, heard it, read about it, something. You can spell it. So I know a lot about the vocabulary. You're bringing me so much knowledge. Water going in the drain. I'm driving through the rain. Clearly you're a driver. I don't know you, but you've driven or you've been in a car and you've ridden because you've given me this experience piece. So this is the See No Wonder. We would continue to do that for each piece of it. Nobody has told me actually what it is. So it is actually an erupting volcano. I went into Discovery Education. I searched for the word volcano, chose an audio file. The audio file was conveniently called erupting volcano. And then I went and searched for an image of an erupting volcano. And I put those two things together. So we've learned a couple of different SOS with video and imagery. So I put those together for this one. This one's called surround sound. But think about how these are all writing. If you're looking at introducing or putting more writing into your classroom, SOS are great for that. They are needing that analog writing piece specifically. It's not all digital, which is so important. Asking your kids to write something out and send a picture of it in, even when we're in our online environment. So I hope you guys enjoyed hanging out with me today and you are working on your connect the dots. Going back and looking at the SOS, there are some I showed you that are built for students. This one is by and large my most favorite. It is called AEIOU. It is the easiest to do.
AEIOU. One of the first things you ever learned at school was probably AEIOU. Okay, and sometimes why. Here's a fresh spin on AEIOU, and this one will help you summarize big ideas about what you learn, think about how it makes you feel, and note what you find interesting or have questions about. You'll need a piece of paper and something to write with. First, write AEIOU down the side of your paper, like this, AEIOU. Now, next to each letter, make a note of what it stands for. A is for adjective. An adjective is a word that describes something like colorful or fast. E is for emotion. This is where you'll note how something made you feel. I is for interesting. What did you find interesting? O is for oh. Was there anything that surprised you? U is for That's the sound you make when you have questions or are confused. So jot down something you're unsure of or want to learn more about. Your paper should look something like this. A, adjective. E, emotion. I, interesting. O, oh. U, When you're ready, watch a video, read an article, or listen to some audio. Pause when you need to and make notes in the right place. You may want to watch, listen, or read again in order to fill in your categories. When you're done, you have a set of notes that describes what you learned, how it made you feel, why it was interesting and surprising, and what you can learn about next.
So definitely one of our most popular SOS because it's so versatile. You can use it in any grade band and in any format. So jot down my email address if you need any more help or questions about any of that. Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. Be sure you attend some of those top of the hour sessions from this morning, and I look to connect with all of you at some point in the future.
Hello and welcome back. So for some of you, this might be the end of your day, and others of you were waiting for that 8 a.m. session that didn't happen for you. So if you still wanted to join that 8 a.m. session, we're going to go back in time. We are going to have that 8 a.m. session if the presenter was willing to come back. And it just so happens my presenter is willing to go back, and so some of your other presenters are willing to as well. So if there was a favorite 8 a.m. session that you missed, please go ahead and stay with us. For the rest of you, make sure you have submitted your form and hit that magic submit button so you can get credit for this last session. Remember, all session attendance verifications are embedded in each presentation. So it's not something you just join at the very end and get a link for. You actually have to join us and watch the presentation. So we're glad to have had you, and thank you for being part of our day. So for those of you staying for our last 4 p.m/8 a.m. session, you can stay with us and we'll be back in approximately 10 minutes. So I'm going to put a commercial on, which will allow you the time to go to whichever session that you wanted to go to.
Welcome to the first ever virtual Cypress Fairbanks ISD Digital Learning Conference. We are so glad you're here. As you are going through your day today, remember that we have 7 different rooms running simultaneous sessions, so there should always be something great that you can watch. In order to earn professional development credit for attending these live sessions, you must complete an attendance verification form during each session. The presenter will show a slide with a unique link to that particular session. When that link is shown, make sure you take a picture or write down that link. And shortly after the session completes, make sure that you fill out that attendance verification form. These forms will be time-stamped, and the form will only be open for a certain amount of time. So make sure that you don't delay in completing that form. We will only be able to issue professional development credit for those that fill out the form during the allotted time. We are so glad that you have decided to spend your day with us today. And on behalf of the entire Cypress Fairbanks ISD EdTech team, thank you. And we hope you enjoy your day. Something great that you can watch. In order to earn professional development credit for attending these live sessions, you must complete an attendance verification form during each session. The presenter will show a slide with a unique link to that particular session. When that link is shown, make sure you take a picture or write down that link. And shortly after the session completes, make sure that you fill out that attendance verification form. These forms will be time-stamped, and the form will only be open for a certain amount of time. So make sure that you don't delay in completing that form. We will only be able to issue professional development credit for those that fill out the form during the allotted time. We are so glad that you have decided to spend your day with us today. And on behalf of the entire Cypress Fairbanks ISD EdTech team, Thank you, and we hope you enjoy your day.
Wow, do you guys know what time it is? What if I told you it was 8 a.m.? Would you believe me? So for those of you that were here at 8 a.m. this morning, you were kind of scratching your heads about what was going on. Well, we had a little bit of issues with technology. YouTube just happened to decide to update its entire platform. So we could not put 7 rooms in one channel. So right now, all of us are in 7 different YouTube accounts. So what that means for you is this. I know that some of you are going to want to come back to your videos and watch them. We will need to figure out how to put them all in one place for you. And when we do that, we will let you know, because normally it would just live in our channel. So we may upload these videos back into our channel so that they're all back in one place, but we'll definitely let you know how to find those videos. So welcome to 8 a.m. Take 2. And we have Tom here. And we know that most of you are probably a math teacher, maybe even a science teacher, and you're really interested to know how about those TI Inspirers that are going to be living in your classrooms. Well, he's going to answer your questions today and how to make them work for you in a way that's effective for both instruction and engaging. So welcome, Tom.
Good morning.
Yeah, you're still in the morning mode too.
Yeah, I'm still in the morning mode. So, and video.
There we are. So I'm going to let you have at it. So thank you for coming back the second time around. I appreciate it.
Okay. So do we have any idea how many people are on join in?
Currently, we're at 112. So that's a good number.
I mean, for my session, no.
That is 112 for your session. We're up to 115. So people are rolling in.
Okay. Wow. Good. All right. Well, thank you.
All right. Thank you.
I will thank you for coming back. I was afraid that I might lose you all. Okay. There. So my name is Tom Reardon, at Fish High School for 35 years and at Youngstown State University now for 40 years. I'm also, for the last 11 years, been a TI Senior Math Advisor, working for them full-time as a consultant. All the materials that I'm going to be showing to you are available at this bit.ly website. So let me pause 10 seconds while you jot that down. It is case sensitive. So the bit.ly is lowercase, TI is capital, and so is CFISD, so the 2020. Okay, so I'll also have that later on. That's different than the attendance bit.ly that you're getting. This is where the materials are. So I'm going to also, before we begin, I'm going to be thinking of a number from 1 to 1,000. So if you would email me your guess, the person closest to my number gets a prize from Texas Instruments. It'll be software, lifetime software, and it's about $150 value. So just email tomr@tomreardon.com, and in your subject line, I won't have to open your email. Right in your subject line, put the number you're thinking from 1 to 1,000. Okay, and you'll be eligible. And then at the end of this, I will go through and see who is the closest one and email you with your prize. Okay, I won't be able to do it live just because it'll take too long to go through that many emails, but I promise you one person will get a prize. And if we have enough people respond, maybe I'll be able to give away 2 of them. So number from 1 to 1,000, that's my email address, tomr@tomreardon.com. Okay, so I'll pause 10 more seconds while you have that. We'll tell you, I just finished a 3-hour session on preparing students for the ACT using TI products. So I'm right now in full go, so I'm pretty well warmed up. All right, so again, this is me, Tom Reardon. I always like to start off with a quotation. So the quotation I used here is, the only reason for time is so that everything doesn't happen at once. And you might know this person, Albert Einstein, okay? And I think I might have one other one. This is more of a teacher one. It's better to know how to learn than to just know. And I'll bet you some of you know who that said that, okay? Perhaps if it rhymed, it might have had a better chance. So All right, so with this, I do want to point out that what I'm going to be showing you is a what's possible session as opposed to a training. In 50 minutes, there's no way I could train you these things. So I'm going to go kind of fast. But like I said, the website, all the materials are available right here. And you're welcome to use any of them. Also on there will be a 90-day free trial of TI Nspire if you don't have that, and some of you could win that as a prize. But I want to talk about dynamic geometry, which there's dynamic geometry software available through Nspire and other places, but also dynamic algebra. How does algebra change? How do we make that dynamic? And I'm going to be showing that as well. So we're going to look at that. I'm going to show you what I call the grade 8, though I probably won't get to all 8 of them. I'll show you some of those. I want to talk about families of functions and how you can talk about transformations of graphs, and then transformational geometry as well. So these are all previews of coming attractions. All right, so at the website here, here's where you get the software for free for 90 days if your school district doesn't have it, and you can do over 1,000 activities that either at Math Inspired or some of these that are here. And I'll explain the website at the end so you can see all the stuff you're getting that I won't have time to get to, but you'll have able to use it. So again, start with the grade 8, transformational geometry, transformational algebra. This is an online course in development. I'm probably going to have about 300 hours or more in this course. And you'll one of the first people to see some of the materials from it. Okay. So again, this is your last chance to email me with your guess from 1 to 1,000, tomr@tomreardon.com.
Hey, Tom, are
yes.
you willing to share your screen?
What's that?
Are you willing to share your screen?
I did, I thought.
In the Zoom on the very bottom, there's a little green up arrow if you click on that. And then you want to click at the very top left where it says share screen. It's a very top little button in the pop-up.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was
I think you said yesterday you had no sound, so I don't think we have to worry about that. And then just click share. And maybe the last thing that you were sharing, maybe you could go back for it because nobody was able to see that. Okay, so when you click the green up arrow in the very top of your pop-up box that pops up, it says screen is one of your options. Click on that.
Okay. So share screen. Okay.
Yep. And then the very top part of the little pop-up box is going to say screen, and that's the one you want. That way you share your whole screen. Did you find the little green button in your Zoom?
There's the green with the green check mark, you mean?
Yes, it's a little up arrow. It says share a screen. Click on that.
Yeah.
And then a pop-up window will pop up on your screen. Do you see that?
No, not popping up. I had already shared my screen when we first started.
I think it stopped. Yeah, it stopped sharing right now. So I'll tell you what, I'm going to do a quick share screen and it will. Okay. So, and I'm going to stop share. So now you are not sharing. So now neither of us are sharing. So on the very bottom of your Zoom, underneath your camera where you are looking right now, you have the participants and polls and screen share. It's a little green box. I want you to click that.
Okay. That was not there.
Okay.
It's there now.
And then in the very top pop-up, there we go. We're good to go.
Okay. Sorry about that. It must have, and then it minimized, so I didn't have any of those things there. So we're good. All right, so let me go back to the beginning then real quickly. So here, if you want to guess to win a prize, this is the email address, tomr@tomreardon.com. This is the bit.ly where all of the materials are going to be. This is not the same as the bit.ly for the attendance, okay? That's where the materials are going to be, and that's also on a later slide as well. Sorry about not having you being able to see this. I was not trying to hide from you. And these were the quotations, you ought to hear them. So again, I'm talking about dynamic geometry and dynamic algebra. And these are just some slides, previews of what we're going to be doing. And again, this is where the materials are. And I will show that website towards the end. Again, it is case sensitive. So sorry about the confusion there. It's just a minute there. Okay, so I'm getting a bunch of guesses, which is good. Perfect. All right. So this is a picture of the website, all the materials that are there. I'll talk about that at the end. And so let's just go ahead and get started. So I'll start with what I call the Great 8. Okay. And let me find those. And again, I'm going through these much quicker than I would with students or even in a training. This is really more of just a what's available, what's possible. And so the first one is called Quadrants, Axes, and Origin. I created this about 10 years ago because I had students coming up from the middle school who still had trouble with this material. And so they had their own Nspires. And I would say, go ahead and click on this point right here and drag it around the screen and watch what happens. So I'm going to do this with just my mouse here. So I'll click and drag, and you'll notice as I move the point, what's happening. It tells me how the coordinates are changing, what quadrant we're in, whether or not we're on an axis or not an axis, and so on. And then, of course, we always have to end up here just to show that the origin is really on the x-axis, the y-axis, both. So this was just a way of using dynamic algebra for students to be able to see how things change and discover it and not have to just watch me point. This is quadrant 1, quadrant 2, and so on. Okay. So that's a quick one. This is not a very difficult one. So function or not a function, we all have that vertical line test. I'm going to see what you think about a dynamic vertical line test here. So we have a blue function here, and we have a red non-function here, okay? And this green dashed line is our vertical line, okay? Now watch what happens as I pull my vertical line, okay? I'm going to grab point P, and students could do this on their own if they had their own handhelds, if they had an iPad app, they have the student software, whatever. Pull it across, and notice what happens. So this is showing me that the blue one is a function because for every x coordinate, there's a unique y coordinate. But on the red one, for this red coordinate, I've got 3 different y coordinates. I have no idea what I'm getting here. So let me make this a little bit bigger here. Nicer looking. So this tells me why it's not a function. That idea of hitting 3 times is only a symptom. Nothing in the definition says that. We want to get across the fact that each x coordinate has exactly 1 y coordinate. This one has 3 different ones, okay? Again, a very quick one, very quick one. Not all of them are quick ones. Third one, this is more of like a tutorial. You guys may not have this problem down in Texas, but in Ohio, where I'm from, this is an issue. Students have trouble with length, area, and volume, and the units and so on. So this is kind of like a self-made tutorial. So students can proceed at their own pace and click on this slider and just observe what happens. No sound. And that's it. So it just kind of reminds them that this is a linear, this is a square unit, and this is a cubic unit. This is for length, this is for area, this is for volume, and these are the types we get. And so I'm just using the dynamic algebra to be able to get that across. So geometry, I taught geometry for about 25 years. I would have loved to have had dynamic geometry. So here's an example of 2 lines tangent to a circle from the same exterior point. And right now you can see that the length AB and CB happen to be both 9 centimeters. And so what I can do is I can actually grab point B and see if no matter where B is, are those 2 lengths always the same? Now, when I go inside, of course, that doesn't make any sense, but if I go on the outside, it does. So I can do this dynamic geometry here and see that, yeah, it looks like they're always the same. Now, how would I prove that? So I would have to get triangles congruent. And so I'd have to draw in some auxiliary lines. So this says, click this arrow to be able to give you a hint as to what to do. So I'm going to go ahead and click on this arrow. And it says draw in segments OA and OC, okay, which happen to be radii. And what do we know about those radii? Well, they're congruent. And they're also perpendicular to the tangent line at the point of tangency. So I can now draw in segment OB and talk about how this triangle OAB and OCB are congruent by right triangle, share the hypotenuse and leg. But here's where my geometry teacher back from Mr. Erickson said, if these triangles are congruent, then they completely coincide. And I've never been able to show that, and neither was he until now. I can now go ahead and watch what happens when the student or I drag point D. Watch what happens. Those triangles now completely do coincide. They are definitely congruent, okay? And I just think this is just amazing, but maybe that's just me. All right, this is one that I've used with middle school students up through college math classrooms. What is the sum of the geometric series? A half plus a fourth plus an eighth plus a 16th and so on, okay? So I'll go on to the next page. And watch what happens as I click the slider here. Okay, I'll click it once and it shows a half, and half of this is shaded in. And then I'll plus a fourth, and then this gives me the total and the visual, and so on. And watch what happens here. And you can see that, well, it stops, but you can see that this is really getting very, very close to the number 1. And I'll ask my students as they get there, and you'll usually tell me no, because there's always this little part, this little rectangular square here that's left, that's half of what's left there. So you never actually get there. So we can start talking about limit geometrically as well as numerically. All right, slope is something that unfortunately we teach in every single course from 7th grade on, I think. And we try not to do that in our high school classrooms. We try to say, review this with your Nspires and relearn slope here, okay? So one of the things we do here, look at how we're using color here, how the orange point A, the pink point B, the coordinates, the Y coordinates are in blue, and so is the rise and change in Y, red, and so on. The line's green, the slope of the line is green. So you can see that, but watch what happens. I can grab either one of these points and move them. And notice how everything dynamically changes, the rise, the run, the coordinates, the slope of the line, the slant of the line. And now I can go ahead and have students investigate, oh, undefined, vertical line, always there, And that's when the 0 is, the change in X is 0. How about if the change in Y is 0? Well, that's a horizontal line. And then here the slope is positive, back to undefined, and so on. And look at how much the students can investigate, explore, discover in just seconds, and they can go at their own pace if they have the materials here, either an iPad app or whatever. Equation that graph. I'm not sure we'll do this whole thing here, but one of the things I like to do is bring into the Nspire a photo. This is one of the photos that comes with it. And you might say this looks like a bunch of fountains, and it is, but I see this as a parabola. And does anybody notice where this is taken from? This picture is taken from? Some people think that's the Bellagio in Las Vegas, but it's not. This is, see back here, it's the World War II memorial in Washington, D.C. So I have my students play what I call equation that graph instead of graph that equation. So I'll say, give me your first guess. What do you think you would do first? Well, they'll say, okay, I'm going to go ahead and try maybe the opposite of x squared. And try that one and see how that looks and say, well, that's a pretty good guess, but it looks like I need to maybe shift it up 1, 2, 3, 4, 4.5 units maybe. And that's usually done outside the function. So I would have to write that as the opposite of x squared plus 4.5. And that looks like a pretty good one there as well. And then I can go ahead and start talking about how I have to shift it to the left and then dilate it and let them play with the mathematics. And I've always had them do this, but when I brought in pictures to have them do this, now it's a much better thing there. So I'm not going to finish this one. I think you get the idea, but this is really a powerful way of talking about transformation graphing. And this last one, I think I'll skip the last one because this one takes a long time. But basically what it does is I'm asking you to collect the radius and circumference of a circle dynamically, and then try to come up with the equation of this line right here. And I'm going to say maybe that it's 2 times pi. And I'm not sure I can get the pi key in here for whatever reason. Oh, in the wrong spot might be the reason. There's the pi. And then times x. And the reason for that, of course, circumference is 2 pi times the radius. In this case, x happens to be the radius.
Hey, Tom, I have a quick question for you. Actually, I have 2 questions if you don't mind me interrupting.
Sure. No, this would be great.
Kristen has asked on the last one, could you grab the function and move it?
So the answer is absolutely, but it's not what I would want to do, just because now we're cheating. And now the student's not really learning about how the transformations are done. So good question. It can be done. So the way so somebody might say, well, how do you stop your students from doing that? Is what I have them do is I have them show each step and show me my first one was opposite x squared, the next one, the next one, the next one, so that they don't just grab this and then also just pull it so that it fits.
Okay, and I have another question that's not related to what you're doing right now, but the question is, do TI Nspires integrate with Pearson, MyMathLab, and MyStatLab? Do you know of any of that? Can you speak to it?
I'm going to say no, that they don't. Though I've not used either the Pearson MyMathLab or not, I don't think they do work with them.
Okay, thank you.
Sure, good questions. Keep them coming, please. Thank you, Tamara, for that. All right. So those are what I call the big 8 to kind of give you an idea of the possibilities you can do here. There's Math Inspired website that has over 1,000 of these, and they're free. They're all free. The activities are free. PDFs, student worksheets, teacher notes and solutions, TI Nspire files, all there. Okay. So that's kind of just a start there of what you can do. The second thing I want to talk about is dynamic algebra. And so I'm working on this families of functions project that I mentioned before, and we're trying to make it so that teachers and students can use this as a remote learning. And one of the things we want them to do is be able to at least, if they're given the graph of a parent function, be able to state its equation. So think of these as electronic study cards or flashcards. So if you have Nspire handhelds or iPad apps, you can do this here. You can do it as a demonstration. You could use the software as I'm doing here. So what my students would be able to do is look at this and say, okay, oh, this is the equation y equals 4. And then to check their answers, this is like flipping the flashcard over. Click on that and say, oh yeah, y equals 4, got it. Let's go on to the next one. Okay, oh, or this is our good old absolute value v. So let me go ahead and see if that I'm right there. And then this looks like y equals, is it 2 to the x with 0, 1, 1, 2, 2, 4? Yeah, y equals 2 to the x. And so on. And then so y equals a square root of x. You get the idea. I'm not going to show them all. I'll just kind of flip through them so you can see them. And so I like being able to have this there so that they can see what the basic graphs are, what the parent graphs are, the ones that we expect them to know. But once they learn them, then we'd also like them to be able to understand how to see a graph and be able to tell what equation it is by looking at it as well. So this is the absolute value, but it's been shifted to the left, to the right 1, down 4. And also instead of the slopes being 1 and -1, they're 2 and -2. So I'm thinking this is y equals -2, absolute value of the quantity x minus 1. and then a -4. So let's see how close we are on that one. Pretty close, okay? So again, the student gets immediate answers, can tell if they're right, if they make mistakes. Hopefully they can learn from their mistakes. Okay, this looks like the reciprocal function 1/x, but it's been shifted up 2, and it's also in the wrong quadrant, so it must be the opposite of that. So it's opposite 1/x plus 2. And you can see that we're correct there, and so on. So we're going to have the step function. I always like the step function because I think of it as shifting up 2, but you can also think of it as shifting to the left 2. It's one of the few functions that behaves that way. We also have the parabolas. We have square root function. Again, this one I think is a 2 to the x, an x cubed, okay, a semicircle, and so on. Natural log, all there. So that's just kind of being able to recognize them. To help students understand the math, I love using sliders. And so I'd like my students to be able to discover what's happening when we add a constant to a parent function. And I'm calling that constant v for right now, okay? So the students will have this on their handhelds, or you'll do this as a demonstration at the board, or you have it on an iPad app. So y equals x squared is in blue, y equals x squared plus 0 is in green, and I can change this value, this v value here, clicking on the slider. Now I made the blue dash so that it shows up differently than the green does, all right? I also wanted to include the table. So the blue y values are here and the green y values are here, okay? So I'm gonna go ahead and click on the slider and change the value v from 0 to 1. Notice the blue stayed the same. The green equation changed and the graph shifted up 1, but also look what happened to the y values in the table. They also increased by 1. And this is something that I want the students to observe the patterns instead of me coming up and saying, this is what happens. And then try +2. Again, notice the table, notice the graph compared to the parent function, +3, +4, and so on. But we can also have it do negative values going in the negative direction. So here we have plus a -1 or -1. Notice these are all knocked down by 1 and so on. But not just for the parabola, we can do this for all of the parent functions. So notice here, it looks like I was playing around before and didn't fix it back up. It should start here. Absolute value, okay? And I can shift it up 1. And again, notice again what's happening to the values here. We maybe pull this out a little bit so that we can see that. There we go. So those values show up better. And again, notice that the y values are all increasing by 1. Maybe I should pull it that way. There we go. When it's 5, notice the difference of 5 in all of these. When it's 4, the difference in 4. And again, the students, you want them to discover that and create their own learning.
Okay, I have another question for you, Tom.
Sure.
Are you able to put your own pictures in TI Nspire, or is this a feature that's available?
Yes, you are. Okay. They come with, I think, 8 or 10 of them preloaded, but you can put them in by using the software. Yeah, it's fairly easy to do. I've done that myself. You can. Good question. Thank you. So we also have the square root function, again, very similar. This one, the numbers aren't so nice because of the irrational numbers, but you can see for the whole numbers and even the irrational numbers, they're 3 apart. Okay, and so students can start to, again, make those conjectures. And I'm not going to do all of them, but you can see the other ones, the 2 to the x and so on, and the 1/x and so on. In fact, the 1/x, let me go back to the 1/x while we're at it here, because I want to talk maybe a little bit about the asymptote here. As I increase the value, notice that the undefined, okay, is changed now, okay. When I'm doing this, when it's 0, the undefined is now being moved up. All right, so we have those there, okay. We can do the same thing with having h, quantity of x minus h, either squared, cubed, or whatever. And this one, I won't spend as much time on it just because you've seen it very similar. But notice here again how if I have x minus 1, the quantity squared, minus 2, the quantity squared, 3, the quantity squared, and so on, how it's a shift to the right. And then also here, you can see how it shifts to the left. The absolute value in a similar way, again, what does that look like? Students can go ahead and visualize those and look for the patterns. Square root, also similar idea. Notice how the undefines change because the domain changes as we move this from left to right. Okay. And then the other one that's kind of common to everybody is the dilations. Okay. What if you have a constant times a function? And so here again, we start with the x squared and a is 1. And again, notice we have the table so that we can see both of those. Some teachers only like to look at the graph. I prefer seeing both so you can see that. So you can see what's going on here. When a is 2, it got narrower, but also you can see that each of the y values doubled. And when a is 3, each of the y values double because you square first and then you triple. And then each of the y values is multiplied by 4 and so on. Now what happens when a is 0? Well, it's a linear function now, line y equals 0. But how about when a is a negative value? Notice it's exactly the same values, but opposites, okay? Opposites here. And so that's truly what we mean by a reflection, reflecting about the y-axis. So we can talk about this, and now it's we can say how this is a reflection and the coordinates are doubled, okay, and then tripled and so on. And again, I just want my students to do this by hand, but I'd really like them to learn by the technology. What I'm just showed you in the last probably 5 minutes or so is what I had my students do by hand. It would take about 10 minutes to do like 3 of these graphs, and they would make mistakes in their tables and squaring and so on. But with technology, they can, not hopefully make that mistake. All right, so this next one, some of you might not teach this part. This is not usually in Algebra 1 or Algebra 2. This is more of a pre-calculus and a calculus. What about f of x, f of 2x, f of 3x, and so on? So we have the graph of y equals f of x, absolute value of x rather, and my parameter k is right here. So this is 1x, so you can see they're the same. The parent function will be in red. And so now I'm going to do f of 2x, which is absolute value of the quantity 2 times x, okay? And you can see what's going on here. And then also, I can, as k gets smaller, it goes back and gets wider and so on, okay? So that's absolute value. And I can see that the absolute value is getting narrower, but also the y values are attained more quickly as the value of k increases. And this is really what I'm more after when they get that. So let me show you that with a different one with y equals x squared. How about the quantity of 2x squared, or the quantity 3x squared, or 4, or 5, or 6? Notice it is getting narrower, but it's getting to the y values much faster than it did before. Out here, I'd have to go to almost 3 to get here. Now I'm just going to like 1/2 to get there. So again, it's getting narrower, the y values are attained more quickly. But how about if we look at some generic function that I just made up? Okay, telling me I have 20 minutes left, got it. Generic function that I just made up, that's also, the parent function is going to be in red, and this is f of 1x, okay? But what if I go to f of 2x for the same function? Here's y equals f of 2x. Notice that I'm getting the same range, but in about half the time. How about f of 3x? And 4x, and 5x, and 6x. And then as k gets smaller, this thing gets wider again. And to me, this is just amazing that we can do this, okay? That students can start to develop understanding by playing with the math, investigating, exploring, and discovering with the math. So again, I want them to realize the curve gets narrower, but the K values get attained much quicker with that. So let me just stop there for a minute. I've been doing a lot of talking, and as Tamara said, I'd really like to have this be a little bit more like a question and answer thing. So any comments or questions that I can answer so far before I go to the transformational geometry part?
Hey, Tam, we don't really have any questions right now, but I did put in the chat, if anybody has any questions, feel free to post.
Okay. All right. So let me show you the website where some of these things are before I go to the transformational geometry. So this is the website. 6 of you have already been there, which is kind of nice that you went there. So this here, what I've just talked about is the family of functions unit that's in development. You saw some of the things that are there. This is all going to be free. TI is going to supply this for free. So they're going to have things like how do you graph the parent functions. And what you'll do is it'll take you to a YouTube video and talk you through that for each one of those. There'll also be how to do them quickly, how to do the opposites of them, how to do the vertical shifts. And I have a lot more that I have to develop yet, but we're still going there. And so you're welcome to go there and try these out and see. And if you're interested, email me, sometime later when school starts and say, where are these things? I'd like to be able to use them, and I'll point you in the right direction. So, and if any of you are interested in field testing them, I'm always looking at somebody to look at them. So if you're interested at all at looking at these, that would be great. We're also using the Google Forms to do this as well. So for example, we're going to try to make all of the videos go along with a Google form, and so that these are somewhat interactive. So if it says graph y equals the square root of x plus 3, do you recall how to do y equals the square root of x? If you've forgotten, then it'll have a video embedded in there to show you how to graph y equals the square root of x. And then once you've done this one, it'll have the embedment of the answer. So you can actually see how to graph it, and you can fast forward or pause or whatever, make it as large as you want, go to YouTube and see it larger, however you want to do that. So these are parts of what's coming up with the families of functions online unit that TI's developed. Well, I'm developing for TI right now. All right, so with that, let's go back to transformational geometry. This is something that oh, you know what? I did have one more thing. Let me show you this. See what you think of this one.
And I also have a question for you, Tom.
Perfect.
While you're bringing that up, the question is relating to letters and functions. Are you able to change them? So instead of a K, can it be a B or something else?
Absolutely, sure. So for example, you'll notice on mine, when I did the vertical ones, so many people prefer to use H and K. And I've never been a fan. I've always liked H because H is a horizontal. I love the H. But this V, this is a shift vertically. Why not use a V instead of a K? But you could use a C, you could use a B. Yeah, the choices of the parameters for your sliders can be even words. Okay, they don't even have to be letters. You can even have the word vertical here if you wanted. So excellent question. And in fact, let me answer that with this step-by-step. Okay, here I have y equals x squared, and this is supposed to help students step by step understand how to graph the opposite of x squared. It's kind of like having a teacher sitting with you. So I'm going to click on this opposite. That's the name of the variable that's running the parameters here. So opposite. So reflect about the x-axis. Here's the x-axis drawn in as a dotted line or dashed line. So this is also the line y equals 0. So I'm going to start at the origin, and notice it's blue, and then when I click it, it goes green because my green is going to be my reflection. It might be hard to see, but the other ones won't be. So here's another point I'm going to take, and I can see that this is 1 unit from the x-axis. So I need to go 1 unit in the opposite direction and put another point. So 1, 1 matched to 1, -1. So I'm looking for patterns here. Next point I'm going to pick is this point here, and I'm going to go here and going up 4 and up. So I need to go 4 down. And so there's my next point. And I can see 2, 4 maps to 2, -4. Similarly, 9, 9 in the opposite direction, 3, 9, and 3, -9, and so on. And so I can see how, I'm going to do this real quickly, students can go as quickly or as slowly as they need to go to learn how to graph a function, the opposite of the function, and see that it's truly a reflection about the x-axis. So with that, let's now go to transformational geometry. And so this is one of also a unit on transformational geometry that I created for TI, and it took a long time to do this, but we're very happy with its results. So reflections kind of gets you in the mood here. Here's a picture I took at the Taft School in Connecticut. I thought it was a beautiful way of showing reflections. And then a friend of mine sent me, oh, don't have that one, sorry. So here's where all the work takes place. So what I'd like to do is reflect this triangle about the line y equals the opposite of x. And some of you say, well, why'd you pick that one? Well, because I could. I don't have to go, I can go about any line I want, any equation I can go about. So when I reflect this, I'll click on here to reflect it, and it automatically gives me the coordinates and the picture of it. But what I can do is I can see, well, it looks like it switches them in opposites, but is that always going to be true? So I can grab the point and pull it and do it for many different triangles, and grab this point and pull this and see, does it seem to be holding the same pattern? And it does. Well, how about if I cross over? Is it still holding the same pattern? And it is, okay. And I can even grab this, make it smaller. I can even grab the whole figure and pull the whole figure and interact with it. And again, look for patterns. What's going on here, okay? Let me go ahead and look at just a simple one. How about if I look at this one here? Here I'm going without a grid, because they say first you shouldn't bring in a grid right away. You should do it with just a line and with no numbers. So let me reflect that. And you'll notice that I also have the lengths of SA, TB, and UC there, and then SA prime, UC prime, and TB prime, to show that they're always the same distance away from the line of reflection. And some of you say, well, what about, looks like they're perpendicular too. Are they always perpendicular? Well, we're also going to have it measure those angles to show that they're always 90 degrees, so that the ideas that students come up with can be changed or can be shown to be true. Now I can also change it to a vertical line if I want to show with a vertical line and show that distance as well. And I can even go with the line y equals x, or a slanted line, because there's no grid here. I can't really talk about the line y equals x. But notice that the from the image to the pre-image, the distances are the same, okay, in all cases. All right, rotations is probably one of my favorite ones to do, rotations. This one here, I can rotate about any of these angles right here. So if I rotate, say, triangle ABC about point P, what does that look like? I can also ask it to show the previous image, so I can kind of see what's going on there as I rotate. But one of the things I really like about this is I'd like to be able to have students realize, okay, 10 minutes left, got it, is about how rotations, how do you do this by hand? And so let's go through 90 degrees, and let me go ahead and, got the previous, okay. So if I rotate this triangle about 90 degrees, notice I'm showing an arc to show them how it's traveling, but I can also show that these are traveling along concentric circles, and I can even bring the arc and the concentric circles so that they can see how this is traveling. And once I've shown students this, they'll say, give me a compass and a protractor. I think I can figure out how to do this now. And that's exactly what we would want to do, okay? And by the way, you might say, well, where are the grids and all that? We've got all these set things that you can go ahead and do and say, rotate, let's say 90 degrees. You can see what happens to the coordinates here. And if I go 180, what's happening to the coordinates? Again, I can pull and change things and so on. Translations. Again, if you want to do translations, you can do them with or without a grid. Let's go ahead and put a grid in so that you feel better about this. So let's say I translate something down 4 units and I translate it. What happened to the coordinates here? And have students recognize that the X's are the same, but the Y's are 4 less than they were before. And then again, I can grab and pull and see that that seems to be true no matter what. And then I can also go to the right or go to the left or whatever and see what's going on. Some people prefer to use a vector to show their transformations. So I'll say, translate about this vector right here. And what I like about this is you can grab the transformation vector and show that, yeah, you are moving in that direction and that length every single point. Okay, and that's just a powerful feature. And then also, if you want to change the transformation, you just change where the vector is pointing. And you can do lots of things with that, okay? And finally, dilations, kind of running out of time, but one of my favorites was dilate with a scale factor of -1. I never realized that it was kind of a reflection like that, a rotation also that you could do and then see what's going on there. But what I like to look at is maybe if the scale factor was 3, what would happen if I dilated this triangle, the scale factor of 3, what would happen with maybe the areas and perimeters? So let me go ahead and put that in there. And so I dilate this, let me zoom a little bit so I can see them better. And might not be obvious what's going there, but so let's go to the areas. What's going on with the areas there? 9 times bigger. And now I can go here and say, oh, the ratios of the perimeters is 3. Even when I change it, the ratio is 3. Ratio of the area is 9, no matter what. And that happens to be the scale factor and the scale factor squared. So before I show them the website, let me pause and see if there are any questions about the transformational geometry.
Yes, you do have a question. Can you combine the transportations? Oh, good gravy.
Transportations. So unfortunately, no. I'm almost embarrassed to tell you, this took 4 years to develop. And so we wanted to just basically get the basic transformations with all of these things you can do, but we never did any with the composition. I kind of ran out of energy and TI ran out of patience maybe with me, but so the answer unfortunately is no. But, and some of you say, well, we can do this with GeoGebra and other things, and you can, but what we've done is we've created them so all of the templates are set up so that you don't have to create these. I know that you could, with GeoGebra, you could set this up and say, oh, here's the triangle and here's the dilation factor. And, and it would take you about 10 or 15 minutes or maybe 5 minutes to set up these with your students. And then you can do one thing. Whereas here, they're all pre-created so that you can do them much more quickly. So unfortunately, no. Good question. I wish we could, but no, we didn't do it.
Okay, so I have another question.
Okay.
Do you have an example of finding pi using a circumference and a diameter changes?
There is one on TI Inspired, Math Inspired. I don't know that I could find it in less than 6 minutes right now. But if that person emails me, I will find it and get it to them. And if I don't find one, I will create one. How's that?
That sounds wonderful. So we'll share your email again so we can have Kristen email you with that question. And
Okay.
Those were the last 2 questions that we had, and thank you.
Okay. So, so my email, you guys got my email address because you guessed the number or guessed what you thought the number would be. Again, here it is, tomr@tomreardon.com. The website that has all the information is right here. And I'll just put my email address on here as well. So that you have my email address and this. And I think at this website, I might also have my email address. But let me just show you what's on there in the few minutes that we have remaining. Thank you for sticking around an extra hour today, for coming, and especially coming to mine, talking to somebody from Ohio or listening to somebody from Ohio. So if you go to the website, my email address is there. You know what? I'm going to change it. I usually go by tom@tomreardon.com, but for this group, I'm going with Tom R. So let me just change that so that it's consistent. So my contact information is there. So the transformational geometry unit online, if you would go there, you click on reflections, it takes you to a place where it looks like there's only one thing here, but there are videos on congruent segments and conjectures, angles and sides, perimeters and areas, coordinate plane. They're all there, okay? And then also along with those is you can get the Google Forms that go with them. You can go ahead and make a copy and get the Google Forms, share with your students if you prefer to do that. That's going to be true on translations. All of those are in a different bundle, and each of them have about 7 to 10 little activities you can do with your students. And also included are the teacher notes and solutions, and the student activity is a PDF. So that's all there for the transformation geometry. If you don't have Nspire, here's a 90-day free trial, okay? And you just go there and download it, and you got it for 90 days. Families of Functions online unit, I mentioned that. This is not going to be what TI has. This is just what I created, so I have my stuff all in one place. But you're welcome to try any of these out, see what you think. And like I said, if you think this is something you would like to be part of, email me and I will make sure you find out when these are ready. Or if you'd like to even help test them, I would love that. I have about 20 people right now from around the country who are helping test these examples as well. For some of the interactive or dynamic geometry and algebra, I created both materials and videos. So for example, the area formulas, there's the thing on area formulas. You go there, there's the materials for it. But if you click on here, it will take you to a video that explains it as well. So you decide which one you want to do. This video is one of several videos showing how to use. So in case I didn't get to show you some of these things or I went too fast, this will have the teacher materials. This will have the video. And what's nice about videos is you only play it as long as you need to. You don't want to watch it, or you want to fast forward or whatever. They're all there. So with that, I've got a little less than a minute left. I'll take any last questions. Again, I will send out the email, maybe either later today or tomorrow, depending on how many people responded, to make sure the right person gets the thing. And right now, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to give away 3 TI Nspire softwares for free. And whoever's closest to the number, which I will tell you right now, is pi plus the square root of 2. So whoever's closest to pi plus the square root of 2, you guys are the winners. So the 3 closest will be that. Questions, Tamara?
I do not see any more questions. So if you're ready to wrap up, we can share the attendance information.
Oh, yes, I need to do that. You're right. Oh,
if you don't have it, I have it handy as well.
Yeah, I got it. There we go.
Yay. So for those of you
I wasn't
out there,
supposed to do it at the end. Sorry. I was supposed to.
No, it's just
if
fine.
They stuck around to the end of this. They deserve it.
Well, the attendance information, make sure you put that in the Google form and make sure you submit. So for those of you that managed to make it through this last hour, this is 8 o'clock, by the way. So we're finishing up at 9. But thank you so much for being with us here today. And of course, if you have not ever joined us with EdTech Live, this is what EdTech Live is on a much smaller scale, where we offer people from basically sometimes around the nation and the world, where they share what they use their tools for. So our next session, which is going to be EdTech Live on September 28th, feel free to come join us for that. So thank you for joining us today, and we're glad to have had you with us.
Bye.
Okay, did you put it in the chat?
So thank you, Tamara. Thank you.